Chapter 1 Following your command. Every Junamax the inset af aviation industries mostis molt thunderstorms iasen. On the meteorological centers radar screen vast swathers of color shift from green to yellow, red and even purple, indicating the severity of impending weather conditions. A warning from the meteorological station announces that starting at 8 p.m. tonight, Hecheng will experience moderate to heavy showers accompanied by brief thunderstorms. In the pro control of Hecheng Airport, Mengli is intently monitoring the automated system, issuing commands to the aircraft within her sector in real time. Eastern Airlines 5478, Klimto standard pressure 3600. China Southern 6943, Hecheng Pro Credais identify EDA, Descento 2700 and maintain. Southern Airlines 8244, altitude restrictions cancelled, Klimto standard pressure 2100. Lucky Airlines 1060, reduce speed to 180. Shedevtla manages multiple aircraft, directing them to safe altitudes amidst the turbulent weather that blankets the airspace. The radar at the meteorological center continues to show an increasing number of low and red indicators. At that moment, a flight calls in frequency. Hecheng approach northwest 7855, altitude 2400, maintaining heading 180 degrees. Mengli watch SD aircraft seen who market with flight number slowly shift on the system screen, given the current conditions. Shai Suez the command, northwest 7855, Hecheng Pro Credai and Saichana Plateau maintain current heading, turn right to heading 210. Unlike tower control, a pro control is responsible for guiding aircraft within the altitude range of 500 to 6,000 meters above the airport. Duetto to night's thunderstorms, the normal flight path is restricted, preventing northwest 7855 from following its intended route. However, the pilot seems reluctant to comply, questioning over the Vardio must we and divert other right, the weathering Guang's who is also per, and we've already been delayed longiner, northwest 7855. Histon Ekaras are in frustration, clearly indicative of the prolonged delay. Having been in a pro control of 4 years, Mengli season Adandi's not indulge his complaints. Shepresesh PT Pashto talk microphone and firm lias bonds, northwest 7855, this delay is not at mid-discretion continueta divertis instructed. Hercalarg website her give sure a thumbs up. As controllers, the Zintimes find themselves in difficult positions with so many aircraft in the airspace, and given the limited safety margins during thunderstorms, everyone at SISA direct flight to save time and land sooner an impossible wish. Just as Mengli prepares to see new command, a lazy, deep voice interjects over the same frequency, tinged with a hint half shade and freudery absolute lyrite. She immediately turns her gaze at the radar screen, noticing gone additional aircraft in her sector. Soon, that languid, magnetic voice re-emerges in her headset. Hecheng approach, hello. Amidst the crackling static, his voice is almost intoxicating, sending shivers down her spine. Simultaneously, his gold eyeth and some evisage flash in her mind. His thin lips part as she continues to say captivating words. China Southern 8966, am following the command. China Southern Airlines. Mengli Yasumuat Kenabak wasn't you with an overseas airline. Most of his flights are international routes, with very few operating to Hecheng, and those rarely coincide with her shifts. When did he switch jobs? All here unexpected Tadzari fleeting, as Mengli quick lie against usual composure and calm lies use the command, China Southern 8966, descend to 3000 and maintain. Flying from Pudong Airport to Hecheng, China Southern 8966 is an Airbus A330 wide-body aircraft, with 3 crew members in the cockpit. Sweet voice coming through the communication system as the co-pilot Shivaslide G. I wasn't leaning to her recently, when of our cruise flight to Hecheng and then counted this Marla controller, the always finder wait a bite longer. The observer seated in the back chuckles her voice is indeed quite sweet. They converse eagerly, while at them and focused on the instruments Kasulai applies, not bad. Not bad, have I encountered sweet her controllers when were with foreign airlines. Li Fuzheng's expression remains indifferent, his tone relaxed didn't pay attention. You was fendered here against a northwest captain he thought you like had her voice. Just bored. After an end of AT communication, sweet voice Gadashim to the tower control. Li Fuzheng rolls his neck this leg off the Chinese near its end, but land in a thunderstorm is an absolute test of the captain's flying skills. Hallo worse the flaps, reducing speed, intercepts thegla de parth, deploys the landing gear, and throttles bach, aiming toland at the appropriate moment while engaging the thrusters. This landing is intentional a bit thermal how the aircraft bounces noticeably, it lands at Julian the Yunway, avoiding the mishaps. Those lightning strikes outside the passengers must be terrified, the observer glance back, straining to listen, I can even hear applause. I think we're the Leanister Havland didn't the last half hour luckily, Jinget took us on a southern detour. Releasing the brakes, Leafugin Galos Oslights Mileto Curvier slips. He has jumped ship to China Southern Airlines, becoming the youngest A330 captain, and Maynard keenly watching his performance. With pressure mounting, he has never been overly concerned. Once at the post flight checks are complete and he hands over responsibilities to the ground crew, flight crew exits the aircraft, leaving the control zone. Upon reaching the parking lot and settling into his car, his phone rings. It's a call from home. His mother inquires with concern, that underway struliterifying GL landed safely, right? Millimeter, don't worry. That's good. His mother's done shifts, and biggest push for marriage, if any fire find me a blonde, blue-eyed or daughter-in-law, I'd accept I've got to bring some on home. The rearview mirror reflects Demon's heart features as Shellon's back in his seat, casual responding, you might taste well get at the point. Finally, Missin understands me. Yuri off tomorrow at 2 p.m. I've set up a blind date for you at that Cuffin New Road, will you go meet her? Knowing that refusing would lead to endless nagging, Leaf use hangfinally reelance, fine, I'll go. Mengli works in a schedule of on a day on, 2 days off, commanding for 2 assigned interesting for tours. It sounds easy, Buter Pro control a shy pressure times, she US dozens of commands within mere seconds, allowing the room for error. Yesterday, she worked from 9:30 am to 9:30 p.m, and her last command way so instruct China Southern 8966 to contact to work control. Li Fujing. After a brief nap, Thever Sethate exclusively belongs to him continues to invade his hearts. It's bien quite a meta mesin session last out of him. She shakes her head, has lunch, and after a quick wash, heads out. Meng Leira has promised her mother taught day she'll gonna blind date. In truth, she plans to merely go through emotion shadows and take it seriously, wearing a neutral expression and casual attire. Arriving at Avenue, she looks in with Erlich's demeanor, but the gaze lands in a figure leisurely sipping coffee at the bar, and she freezes. Chapter 2 The Blind Date. Li Fuchen how called Heber here. Meng Li initially thinks it's just our coincidence and immediately looks down to Shakir Wichat. Her mother hadn't shared many details about this blind date, only informing her of the time and location without then sending a photo. She hadn't taken it to heart and wouldn't think to inquire further. Her plan was merely to meet for a few minutes, chat casually, and then conclude the meeting. However, as Hezavase the calf Meng Li raised her head, realizing that apart from the staff, the in-lie person presented Steeman in a black shirt, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted. Noticing a gaze, he casually lifts his eyes, his stern brow radiating an intimidating aura. He pierced both aloof and unapproachable. Hello, Leafy Jeng lightly shifts his long fingers resting on the cup, as her fra calling her name after a moment of contemplation. Meng Li Yue? Yes, that's me. She spans softly, striving to unearth the sudden racing of her heart, and steals herself towards him. Li Fujin is watching her. During their 3 years of high cool, I never have lucky datha raisin tent li ashido esno. What will you like at a drink? As he approaches, has slightly touched his body, restingy sermon Theber, asking with nonchalance. Leafy Gengisel was like Ethy Shepherd's an exceptional ability to command that entire, effortless libe coming the most striking presence so ever he appears. When he is to marry Carno, please, Meng Li Yue tells the staff not to ring to meet his gaze. Although Meng Li has matured since I cool, she no longer turns crimson and flees out the sight of him, but Heflet rang in her heart still lingers. She discreetly clutches him of her oversized t-shirt, instantly regretting her casual appearance. A glance at the nearby glass reveals her current state. Her long hair half-arsed lie pinned back with a clip, a shapeless short-sleeved top that nearly obscures her figure paired with beige wide-leg pants. Aside from her strikingly pale complexion and slenderums, she seems devoid of any notable features. Eifenlich had known Meng Lei were feels a twinge of appointment, regretting not clarifying her blind date's identity. You must also parry duetto family pressure, he observes, noticing her nervousness at his gazerist and her exceptional long, thick eyelashes, which are supple trembling. His powers of observation are remarkable, a trait of pilots who must scrutinize numerous instruments and details in the cockpit. You too, right, her voice carries a natural softness, tinged with resignation. My man thinks it's a crime that I'm 28 and still unmarried. 28, Leafy Jane Grace in the brow upon hearing mainly usage, I thought you had just graduated. She squitty youthful, with round, innocent and a quiet demeanour resembling a fresh visaged university student. Mainly Yo's moment a little back. Leafy Jane doesn't recognize her. That make her sense during I cool, she wore glasses, had short bangs, and was not on at draw 8 and tie-in, maintaining a low profile throughout. Shardless spoke to him over that ears. It's entirely reasonable that you wouldn't remember her. Actually, Madam, you're American ready. Her words are interrupted, and the flicker of courage she just mustered vanished entirely. Mengli Yu bite her lip, suddenly feeling defeated after this years, she still feels quite inadequate. Elder relative End to share some at heights just Guthrie emotions. Millimeter. If these were a typical blind date, they would discuss the jobs, requirements for a partner, and hopes for future marriage, but today is clearly not the case. Leafy Jenglin says thighs watch has a tennis lesson scheduled with this coach and should believing so'n. His gaze returns doth you a man before him he can see her indifference, by presenting herself in this manner it's clear she's tarking their date series either. If that's the case, it can be rapid you purely. However her finally confirms where that vergly familiar voice originates from, a subtly smile gracing his lips or 'tis quite a coincidence. Leaf Fuging straightens, his imposing 185 high-tech cuding a strong presence sheesks, Arvio their plans hortly where dio live, dor need metajai very ride. Mengli understands thighs is merely like formality, if she were bold enough, she might seize the opportunity to him to take her home, creating a chance for them to spend to met together. But shecond bring herself to do a tower, Leafy Genjai Saster shecken and lie admire from afar. A secret affection Cheshire board through countless sleepless nights, dreaming of him yet never drink to confess your feelings. I live near the airport he is quite far, so it's snarchable. Meng Liu smiles, revealing gay beautiful expression, Horius curving slightly. Her original idly catching and threatening feature sudden lie up her vibrant and lively. Leafy Jeng study Escher for a moment before nodding all right. It's time for him to leave. He has a day fu blind date experiences in the past, a loaf wick reluctantly agreed to duetter his mother's insistence. Typically, they wrap up within 10 minutes beneath the other party shows considerable interest. He hassle was found to wait to distance himself. At 29, Leafy Jeng doesn't feel the need to bound by marriage just diet, especially since he has yet to encounter a woman who would willingly agree to marry. Today, however, feels somewhat different. Heppel said this phone lets a diacothera and which at, so want the veto explain myself when I get them. This is Cindy Dovely Dreesen, even if he has man I waste over his mother snagging. Perhaps imply wishes to avoid tea hassle. Having which at me and his mother will have a brief respite from pressuring him. Oh, all right mainly you from bliss lightly, ha heart racing gay again as he navigates to the Q code. Sometimes multiplayer craft requests go method vh fattens, and must respond clearly within the shortest time frame, but their heart never races like Hethis thrown off further them. Added. Mengli Yu glance at the WeChat, noting the new friend she is Li Fuzheng's QQ, Boothie hasn't sedite images. Their high cool class monitor create header group chat on WeChat, and Li Fuzheng just seen it. She's also member, but with so many people in the group, how likely wouldn't both their talks through a very name and profile a picture, so wouldn't know they've been in the same group all along. Yerchas never found Darius unto Dumay's a friend. She never expected it were dapper in this manner. Be careful only way back a let me know when I get them. Leafuse hangnets casually, bidding farewell to Mengli Yui at the caf entrance. Is Gary spark about the roadside. Abla clan drover tot suit his demeanor perfectly. This held between do fit. Mengli Yu opens WeChat, seeing that Leafy Jeng's profile a picture I from when he studying abroad helped for overseas right after graduating I cool, entering an international pilot training program, and becoming our captain Bithij of 25. Ashes at this confident manner, lost and hort, along dormen thy cool group should unexpected lipings with a new message. I wonder how many of you's rain het chenchits bien so long since of ziniachater, let's gather tomorrow. Chapter 3 Inch have you had cosmetic surgery? The message came from the class monitor, who is rumored to be working at a local bank now. Following his suggestion, responses began to trickle in. Sure, I'm in. I'll definitely be there on time. I'm in too, I happen to be free. We must make sure everyone drinks to their heart's content tomorrow. Meng Liu stared at their avatars and remarks, swiftly recalling their appearances. In truth, she had not participated in any related activities since graduating high school. As the invisible person in her class, Meng Liu had few friends, most of whom had lost contact over the years. She had only met a handful of relatively familiar classmates during this time. On her day off, Meng Liu had planned to stay home and sleep, but then she saw the class monitor's new message, everyone is eagerly signing up. I just persuaded Li Fujing to join us. In high school, Li Fujing was a figure of great renown, with countless admirers, even drawing attention from girls at other schools. Now, he had become a civil aviation pilot, a profession both dazzling and somewhat mysterious, garnering even more attention than before. The messages in the group chat suddenly multiplied several times over, as everyone discussed him, some even directly Li Fujing, as if they were all quite familiar with him. Only Meng Liu felt like an invisible presence, having failed to make him remember her name even after 3 years. Let me know if you're coming so I can reserve a spot. Meng Liu hesitated for a moment, then privately messaged the class monitor. Would Li Fujing remember her just a day after their brief encounter? In the morning, Meng Liu stood in front of the mirror for quite some time, changing outfits multiple times before finally stepping out. The class monitor had chosen a stylish Chinese restaurant for their gathering, where the large round table in the private room could accommodate 20 diners at once. She arrived a bit late. Many people were already enjoying fruits and chatting, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon entering, she was met with a variety of gazes. Hey, who is she? It's Meng Liu. Liu, come over. Meng Liu, the one who used to wear glasses and had short hair with bangs. At the entrance, Meng Liu had unraveled her dark brown curls, adorned in a white satin off-shoulder gown that elegantly showcased her delicate collarbone. The fishtail design accentuated her graceful figure, exuding both gentleness and a touch of languor. She wore only light makeup, her lips subtly tinted, adding a hint of cool elegance, thus creating a striking presence. Long time no see, she said, a slight smile gracing her lips as she greeted everyone. A few stunned men reacted bluntly, without any subtlety, though I know women change a lot over the years. This is too. If Meng Liu had looked like this in high school, there would have been no competition with Shimoti for the class flower. Indeed, Meng Liu, you were far too low-key back then. Upon hearing Shimoti's name, Meng Liu's smile faltered slightly. Shimoti would not be attending today. She had sent a message in the group late at night, playfully stating, I'm flying internationally and just landed in London, so I can't make it. Have fun, everyone. She had also added, Li Fujing, don't drink too much, be careful not to get caught flying, our airline's dispatch is the strictest. Upon seeing Shimoti's message, Meng Liu realized that Li Fujing was part of the backup crew today and could be called upon at any moment by his airline's dispatch to fly a certain route. Shimoti happened to be a flight attendant for China Southern Airlines, making them colleagues. When Meng Liu woke up that morning, she saw other replies in the group, noting their serendipitous connection. Indeed, they had been quite familiar in high school and now had the opportunity to develop their relationship further. Meng Liu harbored a strong dislike for Shimoti, as their relationship held a complexity that was hard to articulate, yet at the same time, she felt a twinge of envy towards her. Tch. A girl who had previously basked in attention expressed dissatisfaction at having the spotlight stolen, pouting, she probably had plastic surgery. Meng Liu snapped back to reality, gazing at the girl, smiling softly as she inquired, where exactly did I have surgery? My eyes or my nose? Shirpei, you seem to know quite a bit about my affairs. Is it because you share the same plastic surgeon? Shirpei was taken aback. She indeed had undergone surgery, with visible traces on her nose and chin, yet Meng Liu's makeup was so light, clean and translucent, that there were no signs of cosmetic enhancement whatsoever. She had not anticipated that the timid and introverted girl from high school, whom she and Shumoti used to bully with ease, had transformed into someone so formidable after years apart. Shirpei was momentarily speechless, flustered and angry, and just then, a low, languorous laugh echoed from outside, seemingly mocking her. Feeling humiliated, she quickly stood up and rushed out, not even catching a glimpse of who had laughed at her. Meanwhile, the newcomer paid no mind and continued greeting everyone. "Long time no see, everyone." Meng Liyue was jolted by that familiar voice, her scalp prickling as she stiffly turned around to face the tall man before her. Li Fujing strolled in with one hand in his pocket, a relaxed demeanor as he passed her by, casually raising an eyebrow. The moment he arrived, all attention shifted to him. "Our pilot has arrived, har har. Li Fujing, I heard you switched to a domestic airline. Will you be spending more time on the mainland now? Where do you usually fly? I wonder if I'll have the chance to be on a flight you're piloting." Li Fujing casually found an empty seat, leaning slightly with his arm resting on the table, chuckling softly. "I don't even know where I'll be flying." "What do you mean?" "As long as we have the routes, I could be flying anywhere, but it has to be an airport with a runway wide enough for wide-body aircraft." Although everyone frequently flew, they were mostly ignorant of related knowledge. Li Fujing's statement only deepened their confusion, prompting further questions. However, he had answered similar inquiries too many times and was beginning to feel exasperated. His gaze drifted towards the woman still standing at the entrance. She looked completely different from the previous day. Was the matter of their blind date weighing so heavily on her? Li Fujing's fingers lightly tapped the table twice before he suddenly smirked. "Actually, we have a professional here. If you want to know more details, you can ask her." "What? Who? Who is a professional?" Meng Liyue was caught off guard as she met Li Fujing's gaze. He casually remarked, "Meng Liyue is an air traffic controller at Heching Airport. Above the airport, I have to follow her instructions." As his words settled, he fixed his gaze on her again and asked, "That day, you initially disagreed with my detour, so how did you end up approving my flight path request?" Chapter 4: He has to listen to you. Meng Liyue had never imagined that one day, Li Fujing would not only remember her, but also recognize her as the former air traffic controller who had once guided him. The timeline rewinds to that stormy night, when thunderstorms were frequent. Meng Liyue and her colleague in charge of monitoring were responsible for the frequency of 118.95 when Li Fujing preemptively requested a maneuver before other teams had the chance, requesting heading 060, "I intend to fly around from the south, China Southern 8966. His voice resonated through the headset, imbued with a slightly deep and languid tone, causing her ears to tingle. Glancing at the weather radar from 2 minutes prior, Meng Liyue steadied her emotions and calmly issued the command, "The south, there is inclement weather, let us change the heading." "I see a gap," Li Fujing replied, his tone steady and assured, "I can navigate through it." Thunderstorms are notoriously fickle. Even with ground radar guidance, controllers may not be able to make flawless decisions instantly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Meng Liyue decisively stated, "I approve the request to reroute." Thus, the China Southern 8966, piloted by Li Fujing, became the only flight to successfully land within that half-hour window. By the time he touched down, Meng Liyue's night shift had already concluded. That evening, each sector's control position had one controller and one monitor present. They stood up, exchanging duties with the incoming colleagues, and fixed their gazes on the screens. After 5 minutes of overlapping responsibilities, confirming everything was in order, they were able to depart smoothly. Stepping out of the control hall, Meng Liyue peered down the corridor, where the terminal illuminated with twinkling lights lay beyond her view of the runway. The approach control hall at Heching Airport was not situated in the tower but rather in a separate building near the airport's confines, thus she could not witness the scene of Li Fujing's landing firsthand, yet she could vividly imagine it. "We lack real-time weather radar in our control room, so I chose to trust your judgment." At this moment, her gaze met Li Fujing's, and she finally mustered the courage to look him in the eye. The weather update she received as a controller lagged by 2 or 3 minutes, but the aircraft was equipped with sufficiently detailed onboard weather radar, highly sensitive and capable of detecting even the smallest isolated thunderstorm cells or intervals of clear weather. Directing an aircraft is not akin to taking an exam. There are no standardized answers, and the relationship between pilots and controllers has never been adversarial. As an approach controller, she held decision-making authority while still considering the pilot's insights. I see. Li Fuzheng raised an eyebrow. Understood. What did he comprehend? Meng Liu pondered, while nearby classmates, bewildered, interjected. What does this mean? A Meng Liu and Li Fuzheng colleagues. The controller is the one directing the aircraft's landing, right? Meng Liu, you're quite impressive now. Our class is not too shabby. 3 of us are in this field. Li Fuzheng leisurely lifted the cup from the table, sipping his water without haste, not rushing to respond. It was Meng Liu who, surrounded by curious onlookers, felt obliged to explain, I and Li Fuzheng are not colleagues. He is a pilot for the airline, while I belong to the Air Traffic Control Bureau. To say I direct landings is somewhat accurate, but my responsibility lies in commanding aircraft after they reach a certain altitude over the airport, sometimes including approach procedures and guiding departures. Observing her earnest explanation, Li Fuzheng suddenly felt a chuckle rising within him. He had deflected the attention purely out of laziness to elaborate, yet this girl seemed blissfully unaware of any subterfuge, answering every question straightforwardly. At that moment, someone asked, so, simply put, Li Fuzheng has to listen to you, right? The remark, devoid of context, inexplicably carried an undertone of ambiguity. Meng Liu waved her hands in fluster, her fair cheeks slightly flushing. Not entirely, at times, isn't that so? Li Fuzheng's tone remained calm, yet each word was enough to make one blush. If you disagree, I can only follow the procedure obediently. He was merely using humor to express certain grievances pilots held towards controllers, yet Meng Liu felt her heart race uncontrollably, her ears burning with embarrassment. As she fumbled, unsure of how to proceed, a commotion approached the doorway, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of high heels striking the floor. As someone barged in, the newcomer, exuding an aggressive demeanor, quickly zeroed in on her target, directing ire at Meng Liu. So you think you're all that now, daring to bully Shirpei? Apologize to her immediately. The girl defending Shirpei was Wan Ranguang, tall and impeccably dressed. During high school, they, along with Shimoti, were the closest trio of friends, yet they were also the very group that had tormented Meng Liu the most. However, Meng Liu was no longer the timid girl she once was. She looked at them with calm resolve. It is Shirpei who should apologize for slandering me about cosmetic surgery. It was just a joke. Why did you take it seriously? Don't be so sensitive. Besides, you've changed so much since high school that thinking you had surgery is merely a reasonable suspicion, Wan Ranguang retorted, her haughty demeanor reminiscent of days gone by. Unfortunately, that old tactic no longer held sway. I heard you became the mistress of some wealthy older man after graduation. He's old enough to be your father. Meng Liu replied with the softest voice, delivering the most cutting words, causing Wan Ranguang's expression to shift dramatically. What nonsense are you spouting? Just a reasonable suspicion, as you just mentioned. And unlike your baseless rumors, Wan Ranguang, that man's surname is Zhou. His child studies at Cambridge. He seems quite formidable. Should he learn of your existence, he would likely return immediately to peel you like an onion. Meng Liu smiled with a hint of mischief. Wan Ranguang's earlier bravado vanished in an instant. Little did she know that Meng Liu had laid bare her secrets. Initially expecting this gathering to mirror high school, where she would be the center of attention, she found herself the subject of ridicule right from the start. The expressions of her classmates shifted, revealing hints of disdain. Ignoring their judgmental gazes, she retorted sharply, "What is it to you? You should focus on yourself, at your age, still unmarried. After all, who would marry someone like you, a disgraced illegitimate child? Thank goodness Moti didn't come today, otherwise, you'd have to bow to her." This cruel remark tore open some of Meng Liu's old wounds. They had once ruthlessly bullied her with this fabricated excuse, rallying many to isolate her. It was they who made her high school years a torment, with the only vibrant colors being. She dared not glance at Li Fuzheng. Facing her past adversaries, she felt no fear, yet she dreaded seeing disdain and contempt in his eyes, reminiscent of the countless times she had been hurt. Enough of this, Li Fujing, having deliberately overlooked the previous direction, gently set down his cup. His subtle movement carried an inexplicable authority. With a tone of aloofness laced with sarcasm, he remarked, "You've been bullying her since high school, and even now you refuse to relent. Truly, there's no hope for you." Chapter 5. Have you ever considered marriage? At the outset, Li Fujing did not recall Meng Liyue. Years had passed since their high school graduation, and she had changed so drastically that even those classmates who had been more acquainted with her failed to recognize her immediately. As for Li Fujing, he had scarcely exchanged words with Meng Liyue. The only memory he retained was of a time when he had forgotten his phone in the classroom. Upon returning after evening study, he happened upon a group of girls encircling a slender girl with thick-framed glasses. "Meng Liyue, you're utterly shameless. How dare you score so high on the test by cheating?" Wan Ranguang had already revealed her sharp tongue at that moment. Xie Pei chimed in, stoking the fire, "And who allowed you to wear that hairpin? Just because you think it looks good on Mo Ti, you decide to imitate her? Such a copycat." These malicious words mercilessly assailed the vulnerable Meng Liyue, reddening her face with indignation. Clenching her fists, she denied, "I did not cheat. I didn't imitate Xu Mo Ti. My mother bought this for me." Xu Mo Ti, clad in a white dress beneath her school uniform, stood nearby, a smile gracing her lips as she watched the unfolding drama with a cool detachment, a stark contrast to Meng Liyue's distress. When Meng Liyue spoke, Xu Mo Ti's smile vanished, replaced by a feigned look of horror. "Meng Liyue, how do you know your mother bought it for you, and didn't he secretly copy me?" Wan Ranguang immediately echoed, "Exactly, Meng Liyue, your mother is a mistress. Who knows how much she resents Mo Ti's mother?" Xie Pei's laughter was piercing. "She probably wants to dress you up to look as pretty as Mo Ti so that her father might notice you both. But alas, he has already awakened and won't care anymore." Pale-faced, Meng Liyue was deeply wounded by their words. She opened her mouth, struggling to defend herself. "No, my mother isn't enough. Meng Liyue.my mother, and I no longer wish to argue with you, but please refrain from imitating me in the future." Xu Mo Ti feigned generosity. Wan Ranguang continued to mock, "You should take a good look at yourself. An ugly duckling cannot become a beautiful swan." In his youth, Li Fujing had already grown tall. With one hand in his pocket, he leaned casually against the back door, witnessing the entire ordeal. Before this, he had little impression of Meng Liyue, only a vague shadow of her, a girl who sat quietly at her desk, seldom laughing or engaging, lacking presence. However, witnessing such blatant bullying, he could not turn a blind eye. With a sudden bang, the half-open door was pushed open. The unexpected loud noise startled those inside, and Wan Ranguang turned her head, her displeasure evident. "Who is it? Do you think you can scare me and get away with it?" Then, they beheld a boy sauntering in, his eyelids drooping lazily, his cold and sharp features undeniably captivating. Wan Ranguang instantly altered her demeanor. "Li Fujing, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was you." In their school, Li Fujing was a figure no one dared to offend. Privileged and strikingly handsome, he was the center of attention, and no one would dare provoke him. Many girls secretly discussed him, considering him their first crush. Wan Ranguang was no exception, yet she would never voice her feelings aloud, for upon seeing Li Fujing, Xu Mo Ti's eyes brightened as she approached him. "What brings you back? Did you forget something?" Her familiarity evoked envy among many girls, yet Li Fujing did not respond to her inquiry. In the past, he might have exchanged a few pleasantries, but today, he merely averted his gaze, focusing instead on the increasingly anxious girl in the corner. "Do you want me to report today's incident to the teacher? The video I recorded can serve as evidence." Xu Mo Ti's smile faltered, and Wan Ranguang and Xie Pei looked slightly alarmed. "Li Fujing, what are you doing? I cannot abide such behavior," Li Fujing stated plainly, extracting his phone and addressing Meng Liyue. "What's your QQ number? I'll send you the video. If they continue to harass you, just share it. I can also vouch for you." Wan Ranguang trembled, questioning, "It's clearly Meng Liyue's fault." Li Fujing scoffed lightly. "What, are you a police officer? Who are you to judge her?" Realizing he would not stand idly by, Xu Mo Ti bit her lip, feigning an explanation. "Fujing, don't misunderstand, they were just a bit impulsive. I'll have a word with them." With just a few words, she distanced herself from the situation entirely. Li Fujing dismissed her with a glance. "Your matters are of no concern to me." He turned away, lifting his chin slightly, reminding her, your QQ number. Under the warning gaze from Xu Moti, Meng Liyue felt her heart race as she looked at Li Fuzheng, who appeared like a deity in her world. Summoning her courage, she recited the digits. He retrieved his phone from his desk drawer, sauntering out while casually reminding her, "My words hold until graduation." Wan Ranguang and Xia Pei's expressions soured as they questioned Xu Moti. What should we do? Is Li Fuzheng really going to be her protector now? He's just being kind. Xu Moti suppressed her irritation and anger, forcing a sweet smile. He would help even a stray cat or dog he encounters. What about us? Xu Moti and Meng Liyue, who had not yet averted her gaze, locked eyes, their expressions growing icy, resembling venomous serpents. From now on, do not speak to her at school, understood? From that moment on, the verbal assaults ceased, replaced by acts of isolation, which oddly allowed Meng Liyue to breathe a sigh of relief. What was perhaps a fleeting act of kindness from Li Fuzheng enabled her to navigate the ensuing days in relative safety. Yet, she never imagined that years later, Li Fuzheng would remember her, recalling the pitiable girl she once was returning to the present moment. Xia Pei shrank her shoulders, daunted into silence, desperately signaling Wan Ranguang with her eyes. Wan Ranguang, too, lacked the courage to challenge Li Fuzheng's authority and could only sulk in silence. Meng Liyue steadied her breath, straightened her spine, and, with a calm yet assertive tone, declared, "Apologize to me. I recorded everything you just said, otherwise, I will sue you for defamation." She did not flinch, no longer the naive girl who had been bullied in the past. Coincidentally, among those present was a girl who had become a lawyer and could no longer bear to watch. She immediately chimed in, "I can help you gather evidence for this lawsuit. The odds of winning are quite high." Wan Ranguang and Xia Pei grew tense, entirely forgetting their previous words. The thought of facing legal repercussions was daunting. Neither wished to bear such consequences, particularly as Wan Ranguang was wary of the leverage Meng Liyue held. Though reluctant and unwilling, they painfully managed to utter "I'm sorry," experiencing the humiliation of a public apology. Xia Pei was compelled to apologize as well, and unable to endure any longer, fled alongside Wan Ranguang in disgrace. Meng Liyue took a deep breath, feeling a small measure of healing from her past. She desired to step outside for some fresh air, and shortly after entering the corridor, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Before she could turn around, she heard him ask, "Have you ever considered marriage?" Chapter 6, Consider Me. What did Li Fuzheng say? Marriage? Meng Liyue doubted her hearing, suppressing the urge to clear her ears. Her almond-shaped eyes wide with a hint of bewildering cuteness. Noticing her prolonged silence, Li Fuzheng raised an eyebrow and spoke again. Should I repeat myself? No, that won't be necessary. I heard you. Meng Liyue merely found it exceedingly hard to believe, confirming with an uneasy tone, "Are you asking me to marry you?" Moments ago, she had been fierce in the face of former adversaries, yet now all her sharp edges were dulled, her voice betraying every ounce of tension. Realizing he might have startled her, Li Fuzheng adopted a perhaps more palatable approach. "My family is pressing me urgently. If you find yourself in a similar situation, you might consider me. After marriage, we can coexist in whatever manner we deem comfortable, letting things unfold naturally." Meng Liyue unconsciously bit her lower lip. Even though she comprehended his words clearly, it still felt surreal. Even in her most infatuated years, she had never dared to dream of what might transpire between herself and Li Fuzheng. Just like that time when he had assisted her, she hadn't dared to draw closer. He remained the illustrious prodigy, while she, perpetually silent and reserved, was akin to two parallel lines destined never to intersect. And indeed, that was the reality. Upon graduating high school, Li Fuzheng had immediately gone abroad to attend flight school, acquiring an overseas license and joining a foreign airline, swiftly ascending from co-pilot to captain, now at the mere age of 29. In contrast, Meng Liyue had enrolled in the transportation program at the Civil Aviation University, managing to steal fleeting moments from her busy academic schedule to monitor his endeavors abroad. She was convinced that they would never again have the opportunity to connect, yet here she was, hearing him say, "Consider me." Meng Liyue's heart was in turmoil. Despite the glaring temptation, it felt akin to placing a piece of fresh meat before a famished wolf. Yet, Meng Liyue was no longer the girl she had been 10 years prior. She now had a career and a plan for her life, one that did not include Li Fuzheng. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was simply that she dared not entertain the thought. Thus, the sudden allure left her flustered. Unable to provide an immediate answer, Meng Liyue prepared to tell Li Fuxing that she needed time to contemplate. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a resigned sigh escaped his throat as he answered, skipping pleasantries and directly asking, which flight? On the other end was a dispatcher from China Southern Airlines, Captain Li, flight to Guangzhou at 4:40. Please check the system for information. Understood. After hanging up, Li Fuxing turned to Meng Liyue. I'm prepared. The flight to Guangzhou departs at 4:40. I need to head to the airport now. He was indeed a backup crew member today, ready to step in should any crew member encounter unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, the restaurant picked by the captain was merely a 10-minute drive from Hecate Airport, and he had all necessary supplies in his car, anticipating the possibility of being called to fly. All right. Meng Liyue nodded, controlling her voice, striving to remain composed in his presence. Will you go back to say goodbye, or should I relay your message? Time was of the essence for him, as he needed to leave immediately. Please do me the favor of conveying my regards. Just before departing, Li Fuxing spoke again, his tone barely concealing an assertive edge. If possible, please consider and provide me with an answer as soon as you can. Meng Liyue felt her heart skip a beat. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Fuxing lacked the bandwidth to discern her emotional fluctuations. Once he strode away with purposeful strides, Meng Liyue returned to the private room, finding herself alone. The captain curiously inquired, "Where's Li Fuxing? Didn't he leave with you?" "He has a flight to Guangzhou this afternoon and has already departed for the airport. He asked me to extend his apologies to all of you." The group expressed understanding, and with the usual troublemakers absent, their attention turned to Meng Liyue, still curious about her work. They exhibited a keen interest in an industry that was often beyond their reach. The girl who had once been invisible in class over a decade ago now sat confidently, discussing her proud profession. Such is the allure of growth. As the gathering neared its conclusion, a classmate who was a lawyer approached Meng Liyue, saying, "If they reach out to you again, please contact me promptly." Thank you. No need for thanks. Sometimes I feel quite guilty towards you. Meng Liyue was puzzled. Why's that? Wan Ranguang and the others, they wouldn't let us speak to you. Back then, I lacked the courage to stand out, afraid of not fitting in, so I obediently followed their lead. Looking back, that behavior seems utterly ridiculous. It's all right, it's all in the past. Meng Liyue only remembered the instigator, while the others did not expend much energy on the matter. She simply aspired to become stronger, and that was sufficient. As long as you don't blame us, just ask if you need anything. Meng Liyue nodded. Upon returning to her dormitory, she found herself alone, as her roommate, and her traffic controller at Hecate Airport, had yet to take a break. Meng Liyue called her mother to chat about mundane matters. Although she was a local, living 30 kilometers from the airport made for a lengthy commute, so she opted to reside in the dormitory provided by her unit. As the conversation drew to a close, her mother inevitably inquired about the progress of the recent matchmaking. "We are in contact," and Meng Liyue replied, lacking confidence, only to hear her mother's delighted laughter on the line. How wonderful. Finally, there's someone who has caught my darling's eye. Her face flushed quietly. What are you talking about? It's not like that yet. I know my daughter well. If you weren't interested, you wouldn't be engaging in conversation with him at all. Since you say you are in contact, there must be potential. All right, let us not discuss that anymore. Meng Liyue waited for her emotions to stabilize before logging into the industry version of Feichang's Hun, searching for the flight number to Guangzhou at 4:40, and only after the aircraft had landed did she quietly log out. The 2 days of rest had concluded. Following the shift schedule, Meng Liyue was still on the night shift, from noon to midnight. Upon arriving at the unit, she attended a pre-shift meeting, where the supervisor specifically reminded everyone of the air traffic control restrictions due to military activities that would directly impact the controller's subsequent work. By nightfall, only half of the night shift sectors were open, with Meng Liyue stationed in one of them, overseen by the monitoring supervisor, Mu Cheng. After directing 7 or 8 aircraft, the familiar languid voice emerged again over her headset. Good evening, China Southern 6385, descending to 2100, transponder 5123, ready for your instructions. Chapter 7, The Reaction of Girls is Inherently Slow. This evening, Meng Liyue was operating on frequency 124.85. She fixed her gaze on the flight trajectory displayed on the automated system and pressed the PTT microphone to issue her commands. China Southern 6385, approaching Hecheng, radar contact, runway 02R, reduce speed to 180. In her ear, Li Fuzheng's precise repetition resonated, his voice still magnetic, speed to 180, runway 02R, China Southern 6385. Though her ears felt slightly itchy, Meng Liyue's demeanor remained entirely unaffected as she continued to guide other flights. With a high volume of arrivals and departures tonight, the ensuing 10 minutes were filled with a relentless stream of commands, scarcely a second of respite. Southern 3547, you may proceed with extended blind approach to 02R, establish your route report. Eastern 5318, climb to 2700, restriction cancelled. Jixian 1256, descend to 2400, reduce speed to 210. Mandarin 9928, climb and maintain 3000 meters. The approach controller must possess an exceptionally clear mind, extraordinary memory, and unwavering focus. Otherwise, as multiple aircraft simultaneously submit requests, one must ensure vertical separations are adhered to while guiding them along appropriate flight paths. Any error in instruction could lead to peril, yet, Meng Liyue remained fully engrossed, exhibiting not a hint of anxiety. Prior to issuing commands, controllers undergo pressure tests, during which she dreamt solely of directing aircraft, her hair falling out in clumps, and she had even secretly wept in the restroom. Fortunately, she persevered. Moments later, it was time for her to direct Li Fuzheng once more. China Southern 6385, descend to 18. He seemed to have waited long enough, his tone now more languid, descending to 18, China Southern 6385. China Southern 6385, descend to 15. Descending to 15, China Southern 6385. Although his voice was enough to linger in her thoughts, once she entered work mode, Meng Liyue maintained a meticulous standard, her instructions clear and precise. China Southern 6385, turn left to heading 040, you may commence blind landing on runway 02R. Li Fuzheng's response was equally accurate, left turn to 040, blind landing 02R, China Southern 6385. China Southern 6385, maintain 12, establish descent. Understood, maintaining 12, establishing descent, China Southern 6385. Meng Liyue glanced at the radar and offered a reminder, China Southern 6385, reduce speed to 160 and maintain 5 nautical miles. Do not drift too far east. Adjusting speed to 160 and maintaining 5 nautical miles, why China Southern 6385? He inquired about the reason to avoid drifting too far east. China Southern 6385, there is an active zone to the east. This area is under the jurisdiction of the Air Force, and civilian aircraft must yield airspace accordingly. Li Fuzheng understood and did not press further. Having previously flown numerous international routes with a foreign airline, he was aware that each country has its own airspace allocations and differing regulations, with the CAAC's requirements being notably stringent. As a pilot, his role was to comply. Understood, I have one more question, China Southern 6385. China Southern 6385, what is it? It was past 10 o'clock, and relevant units rarely scrutinized recordings, but it was best not to create any unnecessary complications for Meng Liyue. Li Fuzheng gazed at the increasingly close city lights and the twinkling control tower beacons in the night, his fingers resting on the control stick, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He all-handled, China Southern 6385. While he had stated that everything was in order, Meng Liyue understood better than anyone else what he truly meant to convey. He wished to know if she had given it due consideration. This realization came as a peculiar insight, yet it was profoundly assured. Meng Liyue cast a sidelong glance at the supervising instructor, Mu Cheng, ensuring his expression wasn't troubled, before she calmly stated, a Zhongnan 6385, if there are no further issues, radar services are hereby terminated. Please contact the tower on 123. 0. Farewell. Contact the tower on 123. 0, China Southern 6385, farewell. The expansive runway 02R welcomes the gradual approach of a colossal Airbus A330. Today marks a dual captain operation, with the second pilot recently promoted to captain, skillfully maneuvering the descent. He experiences the gentle, silky touch of touchdown, turning his head with a gleeful pride to remark to the captain seated beside him, Li Fuzheng, "Did you see how splendidly I executed this kiss landing today?" Kiss landing is a term of endearment among pilots, signifying a landing technique where the aircraft descends with minimal load, resulting in a smooth and light touchdown that leaves passengers blissfully unaware of any significant turbulence. The man in his 30s joyfully prints the load sheet, eager to commemorate what he considers the most flawless landing of his tenure as co-pilot. However, upon glancing at the payload displayed as 1:55, he could no longer muster a smile, his expression becoming rigid. Li Fuzheng cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired, "Are you certain this is a kiss landing and not a French kiss?" The other man, now devoid of any mirth, was left at a loss for words. "It shouldn't be." Li Fuzheng shook his head and casually remarked, perhaps the time on the approach was excessively prolonged. Fortunately, the payload from this landing had yet to reach the threshold that necessitated a report. Otherwise, the other party would only feel more vexed about that fleeting moment of misplaced confidence. Today marked the completion of the round trip from Chengdu to Lhasa, a journey consisting of 4 segments, and Li Fuzheng was about to embark on a well-deserved 48-hour leave as he disembarked from the aircraft. As he boarded the crew vehicle, just before departing the airport control area, he suddenly spoke, "Driver, please stop at the entrance." At 5 minutes past midnight, Meng Liu finally stepped away from the command seat. Accompanied by her lead instructor, Mu Cheng, who had also been her mentor prior to her solo flights, he smiled and said to her, "Given the heavy traffic tonight, your performance was impeccable. You were born for this line of work." In comparison to the widely recognized tower control, approach control posed greater challenges and tested one's professional prowess. Mu Cheng, a seasoned secondary controller in his 30s, was exceptionally skilled, serving as a benchmark for the newly promoted Level 4 controller, Meng Liu. The corners of her mouth curled into a modest smile. "I still have much to learn from you, E. When you first joined our team, I knew you could handle the pressure." This statement, now uttered with nonchalance, belied the immense satisfaction and trials Meng Liu had endured over the past 6 years, transitioning from a trainee at the tower to her current position in the approach control room. Mu Cheng might have long forgotten the times he had reprimanded her without mercy during her training. "I simply cannot fathom how you managed to adjust like that. I suggest you engage in some intellectual games. Your reactions are rather slow. Your intelligence quotient is below that of your peers. You'll need to put in more effort." Meng Liu. Meng Liu, do you have a pig's brain? Girls are naturally slower in their reactions. It was precisely his comment, girls are naturally slower in their reactions, that motivated Meng Liu to diligently practice her professional skills at home with paper flight progress strips and simulation games during her limited leisure time. This dedication led her to become the exceptional, gender-discriminatory-breaking Meng Liu, now receiving accolades for her abilities. As she exited the building, Meng Liu unexpectedly spotted the man beneath the streetlight, Li Fuzheng. How could he possibly be here? Chapter 8. We are already married. Meng Liu found herself involuntarily halting her steps. The man, who had been engrossed in his phone, instinctively raised his gaze, his deep black eyes delivering a breathtaking jolt to Meng Liu on this otherwise ordinary night. In an instant, she could hear the thunderous pounding of her heart. "What is the matter?" Mu Cheng, standing beside her, noticed her unusual demeanor and followed her line of sight, pausing as well. "Is that your friend?" Meng Liu was still in a daze from the surprise of seeing Li Fuzheng. The man had not yet changed out of his uniform, indicating that he had come directly here after landing. Calculating the time, he must have been waiting here for over half an hour. Though not excessively long, the fact that it was Li Fuzheng made it entirely different. "Director Mu, my friend has come to find me. You may leave first." Meng Liyue struggled to regain her composure and spoke politely. However, Mu Cheng did not depart immediately. He cast another glance at Li Fuzheng. The man in the flight uniform was tall and imposing, the 4 stripes on his epaulets signifying his esteemed rank. Such a young captain. Although an approach controller can manage hundreds of aircraft daily, especially during peak traffic, most encounters occur merely within the corresponding VHF channels. Mu Cheng had not previously met Li Fuzheng, who calmly accepted his scrutiny with a leisurely nod, exuding an inherent arrogance. You've had quite a tiring evening. Make sure to rest early when you get home. Ultimately, Mu Cheng averted his gaze first, offering a reminder to Meng Liyue. She smiled and nodded politely, replying, "A thank you, you too." It was a rather formal response. Mu Cheng said nothing further and turned to leave, yet, just a few steps later, he couldn't help but glance back, noticing the particularly bright eyes of the slender woman. Meng Liyue dared not approach Li Fuzheng immediately, fearing he might hear the erratic rhythm of her heartbeat. Maintaining her distance, she inquired, "You, what brings you here?" Li Fuzheng raised an eyebrow slightly. "Am I not allowed to come?" It's not that, but she had stepped away from her position of control, feeling once again like the frightened girl who dared not look up. Without lingering on the topic, Li Fuzheng chuckled lightly. "Let me take you home. Where do you live?" "I reside near the airport." "Is it the dormitory provided by your workplace?" "Yes." Li Fuzheng nodded. "Let us go." Meng Liyue stepped forward to follow him, entirely unconsidered of the prospect of refusal. Upon reaching the parking lot and settling into his car, the atmosphere within the confined space was saturated with Li Fuzheng's presence. Meng Liyue nervously tightened her grip on seatbelt. As they exited the winding underground garage, Li Fuzheng glanced at her, his tone tinged with exasperation. "There's no need to worry about my driving skills. I want to be fixated on the dashboard and ignore the road." Meng Liyue's cheeks flushed slightly. "I'm not." With one hand on the steering wheel, his elbow casually resting on the window, he exuded a relaxed demeanor. Meng Liyue occasionally stole glances at him, contemplating speaking, yet uncertain of what to say. Li Fuzheng also did not seem in a hurry to discuss serious matters with her. He followed the navigation to drop Meng Liyue off downstairs, and she still hadn't found the opportunity to inquire about the reason for his sudden appearance tonight. "Thank you for bringing me back. Drive safely on your way home." Meng Liyue quickly stole a glance at him, Li Fuzheng's sharp features illuminated by the dim light within the car, rendering him even more handsome. Just as she was about to push the car door open, she saw him turn towards her, his expression unusually earnest as he asked, "Have you thought about what I mentioned yesterday?" Meeting Li Fuzheng's serious gaze, Meng Liyue realized there was no hint of jest in his words. The beating in her chest intensified. It was as though, through the endless years, she could see her former self, fragile and timid, hiding in the corners of the crowd, gazing up at the dazzling youth. Now, they were merely inches apart, and she could distinctly catch the scent of pine wood on him, mingling with his masculine essence, a fragrance that could easily ensnare her. Gazing at her reflection within his pupils, dressed in the standard uniform of the airport control room, she finally murmured, "Okay." At last, Meng Liyue heard her own clear response. Whether it was an act of bravery or foolish impulse, she could not discern, but she yearned to grasp the starlight she had chased in her youth. Even if it was merely a splendid dream destined to culminate, it would suffice. "Have you made up your mind?" Li Fuzheng regarded the woman before him, her expression resolute, the corners of his eyes lifting slightly, offering her a chance for reconsideration. "My family is urging me, and my situation is similar. We are well acquainted, aren't we?" Meng Liyue endeavored to maintain a steady tone, her voice sweet. "I've made my decision." "Very well." Li Fuzheng confirmed her choice, a slight curve appearing at the corners of his lips. Meng Liyue, feeling somewhat dazed, returned to her dormitory, washed up, and lay in bed, her mind replaying the earlier scenes, incredulous. Were they truly getting married? It wasn't until a week later, when Li Fuzheng returned from an international flight and they both had a free day, that they went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to collect their marriage certificate, that Meng Liyue finally felt the weight of reality. "I need to go home first." What about you? Yes, I'll head home too. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, each held their marriage certificate, yet a certain distance lingered between them, still somewhat unfamiliar. Meng Liyue didn't quite understand why Li Fuzheng wouldn't take the time to date properly before marrying, just one blind date, and he decided she was the one. Perhaps he simply couldn't be bothered to waste time. Where is your home? Li Fuzheng gestured towards the parking area with his chin. I'll drive you. There's no need to trouble yourself. I can go back on my own. Meng Liyue. This was the first time Li Fuzheng had addressed her with such formality. Inexplicably imbued with a hint of tenderness, Meng Liyue rubbed her ears, blaming his voice for being too alluring. As her thoughts wandered, she heard him say, we are already married. We are not strangers. Are you certain you wish to maintain such formality with me? Chapter 9. Why choose this profession? Meng Liyue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to speak truthfully. I still need a bit of time to adjust. Adjusting to the name that had repeatedly appeared in her diary now inscribed on the legally recognized document, they had officially become husband and wife. Li Fuzheng smiled at her response and nodded, saying, that makes perfect sense. So I still, therefore, you should allow me to accompany you. Take your time to acclimatize in the car. With that, he strode past Meng Liyue, only to notice she had not followed. He turned back, his tone languid. Come on. This time, Meng Liyue could not refuse. She followed him as if under a spell. In Hutching, the frequent thunderstorms began in June, but on this rare, sunny day, Li Fuzheng, clad in a simple white shirt, looked almost radiant. She found herself momentarily entranced. Meng Liyue's home lay to the north of Hutching, and Li Fuzheng drove her to the underground garage, reminding her before she alighted, tomorrow at noon, at Xinyangji. Okay. Meng Liyue watched his car disappear from her line of sight before heading upstairs to her home. Meng Mamar had long been waiting on the sofa. Upon seeing her daughter enter, she sprang up excitedly. So, did you get the certificate? I did. Oh my daughter truly is remarkable. Let's see who dares to speak now. Her mother grasped her hand. Tell me, are you happy now? For reasons unbeknownst to her, warmth welled up in Meng Liyue's eyes as she sincerely replied, yes, I'm happy. A few days prior, she had suddenly informed her mother, Meng Ying, that she wished to marry the suitor from her last blind date. Meng Ying was taken aback. Although she was quite concerned about her daughter's marital affairs, she hoped for her to find a suitable partner and had never considered pressuring her into a hasty decision. Understanding her mother's worries, Meng Liyue had simply said, if I don't marry him now, I will surely regret it in the future. With that, Meng Ying ceased any objections and promptly contacted Li Fuzheng's mother to discuss the matter. Now that her daughter had found her place, Meng Ying was determined to protect her to the best of her ability, regardless of what the future held. Tomorrow, both families are going out for a meal, right? I need to decide what to wear. Meng Liyue noticed her mother's anxiety and smiled. With your grace, no one will outshine you. Who said I was worried about that? I'm concerned that. Meng Liyue bit her lip, knowing her mother feared others might perceive them as easy to bully, hence the need to present themselves in the best light. After all, too many had assumed her mother was a mistress, and Meng Liyue merely an illegitimate child, yet the truth was far from that. Their family should not be like that, and besides, aren't you quite familiar with Anshan? Meng Ying had recently retired and met Li Fuzheng's mother at the swimming pool, initially as swimming partners, later hiking together. As they grew closer, they began discussing their families, and both felt a connection, leading to the arrangement of Meng Liyue's blind date with Li Fuzheng. That's true. Aunt Shun is meticulous in her dealings and certainly won't neglect anything. Meng Liyue nodded gently, so there's no need to worry. I also believe in Li Fuzheng. Even if Li Fuzheng's intentions were merely to appease his mother, Meng Liyue was willing to take the risk. Her, the boy who had stood up for a classmate he barely remembered back in their youth, was still worthy of trust. The following day, Meng Liyue and her mother arrived punctually at Xinyangji. Li Fuzheng had reserved a private room in advance. Upon entering, they were greeted by Li's mother, who stood up immediately. You're here. Please, take a seat. This is my first time meeting Liu. Li's mother, in her 50s, wore a new traditional Chinese long-sleeved chipao. Though her appearance was slightly stern, her demeanor towards Meng Liu was warm and welcoming. Nearby, Li Fuzheng's gaze met Meng Liu's. He was dressed in a slightly formal suit that enhanced his commanding presence. Merely locking eyes with him caused her cheeks to flush subtly, diverting her gaze. Meng Liu politely greeted the elder, adhering to Hecheng's customs, which permitted her not to address her future mother-in-law by a different title before the official wedding. Meng Ying, let Liu sit beside me today so I can get a good look at my future daughter-in-law. Meng Mama replied with a smile, of course, take your time. Meng Liu's demure and reserved demeanor endeared her to the elders, especially her clear, bright almond-shaped eyes, which instantly conveyed that she was a wonderful girl. Li Fuzheng, you've struck gold. Hearing his mother say this, Li Fuzheng, who had just greeted his future mother-in-law, replied nonchalantly, what can I say? I have always had good fortune. Look at this child, he's quite pleased with himself. Thanks to their mother's familiarity, the meeting was devoid of awkwardness, with the most animated conversations occurring between them. In contrast, Meng Liu and Li Fuzheng appeared to play supporting roles, quietly focusing on their meals. Would you like some shrimp? Yes, please. Him. After a brief inquiry, Li Fuzheng donned a disposable glove and began peeling shrimp. His fingers were long and nimble. Swiftly preparing half a bowl, removing the glove, he nudged the bowl of shrimp towards Meng Liu. She turned in surprise, her face a mask of confusion. Go on, eat. Li Fuzheng had already picked up his chopsticks to select another dish, his nonchalance suggesting it was merely a casual act. Even this gentlemanly gesture, exclusive to Li Fuzheng, held profound significance for Meng Liu. She averted her gaze, her ears beginning to warm. The two mothers nearby noticed the exchange, their smiles widening. As the meal concluded, Li Fuzheng stepped out to settle the bill. His mother gently grasped Meng Liu's hand. Liu, Fuzheng's grandfather is in a nursing home, not in the best of health, so we didn't want to trouble him. When you have time, perhaps you could accompany him to visit his grandfather. Of course, Auntie. You should have a rough idea of our family situation from your mother. There's no need to worry. I will treat you as my own daughter. The Li family was one of martyrs. Li Fuzheng's father had been a test pilot for fighter jets and had tragically perished during a training exercise while attempting to avoid a residential area instead of parachuting to safety. Fearing Aunt Shun might recall painful memories, Meng Liu smiled sweetly, her tone playful, deliberately teasing her to lift her spirits. I'm not worried. I'm just afraid that if I become too close to you, Auntie, my mother will get jealous. What nonsense. Am I such a petty person? Meng Ying, you must be prepared. Liu will also be my daughter from now on. Har har. The pleasant meeting with the elders concluded, and Li Fuzheng and Meng Liu lagged a few steps behind. He looked at their mothers, who were walking arm in arm like best friends, shaking his head in resignation. Meng Liu smiled as well, her spirits high. I heard you scored quite well on your college entrance exam. What made you decide to pursue this profession? The sudden question from the man beside her caused Meng Liu's smile to slowly fade. Chapter 10 Inch My Wife. In that year, Meng Liu's score in the college entrance examination far exceeded the highest admission score of the Central Aviation Institute from previous years. She had a plethora of majors to choose from and could attend even more prestigious institutions. After submitting her application, many expressed their bewilderment. Her subsequent academic aspirations in aviation transportation were deemed narrow in scope and fraught with pressure for a woman, and her homeroom teacher even advised her to reconsider her choices. However, Meng Liu exhibited no hesitation and even persuaded her mother to accompany her for myopia surgery. In retrospect, she had never regretted her decision, even though it was a risky path, and the journey had not been easy. When I was a child, my mother often took me to watch planes near the airport, back when the T2 terminal had yet to be constructed. Meng Liu's voice grew softer as she reminisced about her hazy childhood memories. Perhaps she had touched upon a seldom visited corner of her heart, and she was surprised that she could articulate some deeply buried past in front of Li Fuzheng. Every time a plane flew overhead, I would ask her when my father would return. He was often away on business, and I hardly saw him during my childhood. The innocent young Meng Liyue harbored the wish to bring her father's plane back, believing it would mean reuniting with him. Perhaps my initial desire to enter this field was linked to those experiences. As soon as she finished speaking, the man walking beside her raised an eyebrow, keenly perceptive, so there were other reasons later on. This was what one might call shooting oneself in the foot. Why had she divulged so much? Later on, it was evident that she was motivated by the knowledge of Li Fuzheng's dream to become a pilot. Due to the sacrifice of his father, Aunt Shun initially did not support him. Before the college entrance examination, the homeroom teacher had approached Li Fuzheng to understand his situation, and Meng Liyue happened to overhear a few words that day. The young Li Fuzheng exuded a sharp brilliance, his tone resolute. My mother's bottom line is that she does not agree with me joining the military. Hence, I must choose another path. He yearned for the blue sky and would eventually soar like an eagle, yet Meng Liyue was inherently acrophobic. She could not muster the courage to engage in thrilling rides at amusement parks. After some time, she fortuitously came across an advertisement for a traffic controllers online, and the phrase "we guide you home" felt like a revelation, clarifying her future choices with newfound determination. It's a secret. Attempting to conceal the truth, Meng Liyue's eyes curved slightly as she smiled, quickly quickening her pace to chase ahead. Li Fuzheng gazed at her retreating figure. The red dress accentuated her waist beautifully, vibrant and radiant. Perhaps the hasty decision to marry, made to alleviate her mother's worries, was not such a bad thing after all. Since they were married, they certainly had to live together. Li Fuzheng, being discerning about his surroundings, chose not to reside in the apartment provided by the airline. Upon returning to the country, he purchased a well-furnished apartment at the aviation port, merely adding some soft furnishings before moving in. It was quite close to Meng Liyue's dormitory, yet the neighborhood was of a much higher caliber. She packed some essential items and followed him into the spacious apartment of over 100 square meters. Choose for yourself. Li Fuzheng carried Meng Liyue's luggage inside, pointing towards the location of the bedroom. When she looked at him, he leisurely added, "If you prefer to share a room, I have no objections." Meng Liyue's face instantly flushed crimson. She still struggled to adapt to the reality of their changed identities. Being a couple implied a closer intimacy in their interactions. Even if Li Fuzheng did not harbor feelings for her, she understood that he merely wished to reassure his mother while conveniently bypassing the complexities of dating, his mind solely on the skies at 30,000 feet. "I'll sleep in the guest room for now." Meng Liyue forced a smile, reluctant for him to perceive her inner turmoil. Suddenly, Li Fuzheng approached her with his hands in his pockets. He exuded an air of calm as he stood before her, his imposing 185 centimeters stature creating an overwhelming presence. Meng Liyue, 20 centimeters shorter, felt utterly dwarfed. Her cheeks flushed with color. She instinctively retreated. You don't actually dislike me, do you?" Li Fuzheng firmly interjected, leaning slightly closer to meet her gaze. At such proximity, Meng Liyue could clearly see the small mole on his straight nose, adding an intriguing allure to his otherwise sharp features. Meng Liyue swallowed hard. "Of course not. I thought you were deliberately trying to undermine me," Li Fuzheng replied with a half-smile. "If word gets out that my wife is sleeping in the guest room, my reputation would be utterly ruined." The term wife, spoken by him so nonchalantly, sent Meng Liyue's heart racing and her cheeks aflame. She hurriedly clarified, "I didn't mean that. It's just that since you bought the house, it would be more appropriate for you to occupy the master bedroom. No need to overthink it." Li Fuzheng took her luggage and entered the master bedroom, setting it down before calmly stating, "Let me know when you feel comfortable." By the time she got used to it, Meng Liyue watched as the tall figure of the man left, feeling both helpless and secretly nurturing a profound expectation within her heart. Meanwhile, in her social circle, Meng's mother, announcing her daughter's fortunate union and recent marriage certificate, received not only a multitude of blessings from relatives and friends but also a long-awaited phone call. It was from Meng Liyue's father, her ex-husband. "Why didn't you inform me in advance about Liyue's marriage?" The middle-aged man questioned, Clearly filled with reproach, Meng Ying scoffed, "Shu Jin, do you even remember you have a daughter named Liu? I thought your eyes only held that vixen and the child she bore." Shu Jin, somewhat embarrassed, retorted, "Why bring them up?" Meng Ying struggled to contain her emotions. "Why shouldn't I? The thought of your affair during our marriage, resulting in a child with your mistress, makes my skin crawl. Shameless person like you, my daughter and I have long considered you dead." Meng Ying, can you refrain from being such a powder keg every time, no matter what? Liu is still my daughter, can't I show concern for her? Meng's mother was so furious that her voice trembled. What is your concern worth? During the divorce, you forced me to leave with nothing, leaving Liu with nothing as well. A heartless person like you will eventually face retribution. Just go. After hanging up, Meng Ying took a long time to regain her composure, hoping that the person her daughter cherished would not let her down. After tidying up the master bedroom, Meng Liu prepared to head to her night shift. She was scheduled from 9:30 tonight until the following morning. When she left, Li Fuzheng was nowhere to be found, so she simply departed without informing him. The night skies were primarily filled with cargo planes, and after directing 6 or 7 cargo flights, she finally encountered a China Southern Airlines Flight 9198 arriving from London Heathrow to Hecheng. Meng Liu calmly issued commands until she handed it over to the control tower after China Southern 9198 landed and passengers began disembarking. As the crew members made their rounds, Shu Moti, her abilities are quite commendable. Last time I flew with a foreign captain, I heard her English was more standard than mine, har har. Shu Moti quietly listened to the conversation among the captains, her delicate features tinged with a shade of grey, a realization that had only dawned on her in recent days. The once bullied Meng Liu, whom she had trampled upon, had now become the approach controller at Hecheng Airport. This revelation left Shu Moti feeling exceedingly uneasy. She had long ceased to pay attention to Meng Liu, and when she first heard of her admission to the Central Aviation with Meng Liu's timid and cowardly disposition, how could she possibly excel? Shu Moti herself had average grades, attending a private university where she studied business management, merely drifting through her years with indulgence and reverie, harboring no intentions of job hunting upon graduation. By chance, she had met a girl in her circle who was a flight attendant, and her interest was piqued. She perceived the profession to be quite glamorous. After spending some money on training, she secured a position at China Southern Airlines through social recruitment. Now, learning that Meng Liu was, in fact, her peer in the same field, and not inferior to her, Shu Moti's mood soured considerably. "Mom, are you aware of Meng Liu?" Shu's mother's voice sharpened. "Are you saying she works at the airport?" Soon, her tone turned particularly scathing. "That wretched girl's daughter possesses such capabilities. Truly, she must have stumbled upon some good fortune. I missed the class reunion last week, but I heard them say Meng Liu has changed quite a bit." I must find an opportunity to see for myself what she has transformed from a mountain chicken into. After a few derogatory remarks from Shu's mother, the topic shifted. Let us not speak of her for now. Aunt Shun has been elusive lately, always claiming to be busy. I had intended to inquire about your situation with Li Fuzheng, but it didn't come to fruition. The thought only fueled Shu Moti's anger, and I was quite pleased to learn of his return to the country, yet he has yet to respond to the WeChat message I sent him last week. Moreover, Wan Renguang had informed her that at the class reunion, Li Fuzheng had stood up for Meng Liu. During high school, he had aided her, and after all these years, he still meddled in her affairs. Why should he? Shu Moti felt an intense imbalance within her, and her resentment towards Meng Liu surged anew. What on earth is going on? I'll arrange for Aunt Shun to join us for afternoon tea tomorrow and inquire on your behalf. Mom, I'm counting on you. Once the call ended, Shu Moti immediately messaged Wan Renguang to arrange a meeting. She was resolute in ensuring that Meng Liu did not have it easy. Meng Liu had endured an all-nighter, finishing her shift at dawn. Exiting the control hall, she gazed at the distant blue sky, taking a deep breath to clear her mind. "I'm so tired." Walking beside her was her colleague, Luoshi, who had joined the unit later and had only just been assigned to the night shift this year. "You should hurry home and catch up on sleep." "I absolutely despise the night shift, and especially in the low sector. where one pilot wishes to ascend while another does as well. Sister, I suspect there must be a captain cursing us. The division of controlled airspace sectors varies by airport, established according to specific circumstances, dividing by north and south, high and low, ultimately to facilitate the efficient and safe guidance of aircraft within the area. Last night, they were responsible for the low sector, and when certain pilots requested altitude changes, regulations prevented immediate approval. At such times, Luoshi often speculated that the pilots were cursing under their breath. It's fine. If they question us, we explain what we can, and if we cannot, then there's nothing more to be done. Meng Liyue remained remarkably composed, earning Luoshi's admiration, yet, anyone who could endure in the approach control position possessed a heart of remarkable. Let's hope it doesn't rain. The already busy 2 months would become exponentially more strenuous with thunderstorms, and Luoshi felt as though the PTT microphone might smoke with the pressure. Let us hope so, but the weather, on less exhausting daytime shifts, she would opt for the bus, but after enduring a long night shift, her energy was dwindling. Just as she was about to input her address, she nearly instinctively set her location to the unit's dormitory. Thankfully, she snapped back to reality just before sending the order, remembering that she had moved to Li Fuzheng's home. Upon arriving at her new residence, Meng Liyue fumbled slightly with the password as she opened the door. Her memory was sharp, but the unfamiliarity left her clumsy. After all, it had been less than half a month since their reunion and marriage, and being naturally slow to warm up to new situations, she found it challenging to adjust even with someone she had cherished for over a decade. As Meng Liyue entered, she moved with utmost caution, trying not to make a sound. She was uncertain whether Li Fuzheng had any flights scheduled for the day and aimed to avoid disturbing him. However, just as she changed her shoes and looked up, she spotted a man in black pajamas, leaning languidly against the wall of the living room, gazing at her with a slow yawn. Meng Liyue flustered, stammered, "Good morning." Li Fuzheng nodded. "Night shift?" "Yes, I started at 9:30. I figured as much." His tone was languid, eyes half shut. "I just stepped out to buy something. When I returned, I thought you might have regretted it so soon." Meng Liyue was taken aback by the implication in his words. She clarified, "I didn't see you when I left, and if you had messaged me, I would have replied. So you can check your phone while on break." "Of course." In a gentle tone, he reminded her, "If you're having breakfast, there are sandwiches and milk in the fridge." "Okay, thank you." After speaking, Li Fuzheng returned straight to his room. Meng Liyue had initially intended to ask him if he had any plans for the day, but hesitated, fearing he might think her intrusive, overly encroaching upon his life. She restrained her curiosity and chose to remain silent. After a nap, Meng Liyue awoke feeling somewhat disoriented. The unfamiliar environment left her feeling lost. Venturing out of her room, she found no sign of Li Fuzheng and hesitated to inquire about him when her phone rang. The call felt like a nightmare crashing upon her. Chapter 12. Very excited. Meng Liyue vividly remembers the time when her parents divorced, just as she was about to enter junior high school. It was then that Meng Ying discovered her husband had not only been unfaithful but had also established a new family outside their marriage, with a daughter who coincidentally shared the same birth year as Meng Liyue. The adoration and reliance she had harbored for her father shattered completely upon the revelation of this truth. Shu Dejin revealed a face entirely unfamiliar to them, compelling Meng Ying to leave with nothing but the clothes on her back. He even forced her to change her surname. Meng Liyue has never forgotten how that woman had arrogantly taunted them. "If it weren't for Dejin's need for your family support in his career, would he have married you? Now that your father has stepped back, Dejin has soared to great heights. Naturally he will choose me. I am his true love. Oh, by the way, I have already changed the age of my daughter Moti, making her a year older than yours. From now on, should anyone inquire, it will be you who forced Dejin into marriage. You are the mistress, while me and my daughter are the true victims, understand?" The venomous, insidious visage of that woman has been etched deep within Meng Liyue's heart. Consequently, during her junior high years, Meng Liyue, who attended the same school as Shimoti, suffered greatly from malicious rumors, leaving her nearly friendless. It was clear that she was the innocent party. As she progressed to high school, Shimoti escalated her torment, even learning to manipulate others to trouble Meng Liyue, all while maintaining her cold detachment. It wasn't until she entered university, stepping into a completely new world, that Shumoti seemed to have little time to harass her, allowing Meng Liyue to finally escape the shadows of her past. Yet today, Shumoti called again. When did you become an airport controller? If you don't want all your colleagues to know your background, come meet me. Her voice laid bare all the painful memories of the past. Fortunately, Meng Liyue was no longer the fragile girl she once was. Fine, let's meet at that milk tea shop by the affiliated school. You better be on time. She still recalled how Shumoti had once doused her with a cup of milk tea there. It was time for her to retaliate. Fueled with a surge of fighting spirit, Meng Liyue changed her clothes and set off with a determined stride. Just then, the door to the guest room swung open. Li Fuzheng emerged with his hands in his pockets. He had no shifts today and had been assembling a Lego airplane set gifted to him by friends for his birthday. With only a few pieces left, he heard Meng Liyue's voice resonating from the living room. Her typically gentle tone had transformed into one filled with aggression, laced with a suppressed excitement. At the affiliated school, in the milk tea shop, Li Fuzheng raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that since he had nothing to do, he might as well take a look. It had been a long time since Meng Liyue had experienced such exhilarating emotions. The last time was perhaps during her first issued control directive. Upon entering the milk tea shop, she found only Shumoti and Wan Ranguang inside, as the sycophant Shirpei was absent. So, what brings you here today? Meng Liyue, devoid of makeup and sporting a simple hairstyle for convenience, still appeared quite attractive. Seeing her current appearance, Shumoti clenched her teeth and smirked. Just catching up. Why are you so nervous? There's no need for us to pretend anymore. You didn't see how embarrassed Wan Ranguang was the other day. It was rather amusing. Wan Ranguang's face turned pale with anger. Moti, look at her. She's so arrogant now. She doesn't even regard you. Meng Liyue apologized to her. In this regard, Shumoti had not changed. She would always find a grandiloquent excuse to place herself in a position of superiority. Wan Ranguang, who had been used as a pawn for so many years, felt genuinely touched, believing Shumoti was truly defending her. On what grounds? Meng Liyue retorted coldly. Shumoti looked down at her with scorn. If you refuse to comply, all your colleagues. She calmly warned, you need not threaten me. My mother married Xu Dejin first, and if you dare to spread such rumors, we shall meet in court. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? With a single word from me, you'll be dismissed by tomorrow, believe it or not. Shumoti sneered, confident in her family's current power to crush Meng Liyue beneath their heel. Clenching her fists, Meng Liyue glanced toward the counter of the milk tea shop, where she had placed an order online prior to her arrival. The owner had already prepared it and was now quietly observing the scene. Swiftly, she approached the counter, retrieved her milk tea, tore off the plastic seal, and without giving Shumoti a moment to react, she poured the entire contents over her. Shumoti had never anticipated such retaliation. Her hair, face, and clothes were all drenched in the sticky liquid, with a layer of greasy milk froth on top. Finally regaining her composure, her arrogance evaporated, and her voice turned shrill as she screamed, "A Meng Liyue! What are you doing?" Meng Liyue smiled with satisfaction, relishing the moment. I'm simply returning the favor for how you treated me before. You're finished. Shumoti looked up and saw the man behind Meng Liyue. Her expression shifted instantly. The previously domineering fury vanished, replaced by a tone of feigned innocence. "A Fuzheng, I came to reason with her, and she doused me with milk tea." "Who, Li Fuzheng?" Meng Liyue stiffened as she turned to meet a pair of deep-set eyes. He was looking at her, his expression inscrutable. Her heart suddenly tightened, biting her lip as a torrent of emotion surged within her. Did Shumoti call him here? Their relationship must still be quite close. "Are you all right?" The man, his face cold and somber, finally spoke, his voice low. Shumoti quickly played the victim. "I'm a bit uncomfortable." Before leaving, her mother had gone to see Aunt Shen and surely informed Li Fuzheng of her whereabouts. Why hadn't her mother given her a heads up about his visit? Regardless, Meng Liyue knew she would not have an easy day today. Shumoti thought to herself, then resumed her act of innocence. Fujing, I just wanted to help Meng Liyue and Wan Ranguang resolve their misunderstanding. It hurts my feelings that she treated me this way, yet before she could finish, she noticed Li Fujing taking a tissue from the table and offering it to the visibly tense Meng Liyue. His tone was unexpectedly gentle. It got on you, here, wipe it off. Shumoti's pupils dilated in disbelief. Chapter 13, Are You Living Together? Meng Liyue herself was unaware that she had spilled the milk tea with excessive force, leaving a few droplets on the hem of her clothing. Thank you, her voice was barely a whisper as she accepted the tissue, lowering her gaze to wipe the stain. Li Fujing remained quietly by her side, not casting a glance at anyone else, as if only concerned with Meng Liyue. How could that be? Shumoti clenched her teeth in secret. The assistance Li Fujing offered Meng Liyue back then was merely an act of kindness towards a stray cat or dog, so how could he now exhibit such special attention towards her? Fujing, for the sake of our shared status as classmates, I really don't want to hold a grudge against her. My mother is visiting Aunt Shen today, shall we dine together tonight? During their high school days, Shumoti leveraged her mother's friendship with his mother to create more opportunities for interaction than others could manage. She showcased a closer relationship with Li Fujing, inciting envy among countless girls at school. Unfortunately, after his graduation, Li Fujing went abroad, and Shumoti seldom had the chance to see him. Upon learning of his return, she felt a surge of secret delight. She regretted not having pursued him sooner. Had she known that the men she encountered afterward paled in comparison to him, she would not have been so reserved, merely maintaining a friendship. Confidently, Shumoti resolved to hasten her efforts to win Li Fujing over. How about we go to Linjiang restaurant? Their Chaoju cuisine is quite excellent, and it suits both you and Auntie's palate, which leans towards lighter flavors. Hearing Shumoti's familiar and intimate tone, Meng Liyue was reminded of many past scenes, and in that instant, an indescribable pang of bitterness welled up within her. However, as the years have passed, she could only stand unnoticed in the corners, envying Shumoti's prominence, walking beside the admired Li Fujing, discussing matters exclusive to them. Things were different now. She raised her eyes to the man before her, who appeared languid, as if preparing to turn and respond to Shumoti. Li Fujing. Meng Liyue called out, a hint of urgency in her voice. As his face turned towards her, she hastily concocted a reason, saying, the showerhead in the bathroom seems to be broken. Li Fujing's gaze met hers, his brow arching slightly. Broken? Yes indeed. Meng Liyue felt a twinge of guilt, hastily averting her eyes. She then noticed that Shumoti and Wan Ranguang, standing nearby, wore expressions of shock and disbelief, especially Shumoti, whose eyes were filled with incredulity. Meng Liyue, what are you saying? You too? Her voice quivered with the weight of her collapsing emotions. Unfortunately, no one paid her heed. Li Fujing merely nodded. Let's go check it out. If there's an issue, we'll call someone to fix it. Meng Liyue struggled to suppress the smile that threatened to curve her lips, her buoyant tone betraying her current state of joy. All right. Let's go. The moment the man turned away, Shumoti called out to him, unable to contain her rising anger. Aren't you joining us for dinner tonight? Li Fujing finally acknowledged her, casting a sidelong glance. My mom has plans tonight. I probably won't be going to Linjiang restaurant. Is that so? Shumoti's expression momentarily froze before she feigned nonchalance, saying, then let's arrange another time. By the way, you're not staying at home, are you? I heard you both talking about a broken showerhead. Meng Liyue rented your place. Are you living together? She was unwilling to admit that the implication of Meng Liyue's earlier words was precisely what she initially feared. If it were true, where would she hide her face? Shumoti found it hard to accept and sought alternative explanations. If Meng Liyue had indeed rented Li Fujing's apartment, it would clarify matters. Yes, we are living together, Li Fujing replied without hesitation, adding in a languid tone, but it's not a shared lease. Then that means, because we are married. Meng Liyue's clear voice resonated within the milk tea shop, its weight akin to a £1,000 declaration. She herself was uncertain where the courage had sprung from. Even now, she could not fathom why, if Li Fuzheng sought a marriage partner to avoid complications, he would choose her over Shumoti. Yet, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for Shumoti. The shadowy memories she carried were all due to Shumoti. Even if this bold public declaration of their relationship might displease Li Fuzheng, she chose to act on impulse just this once. You two are married. As expected, Shumoti could no longer maintain her facade, her voice sharp as she questioned. Are you seeking revenge against me? You know very well that I know nothing at all, Meng Liyue interrupted, clenching her fists and feigning calmness as she addressed Li Fuzheng. Shall we leave now? This was not the first time Li Fuzheng had witnessed the hidden. It was quite intriguing that he could also discern that this girl was using him to provoke her rival. Lacking experience and somewhat anxious, the smile that had been playing at his lips faded as her gaze grew increasingly unsettled. He nodded, millimeter. Watching Meng Liyue depart with Li Fuzheng, Wan Ranguang finally dared to voice her frustration. That little schemer is far too cunning. How long has Li Fuzheng been back? And she's already managed to ensnare. It was bad enough that she had gained nothing today, but now she had been outmaneuvered by Meng Liyue, who had mocked her with such astonishing news. Meng Liyue was intentionally retaliating. Unable to accept this reality, she resolved to return home immediately to report to her father. She would not allow Meng Liyue to have it easy. The atmosphere in the car on the way home was thick with silence. Meng Liyue was uncertain what to say, while Li Fuzheng, one hand gripping the steering wheel, focused intently on the road ahead. She dared only to steal glances at him from the corner of her eye. Her gaze fell upon the sharply defined contours of his profile, and even such a simple act made her heart race uncontrollably. Upon arriving home, Meng Liyue hastily made her way to the master bedroom. Just as she was about to close the door, a long arm reached out to block her. Meeting his calm gaze, Li Fuzheng spoke softly. Did you not mention the showerhead was broken? I'm going to take a look. Oh. Meng Liyue regretted her poor choice of excuse but steeled herself to open the door and let him in. Li Fuzheng's tall figure approached her, moving leisurely towards the master bathroom, where he began inspecting the shower. With a splash, water gushed forth, and Meng Liyue nervously chuckled. It seems there's no problem after all. The man turned slightly, a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Let me know when there's an issue. Millimeter. Meng Liyue bit her lip, her smile fading. As he was about to leave, she clenched her fists, summoning her courage to ask, why did you come today? Initially, she had thought Li Fuzheng had come for Shumoti, yet today, his demeanor towards Shumoti was cold, almost dismissive. Could it be that he had come specifically for her? A flicker of unwarranted hope ignited within Meng Liyue's heart. Chapter 14, so that you do not suffer loss. Li Fuzheng suddenly chuckled. I just happened to overhear your phone call. Since I have nothing pressing to attend to, I thought I might as well intervene to prevent any potential conflict that could lead to your misfortune. The anticipation that had been bubbling within her was abruptly deflated, and with a soft "phut," Meng Liyue pressed her lips together. After a moment, she managed to regain her composure and defended herself. I am not the person I once was. Indeed, it is quite evident, Li Fuzheng remarked, a rare smile illuminating his features as if struck by a sudden realization. Your action of splashing milk tea was precise and ruthless. Meng Liyue found herself at a loss. Hesitantly, she inquired, do you think my behavior towards Shumoti is excessive? They were friends, and despite the current state of Shumoti's relationship with Li Fuzheng being somewhat strained, they had once been quite close. Li Fuzheng's response was unexpected. I do not have the authority to judge whether your actions are excessive. You are the one who has endured the hurt. How you choose to confront her is your prerogative and a matter solely between the two of you. He always emanated an air of detached indifference, yet possessed an irresistible allure. Meng Liyue was acutely aware that beneath his seemingly cold exterior lay a deeper complexity. Her earlier discomfort began to dissipate. Thank you, I have not truly assisted you, he replied. It was she who had risen in rebellion, liberating herself from the nightmares of the past, daring to declare war against those who had wronged her. As Li Fuzheng moved towards the exit, he suddenly paused, asking, "What shall we have for dinner?" "Anything will do, perhaps we could order takeout," she suggested. "Let us dine out instead. Would it not be inconvenient?" "There is nothing inconvenient about it. Moreover, if Madame Chen were to discover that I went out for dinner with friends while leaving you at home to eat takeout, how do you think she would react?" Meng Liyue blinked, curiosity piqued. How would she react? "She would likely call me at least 3 times to ensure that I am taking good care of you." Aunt Shen was genuinely concerned about his marital affairs. "I will change my clothes quickly." "Very well." Li Fujing kindly closed the door behind him. As soon as his presence had receded, Meng Liyue sighed in relief. When he was near, she felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, often finding it difficult to meet his gaze. What would happen in the future, living under the same roof? With such proximity, she feared that one day she might act impulsively, losing her composure entirely. As she stepped out, Meng Liyue wore a blue spaghetti-strap dress, her long hair partially tied back, and a soft peach-colored lipstick adorned her lips, perfectly complementing her fair complexion and rendering her radiant. Li Fujing, on the other hand, opted for a casual black short-sleeve shirt and relaxed trousers, yet, his towering stature alone commanded attention. Combined with his striking features, they attracted the gaze of their neighbors as they descended the elevator, who perceived them as an exceptionally well-matched couple. Along the way, it seemed Li Fujing received a call from his friends regarding their dinner plans. On the road. Add one more to the party. Stop with the chatter, you will know when they arrive. He hung up swiftly, then turned towards her, saying, "It's my childhood friend. I will introduce you when the time comes." All right. Meng Liyue felt a flutter of anticipation. Perhaps getting to know Li Fujing's friends would bring her closer to him. Upon arriving at the restaurant located in the new district, Meng Liyue realized she had never been there before. The atmosphere was discreet and serene, and she found herself following closely behind Li Fujing, feeling a surge of apprehension. Her personality was not particularly extroverted, and thus, she could not help but feel nervous. "Finally, you grace us with your presence, Li Fujing. It has been quite a challenge to arrange this meeting," exclaimed one of the 2 men as they opened the private dining room door, both immediately noticing Meng Liyue beside him. They both froze, exchanging glances in silence. Li Fujing, however, remained unfazed and walked straight in. He had reserved a seat for himself and graciously pulled out a chair for Meng Liyue, gesturing for her to sit. "Please, take a seat." "Thank you." She made an effort to maintain a faint smile as she approached. The others finally regained their composure. "Shall we not have introductions?" inquired the man with the buzz cut, whose strong features emanated a commanding presence. Li Fujing slightly turned his body, resting an arm on the back of the chair, and glanced at Meng Liyue before responding in a calm tone, "This is my wife." He saw no need for subtlety. Since their marriage was a reality, there was no intention to keep it concealed, even if he did not intend to broadcast it to the world. As his words lingered in the air, an unprepared Meng Liyue felt her cheeks flush, while the other 2 in the room fell into silence once more. "Did I hear that correctly?" questioned the man in the floral shirt, his expression somewhat perplexed. The buzzcut man was the first to comprehend the implication. "No, Li Fujing indeed stated he is married." "Li Fujing, you are quite something. To reveal such significant news only now." Li Fujing merely chuckled lightly, seemingly indifferent. "It is never too late to share." He then began to introduce Meng Liyue to his friends. The man with the buzzcut was named Qi Ji, while the one in the floral shirt was Ning Gishu, both childhood friends who had grown up in the same neighborhood. Furthermore, Qi Ji was an Air Force pilot, flying fighter jets. As Li Fujing spoke, Meng Liyue could discern the subtle yearning in his tone. This must have been his dream, alas. "Should I call you sister-in-law?" Ning Gishu remarked, his demeanor rather casual. However, his gaze held a scrutinizing quality, as if assessing what merit she possessed to have married Li Fujing. "Do not tease her," Li Fujing said, pouring water into a cup and placing it before Meng Liyue, offering a neutral reminder. "So you are protective of her. It seems this is indeed a genuine marriage, not a facade. Ning Yishu finally adopted a more serious tone, yet, Meng Liyue could sense that he still harbored some reservations about her. The reasons behind this eluded her, but thankfully, Li Fuzheng was present. Although he was somewhat aloof, he ensured she did not feel awkward and attended to her needs, even if it was merely an instinctive act of chivalry. Meng Liyue felt a secret thrill of happiness. During your last training session, the airspace was nearly monopolized. I barely managed to land, Li Fuzheng casually mentioned as they began their meal. He then turned to Meng Liyue, saying, "You were the one who reminded me not to veer too far east that day." The memory struck her. That day had indeed been when Qiji's team was conducting training. Qiji, not one for many words, then turned his focus to Meng Liyue and asked, "Are you in approach control?" Yes, Meng Liyue nodded. That evening, half of the sector I was responsible for was taken over by your team. He was quite polite in his response. "I apologize if our night training caused you any inconvenience." "Not at all. Cooperating with you was simply part of the job." Noticing their engaging conversation, Li Fuzheng raised an eyebrow and placed a piece of meat into Meng Liyue's bowl, urging, "Do not forget to eat." She shot him a quick glance, struggling to suppress her "thank you." After finishing her meal, Meng Liyue excused herself. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly ran into Ning Yishu. Just as she was about to greet him, he gave her an enigmatic smile and remarked, "Quite impressive." Chapter 15. What a glance. Meng Liyue finally discerned the mockery in Ning Yishu's gaze. Until now, she had never encountered him, let alone had any conflicts. Thus, Ning Yishu's animosity towards her was utterly baffling. To be honest, she struggled to comprehend the reason behind it. Faced with this inexplicable aversion, Meng Liyue opted for silence, maintaining a calm gaze locked with his. She felt no urgency or panic. Despite the unknown cause, the person who despised her was a friend of Li Fuzheng. Perhaps, having endured sufficient malice throughout her life, she remained more composed than one might expect. Her clear, luminous eyes fixated on Ning Yishu, and the many sarcastic remarks he had initially prepared suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, he could only muster, "How long do you think you and Li Fuzheng can be together? Is this something a friend should be concerned about, or do you mean to say?" Meng Liyue's words trailed off, revealing a complex expression that was difficult to articulate. Ning Yishu, amused by her demeanor, retorted, "What do you mean by that?" "I mean nothing at all. You can't possibly think that I..." Meng Liyue feigned innocence. "I have said nothing. I merely heard some things about you from Moti, and I can't fathom how you managed to deceive Fuzheng into marrying you. It is quite a talent, but emotions built on deceit cannot endure for long. You should understand that. So it was because of Xu Moti. He knows her. It seems Xu Moti has been so rattled by her marriage to Li Fuzheng that she resorted to slandering him through his friends to vent her frustrations." How amusing. Does Xu Moti think this is still the era of school? A few rumors and deliberate isolation could dismantle her. "Mr. Ning, you are Fuzheng's friend, and I should afford you respect, but respect must be mutual. Thus, even if some of my words may not be particularly pleasant, I must speak them." Meng Liyue smiled briefly before suppressing the curve of her lips and staring intently at him, doubting his choice while succumbing to another's baseless rumors is quite foolish. Furthermore, Xu Moti has you dancing to her tune. Whatever she says, you believe. Do you know how to describe that? She paused, her voice laced with amusement, a sycophant. The well-dressed young Master Ning had never been so openly reprimanded, and his expression darkened instantly. "Do you dare insult me? Don't you think that just because you are now married to Fuzheng, you can act recklessly? Sooner or later, when your true colors are revealed, Ning Yishu, who asked you to meddle?" His furious tone was swiftly interrupted by Li Fuzheng, who appeared behind them without warning. The tall, imposing man strode forward, his brow furrowed, his expression grim. Ning Yishu tightened his jaw, emphasizing, "Fuzheng, I merely learned of her true nature and wanted to issue a warning." Li Fuzheng stood firm, exuding an intense aura. "This is my personal affair, and I do not require anyone's interference. Or do you believe I lack the capacity to make the right decisions?" "Of course not, but apologize to her." Li Fuzheng's innate dominance, usually subdued, now radiated an unyielding chill, filled with intimidation. Ning Yixu met his gaze, and after a moment of realization regarding his seriousness, turned to Meng Liyue and said, "I'm sorry." Meng Liyue, devoid of much emotion, replied, "If you truly apologize, I can accept it. I do not wish to see you." After speaking, he turned back to Meng Liyue, returning to a neutral demeanor, "Let us go." All right. Meng Liyue, averse to conflict, was relieved that Li Fuzheng had. She suppressed her inner delight, walking beside him while stealing glances at his side profile, which radiated an air of danger. "So handsome." As they passed the entrance to the private room, Li Fuzheng nodded to Qi, offering no further commentary. Meng Liyue smiled politely before following suit. Once they had departed, Ning Yixu returned with a sallow complexion, grabbing a wine glass from the table and gulping it down. Qi watched him coolly, offering a subtle reminder, "Did you just realize that Fuzheng dislikes others interfering in his decisions? Am I not doing this for his own good? Does he need it?" Qi shook his head. And regarding Xu Moti, her words hold little credibility. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Qi scoffed lightly. "You are hot-headed and reckless, fully aware of her interest in Li Fuzheng, yet you still fell for it. Did you think I would be hurt?" Ning Yixu muttered, I didn't think she would harm him. Approaching 30, use your brain a bit." Qi, unwilling to lecture him further, stood up. "I'm heading back to the tea." "Oh." Left alone, young Master Ning replayed the scene of Meng Liyue countering him in his mind. That woman appeared gentle and demure, yet her words were sharp. What a discerning eye Li Fuzheng has. Meng Liyue settled into Li Fuzheng's car, a hint of worry prompting her to inquire, "Will this affect your relationship?" "It's fine. This thick-headed fool holds no ground." He was the youngest in his family, with capable siblings, and thus experienced no pressure, leading him to live rather frivolously, resulting in a certain lack of perception. At a red light, they stopped. Li Fuzheng turned his face towards Meng Liyue, speaking in a low tone. "Xu Moti's mother used to be quite close to Mrs. Shen. During high school, she often visited my home. She met Ning Yixu around that time, but I'm unaware if they have kept in touch all these years." This had inadvertently given Xu Moti the opportunity to defame Meng Liyue before Ning Yixu. Meeting Li Fuzheng's deep, dark gaze, Meng Liyue was momentarily taken aback. Was he explaining this to her? Her heart raced, quickening with each heartbeat as she stared at him blankly. Meng Liyue. Suddenly, Li Fuzheng turned back, driving off as the light turned green, his voice slightly hoarse. "There's no need to look at me with such a moved expression." His temperatureless reminder pulled her from her reverie, and Meng Liyue blushed, hurriedly averting her gaze. "I'm sorry, having seldom been trusted." The fact that he had acted as any decent person would made her feel overwhelmingly touched. Li Fuzheng believed this, understanding what Meng Liyue had endured in her past, and thus naturally concluded that she was merely grateful for his trust in a critical moment. He absent. This girl was far too naive. If someone with ulterior motives were to pierce through her vulnerabilities, they could easily manipulate her. Upon arriving home, Meng Liyue hurried into her bedroom. She felt somewhat embarrassed and reluctant to see him again. After waking from a nap, she noticed Li Fuzheng was absent and contemplated inquiring about his whereabouts but feared he might find it bothersome. So, she opted to visit her family instead, accompanying her mother for a meal and shopping. "I heard that woman is also quite familiar with Aunt Shen." Meng Liyue cautiously broached the subject, fearing it would upset her mother. However, Mrs. Meng had long since come to terms with it, calmly stating, "Rest assured, Aunt Shen will no longer associate with her." Chapter 16, Emergency. It was only after I had known you, Aunt Shen, for some time that I shared my past experiences with her, and that was when she learned of my true identity. She too was deceived while befriending that woman. Li Mu was exceptionally capable and astute. After her husband's sacrifice, she managed to regain her composure and achieved remarkable success in her career. Furthermore, her family background was quite influential, attracting many who sought to win her favor. Initially, she had her suspicions regarding Meng Ying's motives, but after conducting an investigation, she ultimately confirmed the truth from years ago. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Upon discovering that she had been misled for so many years, she was infuriated and even contemplated confronting the perpetrator directly. I advise you, Aunt Shin, to distance. They will only grow more anxious as time goes on. Meng Liyue couldn't help but chuckle. Your strategy is quite clever. That mother-daughter duo is still perplexed. Ye, your happiness is all that matters. For Meng Ying, divorce was a release. The pain of past injuries had long since faded, and she felt content knowing her daughter had grown up safely and found a suitable partner to marry. Mom, please don't worry about me. If they did, she wouldn't be merciful. Suddenly, Meng's mother recalled something. It's getting late. You should return home tonight, right? Is Fujing at home? Yes. Meng Liyue. Li Fujing was absent. Meng Liyue glanced at her phone, but there were no messages from him. She suddenly realized that even though they were married, she remained distanced from him. Under the same roof, their relationship was merely a temporary arrangement, a facade to placate the elder's incessant inquiries. He showed no interest in anyone else, and similarly, he did not harbor affection for her. As the weekend came to an end, Meng Liyue gathered her spirits, striving to shield herself from external disturbances. During the pre-shift meeting, she received a weather forecast indicating that conditions were again unfavorable. Having meticulously studied the sector allocations, flight path orientations, and key areas for radar-guided airspace, Meng Liyue was assigned to work alongside a newcomer. They were tasked with managing the most severe thunderstorms in Sector 02, signifying that her superiors had sufficient confidence in her capabilities to bear such significant responsibility. After completing the handover at their positions, Meng Liyue firmly grasped the microphone and promptly issued her first directive. Oriental 2668, turn to heading 150, cleared for blind approach to 02R. The crew promptly echoed back, left turn 150, cleared for blind approach to. Numerous flights, hindered by the inclement weather, were forced to circle in the 02 sector under Meng Liyue's supervision, awaiting further instructions. Southern 3427, descend to 1800. Descending to 1800, Southern 3427. Hualong 8168, proceed southeast for 5 nautical miles to hold. Proceeding southeast for 5 nautical miles to hold, Hualong 8168. Haching approach, ZH 9133, requesting. Suddenly, Meng Liyue's headset was filled with a cacophony of beeping and static, making it difficult to discern which aircraft was transmitting. This situation typically arises when multiple crews attempt to speak simultaneously, eager to express their needs, rendering the controller unable to accurately assess or issue commands. Fortunately, before the chaos ensued, she had already recognized the deep, languid tone belonging to someone familiar. ZH 9133, there was interference earlier. Please confirm your request. Meng Liyue inhaled deeply, regaining her composure, and requested him to repeat his message. Requesting to descend quickly, utilizing runway 02L for landing. There is a passenger on board experiencing heart discomfort. ZH 9133. Li Fujing's voice, once again calm, conveyed a request that was far from simple amidst the thunderstorm. The rookie beside Meng Liyue, who had yet to be assigned a task, grew tense upon hearing the urgency of the situation. However, her composed demeanor remained unchanged, her gaze fixated on the automated system. ZH 9133, Haching approach radar has you in sight. Maintain current heading, descend to 2400 and hold. I will assist you in coordinating. The pilot and the approach controller could not see one another, relying solely on radio frequencies for communication. Each transmission carried immense significance. Li Fujing promptly repeated, descend to 2400 and hold. ZH 9133. He refrained from monopolizing the frequency, seemingly placing sufficient trust in Meng Liyue, confident that she could swiftly navigate a path around the thunderstorms for a safe landing. After receiving his confirmation, Meng Liyue immediately turned to the trainee controller beside her. Call the tower to coordinate and clear 02L. Understood, Yuejie. The trainee controller, not daring to delay, swiftly set to work. Returning her focus to the radar screen, Meng Liyue continued without pause, her mind racing as she quickly issued directives. Her clear and resonant voice flowed seamlessly, decisively positioning all relevant flights within the sector. Shenzhen 9411, turn to heading 300, climb to 3000. Hainan 7447, maintain heading, climb to standard pressure 3600. Tibet 9882, turn to heading 090, right deviation 3 nautical miles, descend to 2700 and hold. CES 5152, descend and maintain 3300 m. Under her methodical guidance, all aircraft in the sector maneuvered to their designated positions, avoiding the thunderstorms while establishing the optimal route for landing. Meng Liu exhaled deeply, re-establishing communication with ZH-9133, her voice light and melodious, altitude down to 1800, first on the speed. Her directive implied that ZH-9133 could approach unimpeded, securing a landing path at maximum speed. In the cockpit, Li Fuzheng piloted the aircraft, subtly raising an eyebrow. Over the years, he had encountered many capable approach controllers, yet this was the first time he felt an ineffable and indelible connection with one. Hearing her voice resonate on the high frequency was indeed a peculiar experience. Chapter 17. I wonder if she has a boyfriend? Fengnan 9133. Continue your approach to runway 02L. Radar service terminated. Contact the tower on 123. 0. Goodbye. With the conclusion of the approach command, Meng Liu's voice faded away. Li Fuzheng switched frequencies and reconfirmed the passenger status, preparing to execute the landing procedure. The co-pilot in the right seat quietly remarked, "This timing is indeed record-breaking. I hope the passenger is not in serious trouble." Outside the window, the runway loomed closer, and within minutes, the flight landed steadily on 02L. To the right of the touchdown point on runway 02L lies the headquarters of China Southern Airlines, allowing for a swift taxi to the parking position, taking less than 20 minutes in total. Shenzhen Airport is equipped with a VDGS, a visual docking guidance system, commonly referred to as automatic parking, eliminating the need for ground crew to provide guidance. Post-landing checklist complete. They stepped outside, where an ambulance awaited on the apron. The medical team promptly transported the patient to the hospital after providing emergency treatment. Such emergency protocols are not uncommon in the civil aviation industry, with the entire process being swift and efficient, not wasting a moment. By this time, most passengers had disembarked, and the purser approached Li Fuzheng to report, "Captain, the patient's family has accompanied him to the hospital. He should be fine." "Indeed, let me know if there are any updates." The co-pilot, holding a flight bag, glanced at his watch, at least half an hour ahead of schedule. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. That controller, aside from having a lovely voice, issued commands swiftly. In some places, it might not have been this efficient, just like the airport they landed at last night. Perhaps due to the high volume of flights in a short time, the controllers in the corresponding sector became overwhelmed, mixing up several flight numbers. Thankfully, they corrected themselves in time, preventing any erroneous commands, which as pilots, is somewhat frustrating. Speaking just a few words in front of him made her blush, her inherently shy and introverted nature contrasting sharply with her decisive and efficient demeanor at work. "Captain, the car has arrived. Shall we go?" "Yes." Descending the work stairs from the jet bridge to the apron, as Li Fuzheng boarded the crew bus, a woman following the purser hurriedly stepped in ahead of him, occupying the co-pilot's seat. The seating arrangements in crew vehicles generally follow an unwritten rule: captain in the front row, followed by the co-pilot, then the purser, with the flight attendant seated at the back. Her actions left the others somewhat bewildered. "Fuzheng, I didn't get a chance to speak with you today." Li Fuzheng turned his head to meet Shumoti's sparkling eyes. She was flying the second position today, serving as the purser in the rear cabin, so aside from a brief exchange during the crew coordination meeting where he shared insights about the day's flight route conditions, they hadn't had a moment to converse privately. It was quite a coincidence that she was on this flight with him. Shumoti had landed in Qingdao on another flight the night before and was supposed to fly to a different city with that crew today, but due to a change in aircraft type, she was reassigned. Learning that Li Fuzheng was the captain of this flight made her quite pleased, and she had no intention of concealing the fact that they were already acquainted. Sure enough, upon seeing her take the front seat, the purser's expression shifted slightly. "Do you know Captain Li? We're high school classmates." Shumoti lifted her chin, her voice clear enough for the entire crew bus to hear. The co-pilot scratched his head and readily relinquished his seat to her. However, Li Fuzheng was already engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to her earlier words. Shumoti bit her lip in frustration and, with a deliberately familiar tone, asked, "My mom mentioned that Anshin has been quite busy lately. What has Anshin been up to?" "Exercising, hiking, traveling," he replied without looking up, his words few. "That does sound quite busy." Shumoti's smile faded. For quite some time, her mother had been unable to schedule a meeting with Anshin. They had assumed Anshin was preoccupied with important matters. However, hearing Li Fuzheng say this, it was merely leisure activities. How could she be too busy to even spare time for afternoon tea or a dinner? It was clear she was deliberately avoiding them. What had they done to offend Anshin? As the crew bus traveled a short distance, Li Fuzheng suddenly had a thought and said directly to the driver, "Driver, just drop me off at the control center, thank you." "Certainly." While the others were unaware of Li Fuzheng's reasons for going to the control center, Shumoti's expression changed immediately. At that moment, the co-pilot and observer were discussing the approach controller from earlier, complimenting her voice while expressing admiration for her capabilities. The co-pilot even mused aloud, "I wonder if she has a boyfriend." Li Fuzheng glanced back, his demeanor growing distant and cold. Just as he was about to speak, Shumoti interjected, "Brother, what was the situation like at the control center today?" The co-pilot eagerly began to describe it in vivid detail. Soon, the crew bus exited the airport control zone and arrived at the spot where Li Fuzheng would disembark. He picked up his flight bag and overnight bag and politely nodded to the others, "I'm off." "Goodbye, Captain." As the door closed, the observant purser suddenly turned to Shumoti with a smirk, "Aren't you joining Captain Li?" "I have things to do at home today, so I won't be going with him. I'll arrange to meet him another day, along with his mother, Anshin, for a meal." "Is that so? But why is Captain Li going to the control center, do you know?" "I have no idea, I'll ask later." Shumoti forced a smile, then turned to the co-pilot, "Brother, are you quite interested in that approach controller?" "Why, do you know her?" "Yes." "Oh. Then introduce her to me, make a connection." Shumoti began to contemplate. Knowing Li Fuzheng's character, he likely would not appreciate unnecessary entanglements with other men. She also found it hard to believe that Li Fuzheng had feelings for Meng Liyue. Their potential marriage might stem from other reasons. Moreover, Meng Liyue had never been particularly popular, making it rare for a pilot with such charisma to show interest in her. It could very well be. After 2 hours of uninterrupted work, Meng Liyue finally stepped down from her seat, able to take a moment to rest. She had just returned to the break room to grab her phone when she noticed a message that made her heart race. "I'm at the control hall downstairs." Sent by Li Fuzheng. She stared at his profile picture for a moment, informed her supervisor, and hurried downstairs. He was waiting for her at the entrance. Simply knowing this fact was enough to bring her joy. Chapter 18, Under the Umbrella. A man standing downstairs with an umbrella momentarily captivated Meng Liyue's attention. Ignoring the persistent rain, she dashed towards him. "What brings you here?" As she approached Li Fuzheng, she deliberately slowed her pace, uncertain whether her actions were merely a way to deceive herself. Soon, she found herself beneath his umbrella. The air was thick with a sticky humidity, mingling with the warmth, while raindrops, swept in by the wind, danced on her face, slightly dampening the strands of hair by her ears. It was uncomfortable, yet, the mere act of being close to Li Fuzheng, witnessing his presence, filled Meng Liyue with uncontainable joy. She fixated on him, oblivious to the way he subtly leaned the umbrella towards her. After all, it was a matter of life. "Thanks to your guidance," Li Fuzheng said, lowering his gaze to meet her eyes with a serious tone. Meng Liyue's heart raced uncontrollably, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue from her joy. "As long as the passenger is all right. Do you have any flights today?" She chastised herself for feeling so unworthy. Upon seeing him, she forgot everything, even that he hadn't returned the previous night. She had surmised that he had a flight to execute, and the essence of their marriage allowed her to come to terms with it. He was under no obligation to inform her of his itinerary. "I was supposed to fly to Guangzhou tonight, but most flights there have been cancelled. We'll see if the weather improves by tomorrow," he replied, a frown creasing his brow as he mentioned work, revealing his frustration. Meng Liyue recalled the radar weather map she had seen that day, depicting a squall line stretching for hundreds of kilometers, which had resulted in severe convective weather across multiple cities, causing numerous flight delays and cancellations. Every summer, those in civil aviation fervently prayed for a bit of sunshine and pleasant breezes. Well, perhaps you should head back. Li Fujing nodded, then casually inquired, what time do you finish work? 8:30. After this shift, she would still have another 2-hour duty, meaning she would finish late into the evening. All right, he said, glancing towards the nearby exit. Let me walk you over. The rain is heavy, and I wouldn't want you to catch a cold. Though it was merely a few steps, Li Fujing still held the umbrella over her, accompanying her into the control center before turning to leave. His tall silhouette gradually faded into the curtain of rain. Meng Liyue pressed her hand to her chest, realizing that harboring a secret crush was truly a tormenting affair. Any casual action from him would ignite extravagant hopes, yet she had to remind herself not to be too naive. After leaving the control center, Li Fujing hailed a cab back to the airline's parking lot. Why had he come at that moment? Just to see Meng Liyue and express his gratitude. Settling into the car, he caught a glimpse of his own sharp features in the rearview mirror, his brow furrowed in contemplation, clearly still pondering the true reason, yet, perhaps the answer would not reveal itself so swiftly. As Meng Liyue emerged from the building housing the control center, the rain had ceased. She hesitated between taking the bus or hailing a cab when she was taken aback by the sight before her. Xu Mortian, what are you doing here? With an air of arrogance, Xu Mortian smiled at her. Just passing by, thought I'd check in. Do you think I would believe that? Actually, it's because the first officer on Fujing's flight today wanted to meet you. He asked me to act as an intermediary to see if you might be interested. Meng Liyue frowned. What? Xu Mortian, clearly reveling in her discomfort, replied, Fujing didn't he tell you, did he? We were on the same flight today, the one where a passenger suffered a heart attack. They had flown back together. This meant they had been in the same city the previous night. Li Fujing hadn't he informed her and hadn't he made any contact, yet Xu Mortian could be so close to him. No wonder Xu Mortian exuded such a smug demeanor now. Meng Liyue felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, however, unwilling to show weakness in front of someone she despised, she buried all her emotions deep within and resolutely rejected, I have no intention of meeting anyone else. There's nothing for us to discuss, goodbye. Wait. Xu Mortian, oblivious to her unease, added fuel to the fire, you must be feeling pretty upset. Fujing married you merely because it was more convenient. You should know that in your heart. Is it not possible that I find marrying him more convenient as well? Seizing the moment while Xu Mortian was taken aback, Meng Liyue allowed a sardonic smile to curve her lips. Forget it, you wouldn't understand what I'm saying. Without another glance at Xu Mortian, she walked past her, her calm demeanor signaling her triumph. While waiting by the roadside for a cab, Meng Liyue gradually composed herself. She would not regret her decision to marry Li Fujing, even if the outcome was merely a one-woman show. Having tasted a fleeting moment with him was enough to fulfill the dreams of her youth. Meng Liyue. A low, languid voice suddenly pierced the air. She looked up, her almond-shaped eyes widening involuntarily. The man inside the car had his long arm resting on the window frame, the other hand gripping the steering wheel, his chin slightly raised. Get in, what are you waiting for? Oh. Meng Liyue circled to the passenger seat, still somewhat dazed. Just as she had calmed her emotions, she found herself faced with an unexpected situation. Why had Li Fujing come to pick her up? With a courage she could not comprehend, she asked directly, why are you here? Just happened to be free, Li Fujing replied, turning his face slightly, his tone nonchalant. This reason seemed plausible enough. Meng Liyue bit her lip. Thank you. Are you this polite to everyone? Not really. As the Land Rover retraced its path, turning around, Xu Mortian, who had just stepped out, happened to catch sight of the car speeding past her. In the passenger seat was Meng Liyue, accompanied by the handsome man at the wheel. Xu Mortian's face twisted in anger and shame, but alas, no one cared about her feelings at that moment. Have you eaten dinner? I had something at the cafeteria. All right. Upon arriving home, just before entering, Li Fuxing casually asked. As they walked inside, Meng Liyue called out to him, "Did you fly with Xu Morqian today?" Yes. He reached the dining table, poured himself a glass of water, leaning against it leisurely as he drank, his gaze settling on the slightly hesitant woman before him. She was added to the flight this morning. You didn't fly together yesterday? No. Li Fuxing was succinct, answering only what was asked. After a brief silence, he countered, "Why bring her up?" Unable to contain herself, Meng Liyue laughed, her almond eyes bright and animated. She came to provoke me today. Chapter 19 Undermining. Provocation. Indeed, she uttered some rather peculiar remarks. Meng Liyue shrugged lightly, admitting that her intention was simply to report to Li Fuxing about Xu Moti's true character. She hesitated not a moment longer. Xu Moti mentioned that she wishes to act as a go-between, introducing me to the co-pilot from your flight today. Xu Moti is fully aware of our marriage. What could her intentions possibly be? Meng Liyue did not possess a profound understanding of Li Fuxing, yet he had chosen her, and surely they should have reached a consensus regarding their union. If that were the case, Xu Moti's blatant attempts to undermine their relationship should surely be met with disapproval from him, should it not? After she spoke, Li Fuxing lowered his gaze, refraining from an immediate response, and placed his cup on the table with a measured gesture. TSK. A low, ambiguous chuckle escaped his throat. She seems rather enthusiastic. Meng Liyue blinked. In the next moment, their eyes locked, and he spoke with gravitas. If a stranger adds you on WeChat in the coming days, do not accept. Leave it to me to handle. All right, and Meng Liyue agreed readily, having no intention of getting acquainted with that co-pilot. Xu Moti's motives were clearly malicious, aimed at disrupting their bond. Furthermore, steer clear of her. Xu Moti is. Li Fuxing furrowed his brow. He had previously assisted her out of consideration for his mother, looking after a friend's daughter. However, once he discovered Xu Moti's bullying of classmates, their relationship had already grown distant. Since his departure abroad to study aviation, they had scarcely kept in touch. I understand. Meng Liyue interjected before he could finish, nodding fervently. She had no desire to engage with Xu Moti, provided that Xu Moti refrained from instigating further. The Meng Liyue of today was no longer the easily bullied girl of her high school days. Observing her clarity of thought, Li Fuxing straightened, indicating he did not intend to elaborate further. In good spirits today, Meng Liyue even refrained from retreating to the bedroom immediately upon her return, instead inquiring of Li Fuxing, "Do you wish to watch television?" No. He had some internal airline documents that remained unread, and he anticipated further study in the coming days. She felt no disappointment. After her evening routine, she nestled on the living room sofa to enjoy a variety show. Since Li Fuxing had been absent the previous day, she had learned to unwind, treating the space as her home. A life of self-entertainment proved quite delightful. When Li Fuxing concluded with his documents and emerged from the study, he found the woman on the sofa clad in pajama shorts, cradling a cushion, soundly asleep. Her features were not overly pronounced but possessed a perfect allure, with long lashes and softly tinted lips. Furthermore, her slender legs draped over the edge of the sofa were particularly striking. He paused briefly. Her demeanor suggested she had entirely forgotten that a man of conventional orientation resided within the home. Li Fuxing exhibited remarkable self-control, possessing a slight touch of obsessive cleanliness. He had not entertained romantic inclinations over the years, nor did he have any plans for casual encounters abroad. Numerous women had expressed interest in him, seeking to deepen their relationship, all of whom he had declined. Yet, the nature of Meng Liyue's relationship with him was fundamentally different. Protected by the law. Approaching her, Li Fuxing leaned slightly, attempting to rouse her. Meng Liyue. She remained unresponsive, and the phone discarded on the coffee table vibrated momentarily. A WeChat notification popped up. Director Mu, I just heard about your coordination for the flight's early landing today. You performed excellently. Li Fuxing glanced at the phone screen, a somewhat blurred figure surfacing in his memory, gradually recalling that it was her supervisor. The first time he had gone to the control center to pick up Meng Liyue, they had crossed paths. Another message appeared. Director Mu, I'll also be on leave tomorrow. Would you care to join me for a meal? How about we dine at Zuiyuan for some Cantonese cuisine? It would be a good opportunity to discuss today's matters. Li Fujing refrained from touching Meng Liyue's phone. The screen soon dimmed. Would he dine with colleagues? No discussing work. Who could say if it was merely a pretext? Certain unfounded thoughts flitted through his mind before dissipating, as he turned his gaze back to Meng Liyue's peaceful face, her slumber undisturbed. He decided not to wake her. Meng Liyue slept soundly until dawn. Stretching her arms from beneath the covers, she indulged in a particularly satisfying yawn. Whenever thunderstorms struck, the mental strain on air traffic controllers intensified exponentially, and the workload became daunting. Even if during a 12-hour work shift, only 6 hours were genuinely spent commanding from the seat, the overexertion of her mind would leave her body feeling exceptionally weary. Upon waking, she tousled her disheveled hair, preparing to wash up. Just as she descended from the bed, her body felt as though it had been struck by lightning. How had she returned to her bed? Meng Liyue vividly recalled watching a variety show on the sofa last night, and then she had fallen asleep. Had she somehow developed the peculiar ability to traverse back to her room in her sleep and lie down in bed, with no recollection of the transition? She ultimately resolved to abandon the inquiry. Li Fujing was no longer at home, however. The refrigerator held bread and milk. Meng Liyue suppressed the tumult of emotions within her as she contemplated the flight he had mentioned cancelling the night before. She searched again, discovering that it was nearly time for takeoff. At the Changcheng airport, the Zhong'an 9712 had closed its doors, received clearance from the ground, and was prepared for departure. Guided by the taxiway and tower instructions, it awaited at runway 20R. The frequency crackled with the tower's directive. Zhong'an 9712, ground wind 030 at 4 ms. You are cleared for takeoff on runway 20R. Cleared for takeoff, Zhong'an 9712. Upon completing the repetition, Li Fujing initiated the takeoff procedure. Releasing the brake, he advanced the throttle, and the A330 accelerated down the runway, the roar of the engines resonating as it quickly reached a VR speed of 140 knots. Firmly grasping the control yoke, he calmly lifted the nose, the aircraft soaring into the skies like a majestic eagle. Next, he retracted the landing gear, reduced the throttle, and stowed the flaps, while on the frequency, the tower had already transferred control. China Southern 9712, contact approach on 118. 95, goodbye. Contact 118. 95, farewell. The aircraft ascended into the sky, switching its frequency to approach control, continuously gaining altitude, piercing through the clouds, and subsequently transferring to area control. At an elevation exceeding 6,000 meters, the plane had entered its cruising phase, continuing its journey toward the destination, while the airways and airspace traversed were managed by various regional control centers. Li Fujing had requested an altitude of 9,800 meters. The process of cloud penetration experienced slight turbulence, yet remained within a manageable range. During the cruise, a sense of monotony prevailed. At this juncture, the aircraft had engaged autopilot, allowing the pilots to merely monitor the instruments, ensuring no abnormal alerts were present. The pilots in the cockpit, finding themselves with idle time, either indulged in meals or engaged in conversation. The second officer in the back was muttering, "I didn't even send out the last message. I'm doomed. I'll get scolded upon landing." "A message for your girlfriend." Li Fujing, typically reticent and exhibiting an air of aloofness, unexpectedly turned his head to speak, leaving the second officer momentarily taken aback. Chapter 20, Girls are easily insecure. Today, the second officer, who occupies the observer's seat, is in his late 20s and has entered China Southern Airlines through a major transformation program. After graduating from university, he partook in the airline's recruitment, around the same age as Li Fujing. At this moment, however, Li Fujing has already amassed over 5,000 hours of flight time as a young captain, aspiring for further promotion, yet still facing numerous hurdles. He harbors a mix of envy and admiration for Li Fujing. "Jingji, are you asking me?" "Yes." Li Fujing suddenly recalls that just before takeoff, the second officer had been preoccupied with his phone, sending messages. Surprising him, the second officer promptly replied, "Indeed, Jingji, you know how it is in our profession, we are often airborne, and when we disappear, it can be for hours. Girls tend to be particularly insecure, always arguing with me, fearing I might stray." As he recounts his romantic experiences, the second officer begins to speak at length. "So she made a pact with me, insisting that I message her both upon takeoff and landing, so she wouldn't be left in the dark about my whereabouts." The first officer, listening nearby, chuckles. "It's far more entertaining to watch others in love. My wife has become too indifferent to even require me to message her." Li Fujing sips the mineral water just delivered by the flight attendant, his gaze fixed contemplatively on the clouds outside. Is it truly this way? He had previously concentrated solely on flying, neglecting the world around him and showing little interest in trivial matters. Having never experienced romance, he was oblivious to the intricacies of intimate relationships, having gone abroad to study aviation right after high school, surrounded only by fellow trainees. Thus, he ponders, does Meng Liyue also harbor insecurities? She certainly doesn't appear to be overly concerned. During this flight to Guangzhou, despite the weather report at takeoff being relatively favorable, the onboard radar began to reflect a far more severe image as they approached Guangzhou airspace, with a screen flooded with ominous shades of purple, stirring a sense of unease within. Li Fujing, however, maintained his composure, communicating with the Guangzhou area control to navigate around the turbulent weather, ultimately deciding to divert to Shenzhen. Before the thunderstorm dissipated, all aircraft within the vicinity of Baiyun Airport were rendered unable to land. Shortly after touching down, once disembarkation checks were complete, the second officer pulled out his phone to message his girlfriend, muttering, "Looks like I won't be going back today." Meanwhile, the first officer beside him, with a stoic expression, was also messaging, likely updating his family. Li Fujing, seated, felt an unexpected itch in his fingers, as if he were the only one without something to do, even though he too was a married man. Deciding to take out his phone, a task he had never undertaken before, he opened the conversation with Meng Liyue, the last message dating back several days. After a moment of contemplation, he finally composed a message, flying to Guangzhou, diverting to Shenzhen. Upon sending it, a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth, as the frustration from the diversion seemed to dissipate. He did not dwell on the source of his shifting emotions. After disembarking, the entire crew was to rest at a hotel partnered with the airline, awaiting further dispatch instructions. Typically, they would all stay at the China Southern Airlines base in Chengcheng, so if they needed to overnight in another city, a hotel would suffice. Pilots and cabin crew were accustomed to this lifestyle, as it was not uncommon for them to not have round-trip flights every day. "Shall we go out for some Cantonese cuisine later?" "Jingji, are you joining?" Li Fujing nonchalantly replied with a millimeter, still engrossed in his phone. What was Meng Liyue up to today? She had yet to respond to his message. The unprecedented silence from his phone suddenly left him with a disinterest in food. He even recalled the WeChat messages he had seen last night before carrying her back to the master bedroom. What a coincidence, her supervisor had also invited her out for Cantonese cuisine. Having promised the second officer he would not back out, they went for dinner, and upon returning to the hotel, it was still early. Leaning against the headboard, he remained fixated on his phone. Just as he was about to dial, an incoming call interrupted him. He frowned but answered. Ning Yishu's casual tone rang through. "Are you coming out for dinner?" "Not coming." "Are you still upset? I promised to be polite to your wife the next time I see her. How about that?" Li Fujing replied with a weary tone. "Not upset, I'm in Shenzhen, can't make it." "Oh, I see, are you quite idle?" "Me? Well, I have nothing to do, so I might as well keep busy." Li Fujing offered a suggestion, "Go find Qiji. Qiji is always busy with training, I won't disturb him." Disturbing him won't help. Qiji, too, shared a profound passion for aviation and would not be swayed by external distractions during critical moments. Moreover, his role was of paramount importance, rendering training and missions his top priorities. Li Fujing lowered his gaze, his thoughts stirring, as an unexpected remark slipped from his lips. "Since you're free, why not visit Sui Yuan?" Ning Yishu, puzzled, inquired, "What for?" "Forget it." He immediately retracted his suggestion. In that fleeting moment, perhaps his thoughts had become muddled, and he had considered sending Ning Ishu to see if Meng Liyue had been dining with Director Mu while neglecting to respond to his messages. Even if she were dining, it was of no concern, he had no authority to intervene, yet, the persistent lack of reply stirred complex feelings within him, leaving him to ponder the reasons behind her agreement to marry him. Beyond appeasing their elders, he recalled the second officer's words during dinner. My wife tells everyone how wonderful it is to marry a pilot, they are hardly home and just need to send money. Especially for international flights, it was not uncommon to go weeks without seeing one another. Could it be that Meng Liyue chose him for similar reasons? Li Fuzheng pressed his tongue against the back of his teeth, amused by his own musings, contemplating what absurd thoughts he was entertaining. In truth, it mattered little, marriage was fundamentally about convenience. Around 7 in the evening, the flight crew received news that the weather in Guangzhou had improved, and China's Southern Flight 9712 would take off in 2 hours. Finally arriving in Guangzhou, they had a brief rest before continuing their flight back to Chengcheng. Just before the maximum duty time of the day concluded, they wrapped up work at 3 in the morning. Upon reaching home, Li Fuzheng opened the door and instinctively reached for the light switch, only to notice that the floor lamp in the living room was illuminated. Meng Liyue must have fallen asleep, and this light was likely left on for him. With delicate movements, Li Fuzheng placed his flight bag down, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The following day, Meng Liyue emerged from the bedroom, yawning and dazed, only to bump into someone. She stumbled slightly, her drowsiness instantly dissipating. Li Fuzheng? The man gently steadied her waist with his fingers, retracting his hand only once she regained her balance, then fixing her with a direct gaze, he asked, Why didn't you reply to my messages yesterday? Chapter 21. What is he so happy about? Li Fuzheng's piercing gaze was quite oppressive, causing Meng Liyue to momentarily freeze. Once she regained her composure, she responded with an air of innocence, Did you send me a message? Didn't you receive it? Oh. Meng Liyue recollected, Are you referring to the one about your diversion to Shenzhen? Li Fuzheng retorted, What else could it be? I thought it wasn't intended for me. It seemed like a work message sent to the wrong person. That particular WeChat message, with its rigid sentences, resembled a work report, leading her to naturally assume it wasn't directed at her. Moreover, Li Fuzheng had never engaged in such behavior before, so how could Meng Liyue allow herself to hope the message was genuinely meant for her? Thus, she chose to act as if she had not seen it. Suddenly realizing she might have overlooked something, Meng Liyue confirmed once more, So yesterday, when you sent me that message, what did you mean? Nothing much, just thought I'd let you know, Li Fuzheng replied coolly, appearing rather indifferent. For Meng Liyue, her affection for him had become a solitary endeavor, devoid of expectations. Even now, she endeavored to mask her true emotions, maintaining a calm demeanor. Well, if there is nothing else, there is something. Li Fuzheng abruptly stepped forward, his tall stature imposing around them. He leaned slightly towards her, the proximity so intimate that Meng Liyue was enveloped by his scent. Her carefully constructed mental fortitude crumbled entirely, leaving her flushed and unable to control her reactions. What else is there? Her voice trembled. Li Fuzheng inquired slowly, What did you do at home yesterday? Meng Liyue replied decisively, I wasn't home yesterday. His expression darkened, and he let out an abrupt huff. What's wrong? She sensed something odd about his demeanor. Li Fuzheng stuffed his hands into his pockets, straightened up, turned away, his voice low, and nothing. Observing the broad and upright silhouette of the man, Meng Liyue indulged herself in a moment of unrestrained admiration before saying, I spent the entire day in training on safety regulations yesterday, only finishing in the evening, and I ordered takeout upon returning. The notion of strict rest periods simply did not exist in the domestic civil aviation industry. There were always studies, meetings, and annual retraining assessments. Over the years, the constant bustle and pressure had surrounded her. After she spoke, a silence enveloped the air. She pondered. She suddenly noticed Li Fuzheng walking towards the kitchen, where he opened the refrigerator, glancing inside before turning his half-profile to say, Are we eating at home today? I suppose. Following the training yesterday, Meng Liyue only wished to rest today. I will head to the supermarket, Li Fuzheng stated, and Meng Liyue finally noticed the faintest upward curve at the corners of his lips as he spoke. What could he possibly be so pleased about? I'll go with you, she replied, as she also needed to purchase some household essentials. Just a few hundred meters from the community, there lay a large shopping supermarket, well stocked with goods, which Meng Liyue frequented during her leisure time. Although online shopping was an option, she genuinely enjoyed browsing supermarkets, selecting items from the dazzling shelves and placing them into her cart, a process she found exceedingly therapeutic. To her surprise, Li Fuzheng also relished visiting supermarkets. What should we buy first? Upon entering the supermarket, she expertly maneuvered a cart and inquired for his opinion first. The fresh produce section, Li Fuzheng replied, taking a few steps forward and effortlessly grasping the cart's handle from her. Meng Liyue cast a glance at his well-defined fingers, her eyes softening as she walked quietly beside him. Li Fuzheng selected some steaks, shrimp, and also picked up side dishes and fruits with remarkable ease. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Did you cook for yourself while abroad?" "Not much time, occasionally," he replied. "Did you mostly eat crew meals?" Li Fuzheng's tone remained calm, yet he patiently answered Meng Liyue's questions, "Or I dined at hotels." As they ventured into other sections, Meng Liyue gathered various household items before starting to choose her favorite snacks. During this period, having just moved into Li Fuzheng's home, she felt somewhat hesitant to indulge herself, despite having long craved for something to satisfy her sweet tooth. Li Fuzheng, who did not have a habit of snacking, waited patiently nearby. Dressed casually in a halter top and jeans, with her long hair loosely tied back, Meng Liyue exposed a glimpse of her delicate collarbone, glistening under the supermarket lights. Li Fuzheng. Suddenly, Meng Liyue smiled brightly, "I'm all set." The joy brought by the snacks rendered her particularly vibrant. Li Fuzheng redirected his attention, "Is there anything else you need to buy?" "No, let us head to the checkout." Upon reaching the cashier, a person standing in front of them turned around, recognizing Li Fuzheng with surprise. "Jingji." Li Fuzheng leisurely curved his lips into a smile, "Fancy seeing you here." The flight crew often experienced personnel rotations, with the combinations of captain, co-pilot, or observer never being fixed. If one remained with the airline long enough, the probability of encountering familiar faces increased, leading to greater familiarity. However, Li Fuzheng had not been with China Southern Airlines for long, and many of his co-pilots he had only met once, their names not firmly etched in his memory. Naturally, to others, he was the youngest A330 captain at China Southern, leaving a more profound impression, just like the co-pilot before him, who instantly recognized him. "Jingji, which community do you live in?" Li Fuzheng mentioned the name. Meng Liyue was unfamiliar with the individual, her expression steady, until the man turned to her and introduced, "Do you remember the flight with the heart patient? He was the co-pilot that day." Meng Liyue thought to herself, how coincidental. Wasn't he the one Shumoti had intended to introduce her to? "Hello there," she greeted politely. The young co-pilot, just finished paying and stepping aside, was taken aback as he turned to stare at Meng Liyue. Previously, he had no idea what the soothing voice of the approach controller looked like. Shumoti had promised to connect them but had yet to provide him with her contact details. He had even inquired and was met with evasion. He soon realized another crucial detail. Jingji was shopping at the supermarket with her. This implied, Shumoti was indeed cunning. Was she not deliberately setting him up? Irritated yet hesitant to ask further, he chuckled awkwardly, "My friend is still waiting for me outside, so I'll take my leave now. See you later, Jingji." "Be careful on your way," Li Fuzheng responded. Watching the young man depart hurriedly, Meng Liyue tilted her head, only to hear Li Fuzheng inquire, "Did he add you later?" "No." Li Fuzheng had sent Shumoti a message that day, cautioning her against engaging in inappropriate actions. When Shumoti attempted to play dumb, he ceased responding. Upon returning home, Meng Liyue recalled, "You can give me the bill." As she finished speaking, she noticed Li Fuzheng reaching out, unexpectedly grasping her face without any prior indication. Chapter 22, There are so many people pursuing him. Li Fuzheng exerted a bit of strength, causing Meng Liyue to wince in pain and exclaim, "Be gentler," he grunted, "I see you're not as oblivious as you pretend." What do you mean? Releasing his grip and placing the items in the kitchen, Li Fujing spoke in a languid tone. Half of the money I earn now belongs to you. What do you think that means? A matter of significance, yet he spoke of it with such nonchalance. Before their marriage, there had been no agreements. During those days, Meng Liyue had been solely focused on becoming Li Fujing's wife, completely disregarding financial matters. But I bought all this for myself. It feels inappropriate. While he might not care, Meng Liyue found it difficult to feel at ease. He picked up the bag of items she had chosen and carried it back to the living room, leaning against the sofa. From within, he retrieved a pack of snacks, tore it open, and casually ate a couple of pieces while regarding her with a smirk. How about this? Meng Liyue conceded, all right. His implication was straightforward. Since he had partaken, it was only right for him to pay. Lunch consisted of steak that Li Fujing had pan-fried, accompanied by some vegetables and fruit. Meng Liyue was quite taken aback by his culinary skills. To be frank, it was rather impressive. I'll be flying to Shanghai this afternoon. Before clearing the table, Li Fujing suddenly informed her in a calm voice. Got it. Meng Liyue bit her lip, attempting to ignore the erratic pounding of her heart, and replied, I have dinner plans with a friend tonight. She works at the tower and happens to be off. All right, I won't be back tonight. Li Fujing entered the guest room to quickly check his belongings, pulling out his suitcase and overnight bag. I'm off. With the handle extended and clad in his uniform, the man appeared both stern and commanding. Meng Liyue swallowed discreetly. Goodbye. That evening, Meng Liyue met with her friend Xiao Rong, who worked at the tower control of Chengcheng Airport, for a shopping and dining outing. After much inner turmoil, Meng Liyue finally revealed the true reason for moving out of her unit's dormitory. Who are you referring to? Li Fujing, that name sounds familiar. Xiao Rong, with her round face and large, expressive eyes, looked particularly adorable. After pondering for a while, she finally recalled, isn't he the youngest captain in the aviation industry? There are so many people chasing after him. You know him too. I've flown on his flights a few times, and I have a friend in the industry who mentioned that Li Fujing became especially popular after joining the airline. His WeChat must be inundated with friend requests, and numerous passengers are trying to reach out to him online. With a penchant for browsing the internet, Xiao Rong was well versed in not only entertainment news but also the various industry gossip. She chattered excitedly about the details she knew. I wanted you to join our gossip group, but you said you weren't interested. There are so many people asking about him there. Look, I even saved a picture. Xiao Rong pulled out an image from her phone, presumably taken by a passenger during Li Fujing's pre-flight inspection. Before takeoff, aside from the maintenance crew conducting thorough checks, pilots also needed to inspect the aircraft's exterior to ensure everything was in order. The man by the wing, wearing a white shirt and uniform trousers, with a reflective vest draped over him, presented a particularly striking figure. His chiseled features and perfectly curved nose exuded an air of distinguished elegance. Even with a stoic expression, he radiated a cold, noble aura that was hard to ignore. This one handsome, right? No wonder he is so sought after. Wait, Meng Liyue, what did you just say? Xiao Rong finally pieced it together. You said you and Li Fujing, you're married. The calf was remarkably quiet, and Xiao Rong's voice was somewhat loud. Meng Liyue hurriedly covered her mouth. Lower your voice, it's not that exaggerated. Of course it is. Xiao Rong pried her hand away, lowering her voice but still unable to mask her astonishment. I heard he became a captain at 25. I believe he's only 29 this year, right? He is already flying wide-body aircraft. Do you have any idea how many co-pilots in the country are stuck in that position for life? They must envy him so much. With the gradual implementation of a lifetime co-pilot system in the country, those who do not meet the requisite skill level may never ascend to captaincy. He's the kind destined to be a pilot, with endless potential. There are so many in the industry vying for him, yet he has quietly been swept off his feet by you. Xiao Rong grasped Meng Liyue's hand tightly. Your friend is quite impressive. If you put it that way, I might become the target of public disdain. That is quite possible. Many will undoubtedly be curious about which woman has the extraordinary ability to capture Li Fujing's heart, especially since he hasn't been with the airline for long. A chill ran down Meng Liyue's spine. Perhaps I should lay low. Even until they returned home, Xiao Rong continued to marvel. You truly exemplify the archetype of achieving great things while staying under the radar. The man, whom so many coveted, had now become uniquely hers. Meng Liyue smiled shyly. I guess I'm just lucky. This is more than mere luck, it's fate. Upon returning home and gazing at the empty house, Meng Liyue suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. It was still early, and after much contemplation, she sent Li Fujing a message. Have you arrived at the hotel? Not expecting much, she was pleasantly surprised to receive a prompt reply, I'm here. Was today smooth? It took an extra 40 minutes to land. Meng Liyue quickly checked the weather for the day. No wonder, there had been a thunderstorm along his original flight path. She deliberated before typing, as long as you landed safely, that's what matters. Li Fujing had never been one to engage in lengthy chats over WeChat. After returning to the country, the number of people reaching out to him had noticeably increased. He typically wouldn't waste time messaging when he could speak directly on the phone. However, today, Li Fujing found that a brief chat could be enjoyable. After a prolonged silence, Meng Liyue thought the conversation had concluded. Moments later, she received a call from Li Fujing. The flight department just informed me that a passenger complained about the lengthy taxiing time before takeoff and that I circled for a long time. It's not like you were charging by the meter. What is there to complain about? He replied nonchalantly. It wasted their time. If you hadn't taken the detour, you wouldn't have been able to fly at all. Passengers don't understand the weather along the flight path and thus take their frustration out on you. There should be more educational outreach on this. Meng Liyue spoke with conviction, though it was clear she was indignant on his behalf. After a brief pause, she added, fortunately, such baseless complaints aren't taken seriously by your flight department. Even if there were valid reasons, as long as the violation wasn't severe, it would typically be ignored. The man on the other end seemed to chuckle. You seem quite knowledgeable about this. Yes, I know some other pilots. Li Fujing paid little mind to that, casually asking, were you just angry for my sake? It was quite refreshing to see the usually composed girl display such seriousness. Chapter 23, What type do you like? Meng Liyue felt fortunate at this moment not to be in front of Li Fujing. Even though her face was flushed to the point of almost igniting, she could perfectly conceal her emotions, preventing him from discovering her shyness. He had merely uttered a casual remark, yet it had a profound impact on her. How utterly disappointing. I just think you haven't done anything wrong. Meng Liyue ultimately dared not respond directly, adopting a serious demeanor. Thank you for your forthrightness, he replied in a somewhat languid tone, his voice trailing off with an alluring sensuality. Meng Liyue felt a twinge of regret. If only she could have heard this on the phone. After hanging up, Li Fujing rose from his bed to fetch a bottle of water, leaning against the desk behind him, as if the soft and gentle timbre of Meng Liyue's voice still lingered in his ears. It was no wonder that many pilots who had encountered her in the high-frequency realm were left enchanted by her voice. A fleeting smile curved his lips, so swift that he scarcely noticed it himself. Meng Liyue and Rossi are in charge of Sector 03. Today's lead instructor was Mu Cheng, who divided the approach control room into 10 teams, each with its own lead instructor, essentially the captain of that team. He announced the system's allocations, and since Meng Liyue and Rossi had worked together many times, their collaboration was deemed harmonious, leaving no room for dissent regarding this grouping. Just as she was about to head to the lounge for a microphone, Mu Cheng approached them. Tomorrow, our team has some free time. Would you like to join us for a meal? Rossi nodded eagerly. I'm available. Meng Liyue pondered for a moment. Since she had yet to arrange a dinner with Li Fujing, she decided to agree, as it was a team event after all. Catching Mu Cheng's gaze, she nodded. I can make it too. Great, I'll send you the details later. Now, back to work. After retrieving the microphone for issuing directives from the lounge, she donned her work badge and walked towards the control hall. Rossi whispered beside her, Mu Cheng is getting more handsome, don't you think? His refined and cultured demeanor is quite popular now, but isn't he 32 or 33? I heard he is still unmarried. Who knows if he has a girlfriend? Meng Liyue shook her head. She had never taken an interest in her colleagues' personal lives, much less gossiped about her superiors. Wasn't he Mu Cheng your mentor before? Didn't he ever mention anything? Not at all. The early days of her experience in the approach control room were rather grim. She could still recall the nightmares she had endured. Back then, Mu Cheng was too busy reprimanding her to discuss any other topics. I just wonder what type Mu Cheng prefers. I have no idea what type he likes, but I do know we have control activities again today, so be prepared. Rosie immediately lost interest in gossip, sensing that there would be numerous complaints from pilots today, necessitating their coordination. Upon reaching her station and exchanging responsibilities with the team ahead, Meng Liyue swiftly entered work mode. She and Rosie complemented each other, swapping positions as needed to command. Even so, by the time they clocked out, fatigue had set in. She took out her phone and noticed a message from Li Fuzheng. He informed her, "Overtime will resume tomorrow." The crew's duty hours and flight times were strictly regulated. Once they exceeded the allotted time, they could no longer undertake subsequent flights. If there were still planned itineraries, the airline could either assign a new crew or postpone until the next day. There were many reasons for exceeding the duty time: weather delays, air traffic control, mechanical failures, or unreasonable scheduling by the airline itself. "Liu, what are you looking at so intently?" Nothing." A smile crept uncontrollably onto Meng Liyue's lips. Despite the fact that Li Fuzheng was simply casually updating her on his schedule, change had silently crept in. She was puzzled by what had prompted him to act in such a manner, yet she felt a secret delight. "Mu Cheng just announced in the group that we're going out for hot pot tomorrow night. I haven't had hot pot in ages, I'm craving it." Meng Liyue absent-mindedly replied, "I haven't had it in a while either." As she observed other colleagues chatting casually while switching stations, they exited the work building and encountered Mu Cheng driving by. He lowered the car window. "Anyone going my way, I can give you a ride." Rosie was the first to raise her hand. "Meet both Liu and I live at the airport." Another colleague lived nearby as well, and the three of them hopped into the car. For some reason, the front passenger seat ended up being given to Meng Liyue. Once seated, she promptly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mu Cheng." "Not at all." Initially, Meng Liyue had referred to him as a mentor, but as Mu Cheng's control level rose, she had followed others in calling him instructor. She had grown accustomed to it. Rosie was already chatting in the backseat about which hot pot restaurant to visit tomorrow night, while Meng Liyue contemplated replying to Li Fuzheng. "All right, got it." She never expected that just as she sent the message, Li Fuzheng would call her. "Are you off work?" "Yes." His voice was calm yet deep. "It seems it might rain. I left my window open. Could you help me close it?" "Sure, I'll do that when I get home." As Meng Liyue said this, Mu Cheng glanced over at her and remarked to Rosie, "You two choose the best restaurant." "Thank you, Mu Cheng." Li Fuzheng evidently overheard and casually inquired, "Is your colleague with you?" Meng Liyue's voice dropped to a whisper, "We're taking Mu Cheng's car back. It's on the way." He responded with indifference, "All right. Shall I hang up now?" Millimeter. Meng Liyue felt quite pleased after managing to chat with Li Fuzheng at the end of a long day at work. Hanging up the phone left her in high spirits, her almond-shaped eyes maintaining a lovely curve. Mu Cheng caught a glimpse of her in the rearview mirror. Before long, they arrived at Rosie's neighborhood, dropping off another colleague before finally reaching Meng Liyue's stop. As she exited the car, she waved, "Be careful on the road, Mu Cheng." A hint of a smile broke through Mu Cheng's typically stern demeanor. "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Meng Liyue turned and walked away. Since she had moved into the dormitory provided by her workplace, Mu Cheng had occasionally given her rides home. It was only today that he discovered she had changed her residence. This neighborhood boasted the highest price per square meter in the entire airport, and Mu Cheng was aware that many pilots resided here. It wasn't until Meng Liyue's figure vanished completely from sight that he finally started the car and drove away. Dinner was set for 6 o'clock, and the hot pot restaurant was somewhat distant from the airport. After waking from her afternoon nap, Meng Liyue watched some variety shows, prepared to shower and wash her hair, and tied it up before setting off. She hadn't anticipated that the showerhead in the master bathroom would indeed be broken. After much deliberation, she decided to use the guest bathroom instead. After finishing her shower and in the midst of wrapping her hair, the door behind her suddenly swung open. Chapter 24. Did you see that I wasn't wearing anything? Meng Liyue was momentarily taken aback. By the time she turned to glance outside in shock, the bathroom door had already been shut. She blinked, concerned she might be hallucinating, and uncertainly inquired, "Is someone out there?" After a 2-second silence, a low, slightly hoarse voice responded, "It's me." Li Fuzheng. Li Fuzheng, just as she had felt elated by his return, the smile on her face completely froze. Lowering her gaze, she fixated on her own bare body, her pupils slowly dilating. He had no idea someone was in the bathroom when he entered, so did Li Fuzheng see her? This realization sent her heart racing, and her already flushed cheeks were further tinged with a vivid hue, but perhaps he didn't see clearly, Meng Liyue reassured herself as she hurriedly donned her nightgown and stepped outside. Li Fuzheng was seated in the living room, still clad in his pilot's uniform. Hearing the commotion, he looked up at her. "You returned so early?" Yes, the original flight schedule was cancelled. He had been flying more southern routes lately, yet with the arrival of the rainy season, particularly in Shenzhen and Guangzhou, good weather had become a rarity, leading to numerous flight cancellations. Consequently, the dispatch had begun assigning him international routes, granting him a brief respite over the next couple of days before the business resumed. Then Meng Liyue hesitated. At times, she could be inexplicably persistent, yearning for a certain answer. Meeting Li Fuzheng's deep black gaze, despite feeling nervous, she mustered the rare courage to ask, "Did you just see me without clothes?" The man on the sofa licked his lips, took a couple of sips from the water cup he grabbed from the coffee table, and then hoarsely replied, "Sorry, I should have knocked first." The moment Meng Liyue brought it up, the vivid image surged into his mind like a tidal wave, its presence strikingly profound. In the guest bathroom, there was a glass partition of frosted material, where a woman, her hair wrapped in a towel, raised her arm, creating an incredibly alluring curve from her neck downwards. He had not realized her figure was so exquisite, that waist, slender enough for him to grasp with a single hand, complemented by the enchanting contours unique to a woman. The hazy image had lingered in his mind for just a second before he swiftly closed the door, yet it refused to fade away. His throat inexplicably felt a bit scratchy and dry as Li Fuzheng drained the remaining water in his cup. "No, it's fine. I didn't know you were coming back, so I didn't inform you." Meng Liyue's skin, originally pale, had turned an enticing light pink after being steamed by the hot water. After hurriedly stating this, she fled back to the bedroom. It took a while for her to calm her racing heart. When she emerged again, she had changed her clothes, and Li Fuzheng was rummaging through the fridge. His gaze paused on her for a second. "Are you going out?" "Yes, Director Mu is treating us to dinner tonight. Our team is having a gathering." Li Fuzheng lightly closed the fridge door. "Do you want me to give you a ride?" "No need, a few colleagues and I will go in Director Mu's car, and it's quite far." "Okay." He nodded without much expression. "Off you go." "What are you having for dinner?" "Whatever." Li Fuzheng approached Meng Liyue, his gaze exuding an air of intensity, prompting her to instinctively take a step back. "Then I'll be off. You can order takeout if you're hungry." With that, Meng Liyue strode toward the door, just as she was about to open it when she heard Li Fuzheng ask from behind, "Which hot pot restaurant are you going to?" Though puzzled, she turned around to inform him of the name of the hot pot place. Noticing his indifferent reaction, Meng Liyue retracted her thoughts, stepping out with a sense of confusion. Upon boarding Mu Cheng's car, they picked up Luoshi and others along the way, taking nearly half an hour to arrive. Once everyone gathered, the lively dinner commenced, with everyone chatting and venting about work woes, followed by discussions on life's gossip. The time for the hot pot dinner swiftly passed. As the meal was drawing to a close, Meng Liyue excused herself to the restroom, with Luoshi following suit, casually saying to her, "Have you noticed that Director Mu is especially attentive to you today?" "Is he?" "Of course. He keeps asking what you want to eat, and every time a dish is ready, he reminds you." Meng Liyue paused, emphasizing, "Director Mu takes care of everyone." Luoshi remained unconvinced, "But I think, really, he doesn't." Observing her expression, Luoshi shrugged and fell silent. Upon returning, Mu Cheng had already settled the bill, directing his gaze toward them. We can leave now. As the group stepped out of the hot pot restaurant, Mu Cheng's car was parked by the roadside. Just as Meng Liyue was being pulled along by Luoshi, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Seeing the caller ID, a premonition surged within her, causing her heart to flutter violently. Hello. Are you leaving with your colleagues, or are you taking my car? His tone remained languid. Meng Liyue quickly scanned her surroundings, her gaze landing on a Land Rover across the street. Her voice involuntarily brightened, every note buoyant. Wait for me, I'll come over. Director Mu, I won't be going with you guys. Taking a few steps forward, she informed Mu Cheng, then waved goodbye to Luoshi. Bye. Hey, if you're not going with us, how will you get back? Unfortunately, Meng Liyue was already eagerly hurrying toward Li Fujing, oblivious to the question trailing behind her. Once in the car, she glanced at Li Fujing's sharply defined profile. Even in the dim light, her eyes sparkled distinctly. What brought you here? Just bored. I had dinner plans with Ning Ishu nearby. Oh, I see. Meng Liyue smiled slightly. Although he had not come specifically to pick her up, it still pleased her. Before pulling out of the parking space, Li Fujing's gaze unconsciously swept outside the window. Across the street, a car remained stationary. Someone stood by the car door, also observing them. With a meaningful chuckle escaping his throat, Li Fujing pressed the accelerator and quickly distanced himself. Unbeknownst to Meng Liyue, she turned her head to him. Have your schedule for the next few days been released? I need to fly to Rome, a round trip taking about 4 days. The nature of a pilot's work is such, especially when operating wide-body aircraft. They are frequently assigned international routes, with each trip lasting no less than 4 or 5 days, and sometimes extending close to half a month. Previously, she had never truly felt this way, but now, even before he departed, Meng Liyue felt a twinge of reluctance. Just in time for me to arrange dinner with my friends before you leave. Tomorrow. I'll handle the arrangements. Okay. Meng Liyue dared not look at him for too long, fearing her gaze might betray her feelings. Just as she was about to turn her head, she noticed his lips move as he softly inquired, Your colleagues don't know you're married? They probably don't. She had intended to keep a low profile, telling no one. That explains it. Li Fujing tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, his tone ambiguous. Chapter 25. Who is my husband? What do you mean? Meng Liyue remained fixated on Li Fujing, her bright almond-shaped eyes glimmering with intense focus. Their gazes collided for a fleeting moment, and she suddenly felt an overwhelming curiosity. When she looked at others, did she exhibit the same expression? Certain thoughts emerged without warning, causing Li Fujing to furrow his brow slightly, instinctively resisting and rejecting this uncontrollable reaction. Consequently, his demeanor became even more indifferent than before. It doesn't matter, knowing or not is the same. Meng Liyue gradually withdrew her gaze, her mood inevitably stirred, leading her to fall silent and quietly stare out the window. The journey home, devoid of traffic, still took over 20 minutes. For Meng Liyue, simply being in Li Fujing's company was a source of joy, despite his somewhat peculiar demeanor, as if he were deliberately evading something. Midway through their journey, Li Fujing's phone, resting on the center console, rang. He lazily opted for the speakerphone. Hello. Hello, Mr.Li Fujing, your reservation for flight ZN9341 to Shanghai Pudong Airport tomorrow at 9:45 p.m., with ID ending in XXXX, has been cancelled due to mechanical failure. Would you like to reschedule or request a refund? Meng Liyue, who had been lost in thought, suddenly snapped to attention. Li Fujing, whose mood was already less than pleasant, scoffed, How come I wasn't informed about the cancellation? I apologize, Mr. Li. We just received the notification ourselves. Due to the urgency of the situation, we need to inform every customer as quickly as possible. If you wish to reschedule, the only available flight is for the day after tomorrow. If you prefer a refund, we can offer you compensation of 300 yuan, Li Fujing. Meng Liyue called his name softly, gesturing towards the phone. Isn't this a scam? Indeed. Li Fujing had a flight to Rome the day after tomorrow, but there were no direct flights from Huqing Airport that day, necessitating a transfer. Therefore, he would initially board the ZH-9341 as a passenger, flying from Hucheng to Shanghai. After changing planes and crew members, he would then assume the role of captain for the subsequent flight to Rome. It was common within the industry for pilots to be assigned to flights in distant locations, so it was not unusual. However, it was surprising that a scam call would come in right after he'd booked the tickets. He glanced at the woman beside him, her expression serious, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief, and a smirk unexpectedly crept onto his lips. Before Meng Liyue could comprehend the meaning behind Li Fuzheng's smile, she heard him lazily say, "All right then, refund me the 300. The voice on the other end, upon hearing his agreement to the refund, became noticeably more enthusiastic. "Shortly, we will send you a website link, which is the official website of China Southern Airlines. You only need to communicate with customer service to proceed." Too much hassle. "I apologize, sir, but this is our official protocol. Rest assured, the airline's customer service merely needs to verify your information before promptly reimbursing you. The scam tactics could use some refinement." Li Fuzheng, having exhausted his patience, scoffed, "I am China Southern Airlines. Why would I need you to inform me of a flight cancellation?" The caller on the other end seemed taken aback before hastily disconnecting the call. Meng Liyue finally couldn't contain her laughter. "I didn't expect you to have the leisure to toy with them." He raised an eyebrow slightly. "Is this type of scam common nowadays? Perhaps it's a new form of scam." After booking, information leaks allow scammers to accurately recite personal ID numbers and specific booking details, building trust to perpetrate financial fraud. Numerous similar cases have surfaced online, but this time, the scammer had mistakenly targeted Li Fuzheng. Meng Liyue sighed, "I heard many have fallen victim. Isn't it obvious this is a scam?" Li Fuzheng remarked, "Not many airlines will proactively offer compensation after a flight is cancelled." Meng Liyue's lips curled into a smile, once again amused by his sarcasm. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated. The mere thought of a scammer attempting to deceive Li Fuzheng made her emotions hard to contain. Li Fuzheng glanced at her. "Is it really that amusing?" "Yes, I just find it so entertaining." "Do you think that scammer is currently facing consequences?" "Perhaps." Li Fuzheng rested his elbow on the window control and unexpectedly, without any warning, said, "If your colleagues ask if you're married." "What?" "Just tell them you are." Meng Liyue bit her lip, her breath slightly erratic. "So, if they ask me who my husband is, should I say that too?" Li Fuzheng raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" Meng Liyue had always felt their marriage was rather hasty, devoid of any promises, perhaps a relationship that could end at any moment. Moreover, she believed it unnecessary to disclose such information to many, and Li Fuzheng might not wish for too many to know either. Thus, she found it somewhat unexpected, yet, since he had suggested it. A broader smile spread across Meng Liyue's lips. "All right." Li Fuzheng tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, contemplating that those who harbored inappropriate thoughts about Meng Liyue would be deterred upon learning of her marriage. As for why he suddenly cared, he didn't delve deeper, taking it for granted that it was best for those individuals to retreat. As the car descended into the underground garage of the community, Li Fuzheng exited first, glancing over and sensing that something was amiss with Meng Liyue's fingers. Upon arriving home, Li Fuzheng informed her, "The plumbing in the master bedroom has issues. You'll have to use the guest bathroom for now. I've arranged for someone to come fix it tomorrow." "Okay." She had no objections, yet the change brought about by sharing a bathroom was unmistakable. The following morning, Meng Liyue was awakened by a pressing need to use the restroom. She hurriedly dashed out of her room, only to collide with Li Fuzheng at the guest bathroom door, who was brushing his teeth. The man, with his chiseled features, donned a casual tank top, his muscular arms exuding an alluring aura that filled the space. Meng Liyue stood frozen outside. He glanced over, spitting out the toothpaste foam. "Do you need to use it?" "Or?" Meng Liyue's cheeks flushed, feeling quite embarrassed. Li Fuzheng chuckled nonchalantly, walking past her. "You go first." "Thank you." She quickly shut the door, but the ensuing sounds made her heart race, leading her to silently pray for Li Fuzheng to keep his distance. However, when she opened the door again, she found him leaning against the opposite wall, leaving Meng Liyue feeling somewhat despondent. Chapter 26. I will protect her. She feigned calmness, her cheeks flushed. I'm fine. Li Fuzheng re-entered the bathroom. He still needed to shave. Just before Meng Liyue returned to her room, she caught a glimpse of the man picking up the razor, the stubble on his jawline appearing particularly alluring. Such a handsome man was her husband. Meng Liyue lay on the bed, unable to suppress a chuckle. She had arranged to have lunch with Xiao Rong, and finally meeting Li Fuzheng in person filled her with excitement. After their meal, while he went to settle the bill, Xiao Rong took Meng Liyue's hand and said earnestly, "Your husband is quite the catch. He will surely be in high demand." "I know, but you are wonderful, and for him to marry you is a stroke of luck." Meng Liyue smiled. "Yes, I think so too." After parting with Xiao Rong and returning home, Li Fuzheng began to pack his belongings in preparation for departure. Meng Liyue, realizing she wouldn't see him for several days, felt a pang of reluctance and decided to sit in the living room, seizing the chance to gaze at him a little longer. At that moment, she received a long-anticipated phone call. The voice on the other end, belonging to her father, sounded somewhat unfamiliar. Ever since he divorced her mother and she learned of the actions of the father she once idolized, Meng Liyue could no longer face him as she had in the past. Moreover, Xu Dejin had devoted all his attention to that mother-daughter pair, neglecting to show any concern for her. Over the years, he would only occasionally call to inquire how she was faring or if she needed anything. Meng Liyue typically hung up immediately. Today, she had no desire for small talk, but Xu Dejin was already prepared. "Have you started working at the airport?" "What, did Xu Moti say something? Do you want to come and reprimand me?" "Liyue, your father is happy for you, are you sure?" Under Meng Liyue's questioning, Xu Dejin fell silent, and after a while, he said, "I heard that your job is quite demanding and exhausting. How about I arrange a different position for you? You shouldn't work at the airport anymore." Upon hearing this, Meng Liyue was unsure whether to feel anger or amusement. "After neglecting me for so many years, you want me to change jobs right away? On what grounds?" "It's because of your job that your sister and her mother are quite unhappy and have been making a fuss at home, demanding that I resolve this." Xu Dejin sighed. "You are also my daughter. How could I bear to target you? I just wanted to discuss this with you first." Meng Liyue found it hard to contain her emotions, her voice trembling. "Is this why you called me? Instead of talking, why not just act, using your connections to force me out of my position and show me how heartless you can be? That's not what your father meant. I was merely suggesting that I could arrange something better, easier, and higher paying for you." "How disgusting." Her eyes reddened with anger. Meng Liyue gritted her teeth and asked, "Do you know how much I've sacrificed to become an air traffic controller? Dismissing my efforts to suggest a cushy job is an insult." Xu Dejin remained silent for a long time. "If they keep causing a scene at home, I have no choice but to." At that moment, Li Fuzheng emerged from the room. Hearing Meng Liyue's words, he could roughly guess what had transpired. He stepped in front of her, meeting her gaze, which glistened with unshed tears. Li Fuzheng slowly knelt down and extended his hand. "Give me your phone." His voice held a powerful calming presence, and Meng Liyue unconsciously complied, handing her phone to him. Li Fuzheng activated the speakerphone and spoke in a deep tone, "Uncle Xu." Fuzheng. In high school, Li Fuzheng had visited the Xu household a few times and had met Xu Dejin then, unaware of his abandonment of wife and daughter. "I have married Liyue." There was a mocking undertone in Li Fuzheng's low chuckle directed at Xu Dejin. "If you were unaware before, consider this a timely notification. But you and Liyue are married." My mother is very fond of her as a daughter-in-law and believes that I have finally made a decision she considers right after all these years." Meng Liyue's heart tightened instantly. She understood the deeper implications of Li Fuzheng's words. His mother had never approved of his choice to become a pilot, viewing her husband's sacrifice for the country as a shadow of countless dangers associated with flying. Meng Liyue had also heard her mother mention that after the death of Li Fuzheng's father, Anshin had never set foot on an airplane again. Though fighter jets and commercial airliners differed, the fear of flying might not be so dissimilar. In that moment, Meng Liyue even forgot her own grievances and began to feel empathy for Li Fuzheng. Similarly, Li Fuzheng was indifferent to his past experiences and the burdens he had borne. Instead, he spoke with utmost clarity and conviction to Xu Dejin. "From now on, I, along with the Lee family, will ensure Liu's protection. If you intend to harm her, feel free to try. His calm tone exuded absolute confidence and a hint of warning. Meng Liu gazed at his stern expression, having never felt such trust before, that he would indeed keep her safe as he promised. Shu Dejin could not afford to offend the Li family. Soon he shifted his tone, chuckling, how could that be? Liu is also my daughter, I was merely discussing things with her. Let's leave it for now. He didn't even bother to inquire about Meng Liu's well-being before hanging up. As he placed the phone in her palm and stood up, Li Fujing suddenly ruffled her hair gently, his voice soft, don't be afraid. The tears that had been held back in her eyes could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks. Meng Liu, unwilling to weep in front of him, quickly turned away, choking out, I'm fine now, you should leave, be careful not to miss your flight, the next passengers will be waiting for you. Noticing her facade of strength, Li Fujing, who was not adept at offering comfort, sighed silently and said before leaving, if you need anything, remember to reach out to me, understood? All right. This time, Li Fujing would be away for a total of 4 days, coinciding with Meng Liu's own rest period before her night shift. She knew his flight number and secretly anticipated being able to pick him up upon his return. At 5 in the morning, the airport was bustling again, and Meng Liu had 1 hour left until her shift ended. Seated at the control desk, she finally heard that familiar low, husky voice in her headset. Good morning, approach, China Southern 3896, ready for your instructions. The upward inflection at the end of his sentence always captivated her, sending an unusual flutter through her chest. Meng Liu composed herself and directed Li Fujing to begin his descent. There was still another aircraft ahead of him landing, but it was moving too slowly, so she inquired, China Eastern 712, what is your indicated airspeed? Indicated airspeed 180, China Eastern 712. China Eastern 712, can you increase your speed? The aircraft behind you is faster. The company has speed restrictions, China Eastern 712. Without hesitation, Meng Liu made a decisive call, China Eastern 712, turn left to heading 060, offset 10 nautical miles to the left, descend to 2100 and maintain. She pulled China Eastern 712 out of the 5-mile pattern to circle. Following that, she called China Southern 3896, turn left to heading 040, establish blind approach on runway 02, maintain 1500 to establish descent. Li Fujing in China Southern 3896 quietly curled the corners of his mouth. At this moment, China Eastern 712 expressed displeasure over the frequency. Why should I? Chapter 27 complaint. It is not uncommon for certain directives to be questioned, yet Meng Liu's expression remained unchanged throughout. She calmly explained, Eastern 712, your speed is too slow, which has affected the normal landing of the aircraft behind you. With no other recourse, Eastern 712 had no choice but to comply, circling once more before landing. Meanwhile, the previously trailing Zhongnan 3896 approached smoothly, arriving over 10 minutes ahead of schedule. The skyline began to brighten. Once Li Fujing maneuvered the aircraft to land on 02 and vacate the runway, the co-pilot jested, that guy from Eastern must be feeling quite frustrated. The observer in the back chuckled, smacking his thigh, for the hourly fee, they always do this. Now, it's all good, the hourly fee goes up, but the fuel bonus is gone. Har har har, the co-pilot joined in the laughter, turning to Li Fujing, Captain, is this situation common with international flights? Li Fujing pondered for a moment, fortunately, it is not too frequent. Actually, it's rare domestically as well, primarily among those companies that calculate hourly fees based on actual flight time. Pilots tend to behave this way. Pilots' remuneration comprises a base salary, hourly fees, overnight allowances, and various special bonuses. Some airlines calculate hourly fees from the moment pilots clock in, while others, like Eastern, base it on actual flight time, resulting in their pilots flying as slowly as possible. They even have a nickname for it, aerial obstacles. Today, the co-pilot of this crew was older than Li Fujing, having accrued sufficient hours to soon be promoted to captain. Having encountered many similar situations before, he was eager to vent his frustrations. Even as the crew completed the disembarkation procedures and walked out, he continued to complain, every time we land and encounter them in front, I must reduce speed during the 5-mile approach. Thankfully, that control lady today managed to rein them in. There was one time when they landed in front of me, taxiing at less than 10 knots. If I moved up a bit, I could practically bump into them. We taxied for over 10 minutes, and our captain directly asked on frequency if they needed assistance. Immediately, they sped up. A smirk tugged at the corner of Li Fuzheng's mouth. The observer beside him chimed in. Once, while heading to the capital during a thunderstorm, the control instructed us to follow the preceding aircraft on a detour, over 70 or 80 nautical miles, and they never exceeded a speed of 200, which was absolutely unbearable. The life of a pilot may seem shrouded in mystery, yet, like any profession, it harbors numerous grievances and challenges that can only be fully appreciated by those within it. This vocation, seemingly enviable, is perpetually accompanied by immense pressure. With regulations looming overhead, few pilots can truly relax. Due to the influx of pilots and crew preparing for morning flights, the crew vehicle was delayed in departing. Coincidentally, the crew of Eastern 712, also on an international flight, completed their post-landing procedures and awaited their transport in nearly the same spot. As they approached, the foremost captain wore an unapproachable expression, clearly irked. What was that controller thinking, intentionally targeting us? Upon overhearing, Li Fuzheng raised an eyebrow and remarked to his co-pilot, "Let me go speak with him." Taking a few steps forward, he stood directly in front of the other captain. In response to the bewildered gaze directed at him, Li Fuzheng wore a faint smile. "Hello, are you the captain of 712? "Yes, what is it?" "We landed just ahead of you." "Oh, it's you." The captain of 712 grimaced slightly. "You were lucky today." "We were all adhering to regulations," Li Fuzheng replied politely, extending his hand for an introduction. "May I ask your name?" As colleagues of the same rank, and given the younger age of Li Fuzheng compared to the captain of 712, it was clear that the latter had encountered many young captains in his career. In China, those who achieve captaincy before 30 often possess significant talent, whether as second-generation pilots, through connections, or due to exceptional aptitude combined with good fortune. Otherwise, such advancement would not be so seamless. The co-pilots in Li Fuzheng's crew were generally in their 30s, yet captaincy remained a distant prospect for them. Immediately adjusting his demeanor, the captain extended his hand to shake Li Fuzheng's. "Li Cheng." "Captain Li, it's an honor. How is your airline faring? Are you operating frequently these days?" "It's all the same," Captain Li responded with a hint of resignation. "It seems everyone has it tough." "Indeed, but it's not just us, the controllers have their challenges too." After some polite exchanges, Li Fuzheng broached the earlier incident. "Captain Li, with the recent thunderstorms and summer travel rush, the backlog of flights has everyone in this industry on edge, fearful of any mistakes," he said calmly. "Sometimes, a little understanding can make things easier for everyone." "While that makes sense, who wants to be left queuing after entering the 5-mile approach?" Li Fuzheng chuckled lightly. "Controllers also operate according to procedure. We should all be a bit more accommodating." Captain Li had no objections to this sentiment. It was merely a momentary outburst, and once the heat of the moment passed, he realized he had not gained any advantage, merely venting his frustrations without seeking further complications. Moreover, he was aware that their airline's slow speed limitations were already well known among control units nationwide, and fellow pilots often expressed their discontent. Captain Li simply smiled, choosing to shift the conversation away from that topic. As their crew vehicle arrived, they boarded and departed. Meanwhile, Li Fuzheng's crew vehicle was also waiting nearby. Once inside, the co-pilot leaned closer and asked, "Captain, were you standing up for that control lady?" The observer gleefully remarked, "A hero saving a damsel." Li Fuzheng glanced back nonchalantly. "You all do talk too much." Just then, his phone vibrated. He glanced down to find a message from Meng Liyue. "I'm off work now, but I have to attend a post-shift meeting. You can head home first." After landing, he had inquired via WeChat about her finishing time. During these days operating international flights, they occasionally exchanged a few words, but due to the time difference, they had not communicated extensively. Furthermore, he had only rested for a day in Rome, spending the majority of his time in the air. Once they disembarked the crew vehicle, Li Fuzheng drove his Land Rover to the control center instead of heading home as Meng Liyue suggested. He parked outside the operations building and leaned back in his seat, waiting for a while as the sky brightened. As Meng Liyue and several colleagues exited, she quickly spotted Li Fuzheng's vehicle parked by the roadside. The window was only partially lowered, yet it was sufficient for her to clearly see him. The man's profile was exquisitely defined, with a straight nose that crafted a nearly perfect silhouette. The interplay of light and shadow accentuated his features even more strikingly. Meng Liyue turned to bid farewell to her colleagues, saying, "I have family coming to pick me up, so I'll leave first." The word husband lingered on her lips, but she felt a tinge of shyness in uttering it. Chapter 28, Marriage for him. Meng Liyue hurried towards Li Fuzheng, her steps imbued with joy. After a long night, she felt both physically and mentally exhausted, yet the moment she laid eyes on him, all weariness dissipated. As she settled into the car, she gazed at Li Fuzheng, her eyes sparkling with clarity. "Why didn't you return first? It was too early. It would have been inconvenient for you to hail a cab." In reality, mornings were quite suitable for catching a ride. Many travelers heading for early flights arrived at the airport during that time, and every time Meng Liyue finished her night shift, a driver would accept her request within 2 minutes on the app. Ultimately, she swallowed her words. Li Fuzheng tilted his head slightly, his deep gaze suddenly fixating on her face with intense focus. His eyes were exceptionally captivating. Meng Liyue felt a flush rise to her cheeks, only to hear him say, "Buckle your seatbelt." The pink bubble of her daydream was abruptly burst. Li Fuzheng waited until Meng Liyue secured her seatbelt before starting the engine. The early morning roads to the airport were clear, occasionally interrupted by the roar of planes soaring overhead. Meng Liyue felt drowsy yet wanted to cherish every moment spent with him, struggling to keep her eyelids from drooping. "Sleep for a while, I'll wake you when we get home." Li Fuzheng noticed her fatigue and softened his tone. Meng Liyue straightened her posture. "It won't be long, I'll just rest when we return." At that moment, another plane passed overhead with a whoosh. Leaning his elbow against the window frame, Li Fuzheng whimsically asked her, "Why didn't you choose to work at the control tower?" "I was already in the tower as a trainee air traffic controller." A gentle smile graced Meng Liyue's face. The control tower is a frontline unit where you can witness aircraft take off and land in real time. It's quite fascinating. Approach control was different. In a separate control hall, she monitored secondary radar and ADSB, automatic dependent surveillance, broadcast, watching planes transform into little icons moving across the screen. The process of sorting them out was exhilarating. Before attending university, Meng Liyue had endured a life rife with uncontrollable frustrations, instances of isolation and bullying, alongside the fragmentation of her family, which left her in a passive state for a long time. Her initial choice of this profession was intricately tied to Li Fuzheng, but later, Meng Liyue discovered a passion worth cherishing within it. "Look, a capable captain like you still has to follow my commands in the air. If I instruct you to veer 3 nautical miles to the right, you must do so." Meng Liyue's tone was light-hearted. "So, I'm rather impressive too, aren't I?" Li Fuzheng cast a sidelong glance at her, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He candidly affirmed, "Indeed." Upon arriving home, Meng Liyue was ready to catch up on sleep. Although Li Fuzheng could rest on the plane, the cramped space was no match for the comfort of his own bed. After settling into their respective rooms, Li Fuzheng, drawn by a tantalizing aroma, awoke to find it nearly 2 o'clock. The scent of food wafting through the air. Throwing on a casual t-shirt, he entered the kitchen to discover Meng Liyue brewing soup. She was unaware of how long she had been awake. The pot on the gas stove was bubbling with mushroom soup. "You're up." Meng Liyue sampled the broth and noticed him at the doorway, her eyes brightening. "Just a few more minutes, and we can eat." Li Fuzheng paused for a moment before nodding. He stepped into the kitchen. "Is there anything I can help with?" "You can start by taking out the bowls and chopsticks." Her voice was clear and melodious, a stark contrast to the authoritative tone used in the air. Before leaving the kitchen, Li Fuzheng lingered for an extra second, his gaze resting on her. Finding cooking a hassle, Meng Liyue had gathered her long hair into a bun, revealing her delicate features, which made her face appear even smaller, a graceful and charming visage. Each time she smiled, it was exceptionally sweet and radiant. As the mushroom soup was served at the table, Meng Liyue felt a tinge of embarrassment. My cooking skills aren't that impressive. You'll have to make do. Li Fujing ladled a bowl of soup and placed it before her before tasting it himself. It's quite good. He offered a high praise. My Chinese cooking pales in comparison to yours. You didn't have many opportunities to enjoy Chinese cuisine while abroad, did you? Authentic dishes were quite rare. Fortunately, you're back in the country now. Now? Li Fujing looked at her helplessly. The crew meals leave much to be desired. Meng Liyue, already aware, blinked playfully. I requested a guide on local airport delicacies from Xiaorong. I'll send it to you shortly. If you have a layover, you should definitely try some. Although Xiaorong was merely an air traffic controller, she knew numerous flight attendants and pilots, and being in Hucheng, she was well acquainted with the conditions of airports nationwide. Li Fujing smirked slightly. All right, please thank her for me. Meng Liyue smiled bashfully. No need to be polite with Xiaorong. After saying this, she focused on her meal, and the surroundings fell into a tranquil silence. It was an ordinary afternoon, yet the light enveloped them in a serene warmth. For the first time, Li Fujing realized that marriage, for him, had evolved from a mere obligation to appease his mother into a genuine life shared with Meng Liyue. In the following 2 days, Li Fujing was occupied with routine safety training at the company. Soon after, a new schedule was released. With the summer travel season approaching, he overheard other pilots discussing how the combination of summer travel and thunderstorms posed a nightmare for domestic aviation personnel. As for Meng Liyue, she enjoyed a brief respite, having just completed training the previous week. The night before returning to work, she received a call from her mother. Your Aunt Shen and I have just returned from our road trip. How was it? Your posts on social media looked incredibly exciting. I'm so envious. It was a lot of fun. You and Fujing should join us sometime. We'll see. Their jobs did not offer fixed holidays, so Meng Liyue could only hope for an opportunity to align their annual leave in the future. After inquiring about her daughter's recent interactions with Li Fujing, Meng's mother added, Has Xu Dejin been bothering you? Fujing mentioned it to your Aunt Shen, who specifically warned him not to disturb you. No wonder the Xu family had been unusually quiet lately. Remembering Li Fujing's promise, Meng Liyue's heart raced. Even if he didn't harbor deep feelings for her, she felt content. Before hanging up, Meng Ying recalled something else. Your brother Huaiji contacted me. He mentioned a successful aircraft transition and plans to be stationed in Hucheng. Meng Liyue chuckled. Yes, he told me today. Now that he is back in Hucheng, you should try to see him more often, especially since his father was very kind to us. Don't worry. I'll treat him to a meal once he returns. After her divorce, Meng's mother had a brief relationship with a divorced man who had a son, but it sadly ended when he passed away unexpectedly. In the years since, she had not pursued another relationship, although she remained in touch with his son. It was quite a coincidence that the man who nearly became Meng Liyue's brother was also a pilot. Chapter 29, Will She Like It? A new day dawned. Meng Liyue finally had her turn for the day shift. Meanwhile, Li Fujing had just returned from a trip to Sanya. He had grown quite familiar with co-pilot Xiao, who had initially informed him of the exceptionally pleasant voice of the approach controller at Hucheng Airport. It was during his first encounter with Meng Liyue's commanding presence after returning home that he experienced this. As the aircraft remained in cruising mode, yet to descend in altitude, Xiao, intently observing the radar meteorological chart, remarked, Brother Zheng, it's a rare blessing that the weather in Sanya is splendid today without any delays, yet we encounter severe turbulence upon our return. Li Fujing, with his striking nose adorned by sunglasses to shield his eyes from the piercing sunlight at high altitude, maintained a cool demeanor, responding, Let us wait and see. Understanding his implication, Xiao chuckled, Today, I shall once again witness Brother Zheng's remarkable ability to navigate through tight spots. The second officer in the back, unfamiliar with their camaraderie, humbly inquired. Xiao turned slightly, raising his eyebrows in a conspiratorial manner, and recounted, Previously, when Brother Zheng and I returned from Pudong, we encountered a thunderstorm, while other aircraft were circling. Our Brother Zheng requested a heading from the control tower and deftly maneuvered through a narrow gap. For half an hour afterward, we were the only aircraft to land. That evening, CAI searched online and found numerous passengers discussing the incident on social media, as they had witnessed the dazzling flashes of lightning just outside their windows during landing, creating an exhilarating spectacle. The second officer expressed his anticipation, "I hope I can experience that today as well." You might also want to pray to encounter that exceptionally melodious female controller. "Oh, I know her, the one with the sweet voice, though she can be a bit stern." On the left seat, Li Fuzheng's expression shifted subtly behind his sunglasses as he inquired quietly, "What makes her stern?" "Well, it's a rather lengthy tale. At that time, our captain requested altitude from her, but she did not comply. The captain, having a rather fiery temperament, grumbled over the frequency, and she immediately questioned whether he intended to continue listening to her instructions, effectively silencing everyone in the cockpit." Cai raised his thumb in admiration. She has quite the personality. This indeed aligned with Meng Liyue's character when at work. Li Fuzheng chuckled silently. Outside, the skies remained clear, yet as they approached the vicinity of Heqing, the weather would gradually worsen. Just before preparing for descent, Li Fuzheng's peripheral vision caught Cai's hand, which was monitoring data, and he slowly curled his fingers, asking, "Have you gotten engaged?" "Yes, Brother Zheng, I just had my engagement banquet last week." "Congratulations." "Thank you, Brother Zheng." Li Fuzheng cast another glance and remarked, "I recently purchased a pair of diamond rings. Could you help me assess if a woman would like them?" Conveniently, Cai had experience in this area. "Sure." With his phone at hand, Li Fuzheng swiftly retrieved the design sketches from his album, and both Cai and the second officer leaned in to take a look. "Brother Zheng, this diamond ring for women is stunning, so large and sparkling. Any girl would surely adore it." With a subtle smile, Li Fuzheng replied, "Good." During the ring ordering process, the sales pitch had been extravagant, yet Li Fuzheng had never purchased such items before and lacked the experience to determine if Meng Liyue would appreciate them. Fortunately, he had returned early today and planned to collect the ring from the jewelry store after landing. It seemed rather odd that, despite being married for some time, neither he nor Meng Liyue had wedding bands on their hands. Cai was about to delve into more gossip when Li Fuzheng had already stowed his phone away, removed his sunglasses, and returned to a composed demeanor, signaling the end of their idle chatter as he began coordinating with the control tower for descent. Upon reaching approximately 6,000 meters and entering the approach control zone of Heqing Airport, the frequency would soon transfer. However, he pondered which sector Meng Liyue would be managing tonight. "Brother Zheng, it seems the turbulence might be quite severe. Could you make an announcement to suit the passengers?" The second officer in the back chimed in, Yes, just your deep voice, Brother Zheng, will surely be effective." Li Fuzheng lazily declined, "You handle it." Cai eagerly rubbed his hands together, "All right, it just so happens I could practice my Mandarin and English." He would take charge of the announcements while Li Fuzheng managed the communications with the control tower. Zhongnan 9135, contact Heqing 119.25, farewell. As the transition from the area control frequency to the approach frequency occurred, the voice on 119.25 struck him as somewhat unfamiliar. It was not Meng Liyue. Li Fuzheng's expression grew distant, consciously suppressing the fluctuations of his inner emotions as he lowered the altitude in accordance with the directives until the frequency shifted once more towards the landing sector. At that moment, the aircraft had descended below 3,000 meters. He maintained his usual tone while calling on the approach frequency for the landing sector, his voice sweet yet crisp. "China Southern 9135, Heqing approach radar has you in sight. Please reduce speed to 180 and descend to 2,100. Just as Cai was about to turn and express admiration for the superb voice of the female controller, he noticed a subtle smile on Captain Li's lips. "Reduce speed to 180, descend to 2,100, China Southern 9135. Li Fuzheng typically bore an air of cool detachment, possessing an innate sense of aloofness. Although he maintained a courteous demeanor and never assumed a superior attitude toward the co-pilot, it took Cai 2 or 3 flights with him before he felt comfortable enough to share a jest. He was visibly in good spirits, a sight that was novel to CAI. Unbeknownst to him, Li Fuzheng continued to repeat the instructions, managing the aircraft's descent amidst at least several dozen other flights in the air, patiently anticipating Meng Liyue's next command. At last, she spoke, China Southern 9135, descend to 1500. Li Fuzheng's lips curved upward slightly, descend to 1500, China Southern 9135. China Southern 9135, descend to 1200. Descend to 1200, China Southern 9135. The successive directives flowed from Meng Liyue's voice, clear and melodious, imbued with a calm assurance that was truly delightful. The second officer seated behind them murmured softly, if she were right here, my ears would be in bliss. Li Fuzheng raised an eyebrow, observing the feedback from the onboard weather radar, before pressing the microphone to make a request. There is weather 5 nautical miles to the left. Requesting a heading of 160, China Southern 9135. Meng Liyue's response was prompt and decisive, China Southern 9135, heading 160 approved. The aircraft began its turn, skirting the edge of the thunderstorm. A slight turbulence ensued, prompting the cabin crew to remind passengers over the intercom to fasten their seatbelts. As they veered around the weather along the new heading, Meng Liyue swiftly called out again, China Southern 9135, you may intercept the 20-hour approach path. Intercepting the 20-hour approach path, China Southern 9135. Nowadays, the cockpit is equipped with continuous recording, and during landing, unrelated discussions are generally prohibited. However, in most instances, the authorities are not so idle as to scrutinize recordings for every flight. CAI could not resist commenting, the approach lady is keeping a close watch on us. Her timing is impeccable. Li Fuzheng chuckled silently. China Southern 9135, you may descend to 550 meters, adjust sea pressure to 1010, for the 20-hour ILS approach. Descend to 550 meters, adjust sea pressure to 1010, for the 20-hour ILS approach, China Southern 9135. Just as Li Fuzheng was about to commence preparations for landing, an isolated weather cell suddenly appeared on the radar screen, alarmingly close. The ever-changing nature of thunderstorms is such, and without hesitation, he decisively stated, requesting to maneuver right and then intercept the ILS approach, China Southern 9135. China Southern 9135, approved, after maneuvering, descend promptly, and be cautious of crosswinds. Meng Liyue showed complete faith in his judgment, her response swift. Received, China Southern 9135. They flawlessly circumvented the thunderstorm, wasting no time in their descent, and upon landing, the second officer in the back cheered, a heartfelt thank you to today's approach lady. At that moment, Li Fuzheng retrieved his phone and opened a WeChat voice message previously sent by Meng Liyue. Chapter 30, The Diamond Ring. You're only flying 2 segments today, I won't finish work until 7:30. Li Fuzheng casually glanced back at the rear, his voice composed as he replied, MHM, once we land, I'll come to pick you up. An immediate hush fell over the cockpit. The second officer and CAI in the backseat fell into silence, the woman sending a voice message to Jingji. Her voice sounded oddly familiar. If they heard correctly, it seemed they had just heard it half an hour prior. CAI's fingers dug into his trousers, his heart in turmoil, yet he dared not speak or inquire. As he exited the cockpit, CAI exchanged a knowing glance with the second officer, who responded with a similar expression. Clearly, they were both on the same wavelength. Li Fuzheng, with an air of calm, strode ahead with his flight case in hand, repositioning his sunglasses on the bridge of his nose to obscure any hint of emotion beneath. His earlier actions had been entirely unanticipated, even swifter than his own cognitive response. He hadn't had the chance to intervene. Jingji, it's rare to finish work this early. Are you heading home or somewhere else? They boarded the crew bus before the cabin crew, and unable to endure the oppressive silence, CAI sought to break the ICE. Li Fuzheng elegantly crossed his legs, his tone deep, I'm going to pick up the ring. Oh, such a large diamond ring, sister-in-law must be particularly delighted. After offering his compliment, CAI lowered his head, discreetly taking out his phone, appearing calm while typing at a speed that could set his fingers ablaze. At the Chengdu SKP, Xu and Wan Ranguang were shopping, having just completed a 4-day flight. Wan Ranguang suddenly asked her, "You and Li Fuzheng are with the same airline, have you crossed paths lately? Even if they are married, you could still have the upper hand." Truly, an ill-timed comment. Upon hearing this, Xu cheerful mood evaporated. After flying with him just once, she had no further opportunity to be on the same crew as Li Fuzheng. Although the chances were slim to begin with, given that China Southern Airlines had hundreds of pilots solely for the Airbus 330 fleet, there were even more cabin crew qualified for the 330 model. Xu discontent stemmed from her attempts to enlist the help of a friend in the operations department to schedule her more often with Li Fuzheng. What she discovered was infuriating and shameful. "What did you do to offend Captain Li? He directly contacted our department head, insisting that you two should never be scheduled together again, so I'm afraid I can't assist you." This was blatant disdain and aversion laid bare. Recalling this incident, Xu was seething with anger when she spotted a tall, handsome man emerging from a jewelry store nearby. She froze. Coincidentally, Wan Ranguang fanned the flames beside her. Li Fuzheng. He must be buying a ring at that store, right? Their wedding bands are incredibly expensive, starting from hundreds of thousands. Clenching her fists, Xu gritted her teeth. Perhaps it's not a wedding ring. Let us just go ask. Wan Ranguang was clearly stoking the fire. She had realized that there was little possibility for Xu and Li Fuzheng. Their small trio had shared a strong bond in high school, but it was already fraught with many vested interests. Moreover, with Xu present, Wan Ranguang and Xie Pei could only serve as mere embellishments to her. Additionally, Wan Ranguang harbored some undisclosed feelings for Li Fuzheng. Now that she had discovered that Xu also couldn't have him, she felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Xu was reluctant but ultimately dragged into the store by Wan Ranguang, who subtly sought answers. Indeed, Li Fuzheng had purchased a pair of extraordinarily expensive diamond rings, designer pieces no less. What do you think Meng Liyue's secret is? How did she manage to charm Li Fuzheng into treating her so well? Their relationship seems to be improving. Xu complexion paled slightly. The Xu family had been embroiled in turmoil recently. She and her mother had pressured Xu to confront Meng Liyue, yet he had evaded them with various excuses. Furthermore, her mother had been unable to reach Aunt Shen lately. Even the dimmest person could comprehend the implications. It was clear she intended to sever ties with them. Everything that had transpired was to their detriment. Those who had once been beneath her heel were now thriving, the stark contrast gnawing at Xu emotional stability. In a moment of muddled thinking, she lost her composure and conceived a rather misguided notion to vent her frustration. "I'm not having dinner with you anymore." Where are you going?" Xu did not disclose her destination to Wan Ranguang but instead returned to the jewelry store to inquire whether the previous designer ring was still available. "It's no longer in stock, madam, but we do have a similar design." "Good, wrap it up for me." The sales associate promptly complied, secretly marveling at their good fortune. After purchasing the ring, Xu found her savings considerably depleted. Even though the Xu family was quite affluent now, the price still stung. She immediately donned the ring and headed to the control center. Xu had specifically checked and learned that Meng Liyue was working today. Calculating the time to place a call, Meng Liyue happened to be on a 2-hour break. She descended the stairs to stand face-to-face with Xu, her expression calm. "Is there something you need?" During this period, Xu had refrained from causing trouble, leading Meng Liyue to believe she had quieted down. "Did you say something to Aunt Shen to make her cut ties with our family?" Xu accusation elicited a smirk from Meng Liyue. "What more do we need to say? Aunt Shen has merely seen through the disgusting truths." You, as Xu pointed an accusatory finger at her. "I don't think that deceiving Fuzheng into marrying you makes you superior. Some things I had before you even knew about them." This gesture allowed Meng Liyue to clearly see the large diamond ring on Xu finger, glimmering brightly. She did not care. Turning away, "Feel free to do whatever you wish. I'll be waiting." Completely disregarding Xu, unaffected in the slightest after work, upon spotting Li Fuzheng's car by the roadside, Meng Liyue had just settled into the vehicle when he handed her a jewelry brand packaging box. "What is this?" "Open it and see." Li Fuzheng's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. unexpectedly eager to witness her reaction upon seeing the ring. Chapter 31. Come to check. Meng Liyue opened the box and beheld an exceptionally beautiful diamond ring. Although she did not possess a deep understanding of diamonds, she could certainly appreciate its radiant clarity. Perhaps the most captivating aspect of a diamond is this very moment. However, another, somewhat blinding light flashed before her eyes. How fortuitous, to encounter a similar ring twice in such a short span of time. Their car had already traversed a fair distance, yet Meng Liyue remained silent, offering no opinion on whether she liked it. The expression on Li Fuzheng's stern face gradually faded. Could he have been deceived by the jewelry salesperson? And what of Xiao Cai, who spoke so decisively? His gaze grew dimmer, poised to break the silence, when he saw Meng Liyue raise the ring and smile at him. It's quite beautiful. Li Fuzheng silently exhaled in relief. Yet before he could utter a word, he heard her inquire, "Is this brand having a promotion recently?" The man's sharp brows instinctively furrowed. What? Meng Liyue pondered for a moment. If, for instance, buy one get one free. She placed the ring back into the box and closed it. Had it not been for Xu Morqian's earlier provocation, where she had flaunted a ring nearly identical to this one, Meng Liyue would likely be feeling much happier at this moment. She had somewhat underestimated the negative impact Xu Morqian had on her. Her past psychological scars now rendered her instinctively resistant to anything related to Xu Morqian. At that moment, Li Fuzheng spoke up. "It seems you do not like it." Her reaction was quite clear. She exhibited no signs of joy towards the ring, and the facts were unmistakable. He lightly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and softly added, "The decision is yours. Would you prefer to exchange it for a different style, or shall we simply return it?" Meng Liyue gazed at his profile. The sharp lines conveyed a distant indifference. The ring in her hand suddenly felt heavy. Could this be considered a formal gift from Li Fuzheng? Moreover, a wedding ring. She should have been elated. Yet the mere association with Xu Morqian, actually, just as Meng Liyue was about to explain, the phone on Li Fuzheng's central console rang abruptly. He glanced at the caller ID and answered on speakerphone. Mom, what is the matter?" "Your mother and Yeye's mother are dining at the airport. Have you two arrived home yet?" Mrs. Shen promptly stated her purpose. "I haven't visited your apartment since you bought it. May we come over for a visit?" Li Fuzheng's expression darkened slightly as he realized the reason behind his mother's inquiry that morning about whether he would be returning to the city today. He turned to look at Meng Liyue's somewhat flustered eyes and slowly replied, "We'll be home shortly." "Great, we'll come over soon." He hung up the phone, immediately pressed the accelerator, and reminded Meng Liyue, "I need to tidy up the apartment." She nodded eagerly. Neither set of parents was aware that they were still not sharing a room. Previously, Li Fuzheng had mentioned waiting until she was accustomed, yet Meng Liyue herself was unclear about her own feelings. More than anyone, she longed to draw closer to Li Fuzheng, yet feared that getting too close would make it increasingly difficult for her to control the surging emotions within her. The topic of the diamond ring seemed less significant at this moment. The two arrived home in haste. Li Fuzheng wasted no time, striding into the guest room. Before she could even register what was happening, he was in the master bedroom, carrying a large pile of belongings, and gentlemanly asked her, "Shall I put these down for now?" "Go ahead." Meng Liyue stood by, feeling somewhat at a loss, unsure of what she could do, merely watching Li Fuzheng tidy up. In no time, his shirts, uniforms, hats, and even his spare flight epaulets were hung up in the master bedroom closet. On the vanity, there were several pairs of his sunglasses, a suitcase, an overnight bag, and some scattered items, all now occupying the master bedroom. Li Fuzheng briefly surveyed the room, nodded in satisfaction, and then strode into the guest bathroom. Today, the main bathroom's plumbing had just been fixed. His razor, toothbrush, and essential toiletries were neatly arranged on the sink in the master bathroom, adjacent to Meng Liyue's belongings. Initially, when she was alone, the master bedroom had felt somewhat empty, but within a short span of 20 minutes, it had become completely cluttered. They had yet to leave the bedroom when the doorbell rang. "It seems to be them." Meng Liyue's heart raced. "I'll go answer the door." Li Fuzheng walked past her, ruffling her hair with his palm. "It's all right." The gentle gesture quickly withdrew, yet its lingering warmth remained fervent. Meng Liyue took a few deep breaths to steady her nerves before stepping outside. The two ladies were arm in arm, cheerfully admiring their surroundings. Mrs. Shen quickly pulled her close. This neighborhood near the airport is barely acceptable. Is Yuya comfortable living here? Meng Liyue obediently nodded, quite comfortable. That's good, it's primarily for your convenience in commuting to work, otherwise, you might as well live in the city. Actually, the facilities here are quite adequate now. Meng's mother was also pleased with the environment, retracting her gaze to ask Meng Liyue, have you had dinner? I ate at the office. Mrs. Shen immediately frowned. Li Fujing, not only do you not cook at home, but you also let Ye eat at the cafeteria. Auntie, it has nothing to do with him, Meng Liyue hastily interjected. We both work late, so we usually eat at the office. All right. Li Fujing, Ye is so busy with work, take good care of her. Li Fujing poured 2 glasses of water, handing one to each lady, raising an eyebrow. Understood. Ye. Mrs. Shen smiled at Meng Liyue again, winking. You don't mind if I take a look at your bedroom, do you? Huh. Don't worry, I'm not looking for anything, I just want to see how the feng shui is. Meng Liyue's lips twitched slightly. You understand this too. In business, who doesn't believe in a bit of feng shui? Then please go ahead. Watching the two mothers head towards the bedroom, Li Fujing leaned against the dining table, spreading his hands as if he had anticipated this. Meng Liyue bit her lip, feeling fortunate that he indeed had foresight. The two ladies did not linger for long and soon returned, engaging in casual conversation before leaving. Their purpose was clear. The pretense of checking feng shui was merely a guise to confirm the status of Meng Liyue and Li Fujing's marital life. After seeing them off, as they returned inside, Li Fujing's gaze lingered on Meng Liyue for a moment before he spoke solemnly. You wait for me. I'll tidy up. Li Fujing. She suddenly called his name, her tone somewhat urgent. What is it? Meng Liyue restrained the tumultuous emotions in her eyes, summoning her courage to tell him, that diamond ring. Xu Mortian has the same one. How would she know you bought me a ring? The last few words carried a hint of reproach, almost like a pout. She's just trying to provoke me. Chapter 32, Sharing a Bed. Li Fujing's previously languid demeanor shifted, gradually adopting a serious expression tinged with incredulous inquiry. How could Shimoti possibly know? It was I who inquired, so how could I know her? Meng Liyue pouted, visibly displeased as she remarked, she came to find me this afternoon, before you did, attempting to bully me once more, but I did not allow her to succeed. The glimmer of moisture in her beautiful eyes conveyed a hint of vulnerability. After staring at her for a moment, Li Fujing's throat unconsciously moved as he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. I have never disclosed this matter to Shimoti, nor is there any reason for her to be informed. The foremost suspects in his mind were Xiao Cai and the second officer from today. Upon landing, he had mentioned his intention to retrieve a ring in their presence. However, they were unaware of which store he was visiting or the type of ring he sought, suggesting the issue likely resided within the jewelry brand's boutique. Quickly analyzing the possibilities, Li Fujing elucidated the situation to Meng Liyue, articulating each word with unwavering focus. All she desired was a singular explanation. Now, she understood. She truly is a persistent spectre. Meng Liyue muttered softly, her disdain for Shimoti unmasked. Surprisingly, the man, who typically refrained from commenting on their disputes, nodded slightly. Indeed, she is somewhat relentless. Biting her lip, she fought to suppress the involuntary upward curve of her mouth. Until, before her, Li Fujing sighed softly, I will inquire at the store and return the ring. His forthrightness was commendable. Since this ring had evoked unwelcome memories, it was best to replace it. Meng Liyue had no objections, as the thought of wearing a matching ring with Shimoti made her feel uneasy. What are you dawdling for? Shouldn't you be helping me move things? Li Fujing, having waited in vain for Meng Liyue's response, unexpectedly reached out and pinched her cheek. The touch was softer than she had anticipated. His gesture felt more intimate than any prior encounter. Meng Liyue felt as though her thoughts had been drained, losing all semblance of control, as waves of exhilaration surged through her, every cell within her body rejoicing. As she heard the clamoring of her heart, yearning to close the distance between them, just a little bit closer. There's no need to complicate matters. Just as Meng Liu uttered this, her cheeks flushed crimson, the color so vivid it seemed to bleed. She dared not look directly at him, only stealing glances. Li Fujing lowered his head, his towering figure obscuring her peripheral vision, and in a slow, deliberate manner, asked, "Are you certain? Millimeter." Married for some time now, Meng Liu could no longer deny her growing discontent with the status quo, yearning for more. Hence, a more definitive change was necessary, and it appeared that Li Fujing was not opposed to this notion. She lifted her gaze to meet his deep, penetrating eyes, her tone resolute. From now on, there's no need for moving back and forth." He lazily curled his lips into a smile. Very well, I shall heed your wishes." Meng Liu felt her cheeks grow even warmer. As Li Fujing turned toward the master bedroom, he paused at the door, glancing back with a slight lift of his brow. "Aren't you coming in?" With a sense of trepidation, she followed him. The master bedroom was spacious, yet when they both stood inside, Meng Liu felt as though the air had been siphoned away by the presence of the man beside her, pressing in on her, making it difficult to breathe. "Is it acceptable to arrange the items this way?" Li Fujing casually surveyed the room, quickly acclimating to the imminent changes while still respecting Meng Liu's preferences. She nodded promptly. That works for me. I haven't brought much. Do you think there's anything else to be transferred?" This was a mental preparation for their prolonged cohabitation. A smile crept onto Li Fujing's lips as his gaze settled on the bed, measuring 1.8 meters in the center of the room. Prior to their marriage, they had agreed to let things unfold naturally. Perhaps this was indeed a pivotal moment of difference. "Let us proceed like this for now." Li Fujing opened the wardrobe, retrieving a set of pajamas. "I will shower in the outer bathroom." "All right." Once he left, Meng Liu collapsed onto the bed, gasping for air, nearly suffocating. Tonight, even if nothing were to transpire, they would still lie on the same bed. She incessantly recalled her sleeping posture. As a child, she often shared a bed with her mother. Surely she wouldn't talk in her sleep or grind her teeth and snore. After Li Fujing finished his shower, he lingered in the living room for a cup of water, ensuring he was well versed in the details of tomorrow's flight routes before leisurely returning to the master bedroom. As he pushed open the door, Meng Liu was reclining against the bed, feigning calmness while engrossed in her phone, her breathing having been in disarray since his entrance. His footsteps drew nearer, a blend of the scent of body wash and his own pheromones growing increasingly pronounced. "I need to report for duty by 6:30 tomorrow, so I shall turn in now." Li Fujing's deep voice was close at hand, accompanied by the subtle rustle of him pulling back the covers, an intimacy and ambiguity that was difficult to articulate. "Okay." Meng Liu stiffly continued to stare at her phone. Acutely aware of Li Fujing lying down beside her, she promptly reacted by turning off the light, plunging the room into darkness. Slowly, she slid beneath the covers, crossing her arms over her chest, too apprehensive to move. "There's no need to be tense." In the silence, punctuated only by the sound of their heartbeats, Li Fujing's slightly husky voice sought to soothe her anxiety. "I will fulfill the promises I have made." This relationship had commenced rather abruptly, yet Li Fujing did not regard it as a transient game. The notion of letting things flow naturally could also imply maintaining a positive attitude until they transitioned into a new phase. Meng Liu was surprised to find herself attuned to him, able to grasp his intentions. Her breathing gradually steadied. "I understand, you should get some rest. I wouldn't want to disrupt your early shift tomorrow." The man chuckled softly, refraining from further conversation. As fatigue began to envelop her, she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, she found Li Fujing already packing his flight bag. He had his back to her, moving with great care. Cake license, work ID, epaulets, electronic flight bag, headphones, the flashlight for pre-flight checks, reflective vest, voice recorder, sunglasses, and so forth, all neatly stowed away. Just as he completed his inventory, he noticed Meng Liu's gaze upon him. "Did I wake you? My apologies." "It's fine. I was just about to head to the restroom." She sat up, and Li Fujing resumed packing his overnight bag. Extra uniforms and basic toiletries. Meng Liu had heard that many pilots carried their own grooming supplies, as the amenities provided by certain airline partner hotels were often inadequate. She inquired, "Aren't you coming back tonight?" Li Fuzheng straightened, his uniform accentuating his striking features, but his expression bore a hint of resignation. The weather has been unpredictable lately. With a hint of a smile, Meng Liyue replied, Captain, I wish you good fortune. Raising an eyebrow, the man responded, I appreciate your kind words, flight attendant. Chapter 33, Betrayal. After Li Fuzheng set off on his journey, Meng Liyue indulged in a brief slumber, only to awaken to a new message on WeChat. It was a straightforward and blunt flight schedule, clearly indicating the takeoff and landing times for each segment of his journey. She glanced at the weather chart and sensed that her well-wishes were unlikely to bear much fruit. Indeed, the first leg of Li Fuzheng's flight to Beijing was delayed due to inclement weather. After finally taking off, the airport closed again just before landing. The plan was to divert to Shijiazhuang, yet Zhengding Airport was also unable to accommodate due to the weather. They were compelled to circle back and land in Jinan. Discontent filled the cabin as passengers voiced their grievances. The flight attendants exhausted their efforts to soothe the restless crowd. The third attendant could only communicate internally with the cockpit, inquiring if the captain could make an announcement. After all, for most passengers, the pilot's authority over the aircraft lent a greater persuasive weight to his words. Captain, will you make the announcement? Your voice is more pleasant than mine. The co-pilot, a young man who had graduated from flight school less than 2 years ago and had just passed the first stage of his co-pilot training, was eager to assist. Seated behind him was an observer, also a co-pilot, who had accumulated enough flying hours and landings to qualify for promotion, and he was not on the same rotation as Li Fuzheng. With a wealth of experience, he winked at Li Fuzheng and said, just making an announcement from the cabin won't suffice, you need to step out. With your appearance, standing there would surely calm them down. Is that effective? Li Fuzheng expressed skepticism. Absolutely. Li Fuzheng raised an eyebrow, don't think I don't know you want me to use my charm. That's not true, Har. Li Fuzheng chuckled coldly, dismissing further discussion, and began the cabin announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that due to weather conditions, we are unable to land at the capital airport. His voice, naturally magnetic, was sufficiently captivating. Low and sultry, it carried a hint of a sigh. To ensure you aren't left stranded, the crew has decided to divert to Jinan temporarily, and we will take off again for Beijing once the weather improves. In the cabin, silence fell swiftly after the initial uproar. Although noise soon resumed, it paled in comparison to the uncontrollable forces of nature. After an extended detour, they finally landed in Jinan, refueled, and waited for clearance to take off again. Much of the day had already passed. Upon landing in the capital, Li Fuzheng instinctively opened his phone and messaged Meng Liyue, a Miss Controller, your blessings might lack sincerity. The first leg has only just concluded. Meng Liyue, nestled on the sofa watching a film with an array of fruits on the table, straightened up upon receiving his WeChat message. She paused the movie and focused on replying, apologies, Captain. I hope fortune will favor you next time. Uncertain whether their relationship had undergone significant changes, she nonetheless felt a subtle shift in how Li Fuzheng regarded her, a slight difference compared to the beginning. Meng Liyue looked forward to even more promising changes yet. That evening, Li Fuzheng indeed did not return home. The second leg of the journey proceeded smoothly, but by the third leg, it exceeded the maximum duty time permissible for the day, which is 14 hours, resulting in an overnight stay as anticipated. Meng Liyue felt relatively at ease, appreciating the brief interlude for mental preparation. After a restful night, she awoke feeling relaxed, yet she could not deny that the presence of Li Fuzheng beside her stirred a mix of tension and a subtle thrill within her. As she opened her phone to inquire about his schedule for the day, she was surprised to find a screenshot he had sent her via WeChat. If there were no delays, Li Fuzheng would return in the afternoon. Otherwise, the situation remained uncertain. Just as she was about to reply, a phone call came through, and upon answering, Meng Liyue felt a flicker of joy. YGGE, are you not flying today? The voice on the other end was laced with amusement. I've just landed, faced a delay overnight, and have just returned to Hucheng. Liu Huaiji was the son of her mother's former boyfriend, 3 years her senior, who had recently transitioned to piloting the Boeing 737 after completing his training. Not long ago, he had successfully undergone an internal aircraft modification at his airline, transitioning to the Boeing 777, moving from a smaller narrow-body aircraft to a larger wide-body one. Despite the tragic loss of his father in an accident, her mother had maintained contact with him over the years, and coincidentally, Meng Liyue and he shared the same profession, allowing for occasional conversations. "Shall we have lunch together? I just spoke with Aunt Meng, she's coming too." Meng Liyue readily agreed. "Sure, my mother often mentions you at home. Just the other day, she reminded me to keep in touch." Lu Huaiji chuckled softly, his tone gentle. "I've returned to the Heching base, so I will indeed have more time to stay in contact. Then I shall see you shortly. I need to freshen up first." As Meng Liyue brushed her teeth, memories from the past flooded her mind. Her mother had been in a relationship with the late Uncle Lu while she was in university, and during those years, she could distinctly sense her mother's happiness. Unfortunately, that relationship did not possess the fortune to last, which left a tinge of regret. Thankfully, her mother had since regained her vitality, alleviating Meng Liyue's worries. Before long, they arrived at the lunch venue. It had been some time since she last saw Lu Huaiji, and he appeared just as she remembered, with strikingly handsome features and a tall, lean stature, exuding an approachable demeanor. Had it not been for his gentle nature, the formerly shy Meng Liyue would have found it difficult to become familiar with him. "Huaiji, it has been a long time." Lu Huaiji smiled warmly. "Indeed, it feels like ages. I almost thought you might have forgotten me." "How could I?" "Isn't Huaiji busy lately?" Meng's mother gestured for him to take a seat, inquiring with concern. "How is work? Still going smoothly?" "Quite smoothly, actually. I just transitioned to a new aircraft type." After Lu Huaiji spoke, Meng's mother turned to Meng Liyue and asked, "What type of aircraft is Li Fuzheng flying?" "He pilots the Airbus A330. Airbus and Boeing are not from the same company, are they?" Meng Liyue chuckled. "Of course not. They are competitors." Seated across from them, Lu Huaiji raised an eyebrow at this conversation. "Li Fuzheng, who is he?" Being a pilot for Huarhang, he naturally was not familiar with the affairs of Zhongnan Airlines. Just as Meng Liyue was about to explain, her mother beamed with excitement, exclaiming, "I was waiting for you to return to tell you officially. Ye is married, and Li Fuzheng is my son-in-law." "Married?" Lu Huaiji fell silent for a moment, grasping the water cup on the table, his smile fading slightly. Meng's mother remained buoyant. "Yes, they have been registered for some time now. I even posted it on WeChat, didn't you see?" "No. I was busy with the aircraft modification during that time and hardly looked at my phone." Lu Huaiji turned to Meng Liyue. "What made you suddenly decide to get married?" Chapter 34. He certainly doesn't enjoy such privileges. He inquired again. "I don't recall you mentioning any plans for a swift marriage before." Meng Liyue felt a slight warmth rise to her cheeks, responding somewhat bashfully, "I just happened to meet the right person and decided to get married." Our Yeye is shy. Meng's mother, who knew her daughter best, could see that her daughter was genuinely happy about marrying Li Fuzheng. Thus, she too felt a surge of joy. Particularly, in her eyes, this son-in-law was quite perfect. His family background, appearance, and capabilities were all beyond reproach. If only he could reciprocate her daughter's feelings. Meng's mother silently hoped that their relationship would flourish and her precious daughter would find even greater happiness. She promptly added, "Yeye and Fuzheng are fated for each other. They were high school classmates." Upon hearing this, Lu Huaiji instinctively reached for his glass of water, only to find it empty. He straightened his lips and, after a moment's pause, asked Meng Liyue, "When will you introduce me to him?" "Sure, but he has been away these days. Let us see if he has time when he returns." Lu Huaiji nodded in agreement. "All right." Meng's mother then recalled something and remarked, "What a coincidence, Huaiji and Fuzheng are in the same field. They will surely have plenty to discuss." Indeed. In that fleeting moment, Lu Huaiji wore an exceedingly strained smile, but he quickly adjusted his demeanor and casually shifted the conversation to other topics. Once lunch concluded, Lu Huaiji offered to drive Meng Ying home, to which she shook her head. No need for that, I have plans this afternoon, just take Ye back. Lu Huaiji turned to Meng Liyue with a smirk. Shall we? Back to our usual spot. Not this time, I'll send you the new address on your phone. All right. Once in the car, Lu Huaiji adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature, and soft music played in the background. He was always meticulous. Meng Liyue joked, do you know what my mother plans to do now that she has resolved my major life event? She's worried about you. She keeps asking if I know any suitable girls to introduce to you. Meng Liyue genuinely had this intention, as there were many outstanding single women among her colleagues and friends. Lu Huaiji gripped the steering wheel tightly, offering a faint smile. Unfortunately, I have no such intentions at the moment. Oh, that's a bit regrettable. I was hoping to help you make a connection. After she spoke, Lu Huaiji did not respond immediately, and a brief silence enveloped the car. Unbeknownst to Meng Liyue, she noticed a notification on her phone. Li Fuzheng's flight had landed safely over 10 minutes ago. Fortune had finally smiled upon him, her eyes curved into a delightful arc, her heart yearning to return. Half an hour later, they entered the community garage. You can stop here, thank you. Meng Liyue opened the door and smiled as she bid farewell to Lu Huaiji. What do you mean by thank you? He lowered the car window and leaned slightly forward. You mentioned that movie you wanted to see is coming out soon. Shall we go together in a few days? Meng Liyue had almost forgotten which film he was referring to. It might have been something she casually mentioned during a gathering. She was surprised he remembered it so clearly. I'm not entirely sure. Meng Liyue bit her lip, feeling somewhat conflicted. No worries, we can discuss it later. I'll take my leave now. All right. Lu Huaiji's smile remained warm as he settled back into his seat and quickly pressed the accelerator. At that moment, the sound of an approaching vehicle and a honk captured Meng Liyue's attention. A familiar Land Rover with a recognizable license plate, the two cars crossed paths in the garage. Li Fuzheng held the steering wheel with one hand, slightly turning his face to glance at the person in the oncoming vehicle. He casually averted his gaze, focusing instead on the woman not far away. She recognized him, her eyes sparkling. The parking spot was conveniently beside Meng Liyue. As he drove up to her, Li Fuzheng swiftly turned the steering wheel and deftly reversed into the space. After shutting the car door, he retrieved his flight case and overnight bag from the trunk, striding confidently towards her. You're back. Meng Liyue suppressed her inner excitement, smiling softly. Does today count as good luck? Quite so. The man lightly grasped the handle of his case, casually inquiring, that person from earlier, your friend? Before honking and accelerating, Li Fuzheng had already seen Meng Liyue conversing with the person in that vehicle, and she appeared genuinely cheerful. His too. Zero vision played an unprecedented role at this moment. Indeed, it's a long story. How about we head up first and I'll tell you slowly? Li Fuzheng assessed her expression, responding with a deliberate millimeter. As they entered the elevator, Meng Liyue found herself captivated by the reflection of herself standing alongside Li Fuzheng. The man was clad in a white dress shirt and trousers, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, exuding an impressive stature. His tie was slightly loosened, adding an air of casual elegance. Having witnessed countless individuals in flight uniforms, none could stir her heart quite like him. Suddenly, her subtle observation was caught by him. Li Fuzheng met her gaze through the elevator's reflection and languidly tugged at his tie, lazily inquiring, "Oh, what are you looking at?" Nothing, just noticing that you seem quite sprightly, as if you could still fly a couple more segments. Li Fuzheng paused for a moment, no need for such retribution. The curve of Meng Liyue's smile became even more enchanting. I was merely jesting. As the elevator doors opened, they stepped out in succession. Upon returning home, Li Fuzheng headed straight for the master bedroom, and Meng Liyue, unable to restrain herself, followed closely behind. He placed down a box and turned, locking eyes with her. "Would you like some water?" she asked, her tone somewhat clumsy, still underestimating his influence. The moment Li Fuzheng stood in the bedroom, a powerful masculine aura enveloped the space, steadily encroaching upon Meng Liyue's territory. Without waiting for his response, she hurriedly moved outside, her heart racing so chaotically that she felt slightly clumsy. The apartment was designed with a horizontal layout, the living room was spacious, and the dining area lay just behind the sofa. Standing by the dining table, Meng Liyue poured water, and Li Fuzheng soon approached, leaning casually beside her, taking the cup from her hand with a leisurely, "Thank you." The fleeting touch of his fingertips was searing. Her cheeks subtly flushed a millimeter. Li Fuzheng's gaze dipped, resting upon Meng Liyue's long eyelashes. He made no haste to drink but directly resumed the unfinished topic. "The long story you mentioned, do you have time to share it now?" That person earlier was the son of my mother's previous boy. Meng Liyue explained the situation to Li Fuzheng, who elongated his response with an, "Oh, I see, we had lunch together. It seems my mother had an appointment with Aunt Shen for a beauty treatment and left early. Brother Huaiji brought me back." Meng Liyue sensed that Li Fuzheng appeared overly concerned about Liu Huaiji's presence and tentatively asked, "Do you perhaps have a misunderstanding?" Li Fuzheng remained silent, his tongue resting against his cheek, his mind preoccupied with the intimate way Meng Liyue referred to Brother Huaiji. He certainly did not receive such privileges. Chapter 35 Welcome to Take Advantage. "What do you think I misunderstood?" Li Fuzheng set the cup down on the table, slowly turning to the side, his deep, dark eyes unwavering. Meng Liyue felt particularly tense under his gaze, yet simultaneously, a surge of joy and anticipation bubbled within her, racing through her veins. She could hardly contain her eagerness to explain. "If Uncle Liu hadn't encountered any misfortune, we would all be one family now." The girl's eyes, with their amber irises, were currently filled solely with his figure, as if he were the most significant being in her world. Suddenly, Li Fuzheng raised his hand, blocking her line of sight and dimming the brilliance of her gaze. "Understood." After a few unrestrained gulps, he finally heard his own slightly hoarse voice, "There is no misunderstanding." By the time Meng Liyue managed to see him clearly again, the man had already turned to walk towards the master bedroom. She stared at his retreating figure, scratching her face in confusion, unable to comprehend the reason behind his earlier actions. Slowing her pace, she entered the bedroom, where Li Fuzheng leaned against the headboard, perusing the flight plans for the following day on his tablet. There might still be strong convective weather tomorrow, Meng Liyue cautioned him, "You need to be careful." "All right, what time do you start work?" "Departing at 8:30. That's about the right time. I'll give you a ride." Meng Liyue, unable to disguise her delight, replied eagerly, "Sounds good." She circled around the foot of the bed to the other side, lifted the covers, and lay down. In that instant, Li Fuzheng's scent enveloped her surroundings. Fortunately, she was adequately prepared this time. Aside from her heart racing a bit, everything else felt relatively normal. Just then, Li Fuzheng had already put away his tablet and turned to ask her, "Should I turn off the lights?" Millimeter. With a soft click, the room plunged into darkness. Meng Liyue lay flat on her back, but it seemed Li Fuzheng preferred to sleep on his side. She could sense the man beside her had turned towards her, bringing their breaths closer together. He favored sleeping on his side and had not a single trace of laugh lines. She couldn't help but let her mind wander, perhaps due to his impeccable bone structure and flawless complexion. His high nose bridge and full nasal base left him devoid of the worry of laugh lines. Meng Liyue lost track of when she fell asleep. The previous night, the blackout curtains had not been drawn tightly enough, allowing a sliver of light to seep through. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the strikingly handsome features of Li Fuzheng at close range. Indeed, someone so good-looking appeared charming from every angle. Even the small mole on his nose seemed particularly alluring. As if bewitched, he reached out his hand, inching closer. "Control, miss. What do you intend to do with me?" The man suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze and tone still languid, yet he accurately detected her improper actions. Meng Liyue was caught off guard, instinctively attempting to defend herself. "I didn't." Li Fuzheng leisurely captured her fingers, holding them in his palm, raising an eyebrow at her, caught in the act. Regaining her composure, she scrambled for an explanation. "I was just looking at you." "What were you looking at?" He smirked meaningfully, patiently awaiting her response. Meng Liyue's several attempts at excuses all ended in failure, ultimately leading her to throw caution to the wind. "I was just admiring how handsome you are, wanting to take advantage." Upon uttering those words, her face flushed. The man before her fell silent for a moment before a low chuckle resonated in his throat, his shoulders trembling slightly. That's all right. After all, it is your prerogative. After saying this, he generously inquired, would you like to continue? Meng Liu forcefully withdrew her hand, feeling a rush of warmth. I don't want to right now. She promptly sat up, daring not to meet his gaze, and hurried into the bathroom to freshen up. As she recalled the incident, she felt utterly humiliated. By the time she emerged, having dawdled, Li Fuzheng was already ready, looking considerably more serious in his uniform. He refrained from mentioning their earlier encounter and simply asked her, what do you want for breakfast? Let us eat at the cafeteria. How's the food in your flight department? It's passable. Our units is also decent. Since they could both dine at the cafeteria, there was no need to cook separately on weekdays. After finishing their preparations, they stepped out. Li Fuzheng wore a white shirt paired with dress pants, while Meng Liu donned a similar ensemble shirt and trousers, which, at a glance, could be mistaken for matching couple outfits. However, she felt too shy to voice this thought. After dropping her off at her workplace, Li Fuzheng headed to the airline's base, where he checked in and underwent an alcohol test. Before entering the pre-flight preparation room, he encountered Shimoti. She was with another crew, and upon seeing him in the corridor, she hesitated to greet him, suddenly recalling something and hiding her hand behind her back. Got a moment? Li Fuzheng strolled over, glancing at his watch. Yes, what do you want to talk about? If it's not urgent, we could have dinner tonight after you land, Shimoti suggested, displaying what she considered her most charming smile, eagerly awaiting his response. She remained persistent, convinced that during their high school years, the bond between her and Li Fuzheng was the closest among the girls. Over the years, she had not heard of him being involved with any other woman. As for Meng Liu, in her eyes, she was merely lucky, and she did not believe their marriage could last long. Yet, disappointment was her inevitable fate. Li Fuzheng allotted a mere 5 minutes for her. His gaze was indifferent, and his tone devoid of warmth. There's no need for dinner. I merely came to inform you that we have returned the wedding ring, replaced it with a new design, and bought out the design rights. This implied that there would no longer be any rings of the same style available for sale. What are you talking about, Fuzheng? Shimoti immediately adopted a somewhat aggrieved demeanor. That ring was merely a coincidence. I bought it as a gift for myself, and it just happened to be a similar style. Is that not permissible? She even preemptively cast blame. Meng Liu is being too petty. Her words caused Li Fuzheng to frown, his tone growing increasingly impatient. I am aware of your dealings with the shop assistant. Such tactics will not affect our relationship. I advise you to stop lingering around. The final words echoed Meng Liu's assessment of her. Having said his piece, Li Fuzheng had little time to waste and turned to leave, leaving Shimoti frozen in place, seething with frustration. Upon arriving at her workplace, Meng Liu was assigned 2 sectors during the pre-shift meeting, with exchanges scheduled between day and night shifts. She had no objections but was prepared for increased workload should it begin to rain in the evening. After a 2-hour shift, she started her lunch break, and her colleagues who had switched out for the meal all headed to the cafeteria. As Meng Liu quietly ate, a conversation sparked at the next table, led by someone discussing the recent pilots featured in the frequency. The one with the most melodious voice is from China Southern Airlines. I've seen his photos, and he's quite handsome in person. Isn't he the particularly young one? I've heard of him too, but I wonder who will ultimately win him over. Chapter 36. Follow him. At a certain moment, Meng Liu longed to turn and inform them that the person at the center of their discussion was, in fact, her husband. However, she was not one to be overly flamboyant. Certain words lingered on the tip of her tongue but ultimately remained unspoken. As the lunch break concluded and it was time to return to the control hall, a new round of command work commenced. The afternoon weather gradually shifted, with sporadic drizzles appearing, and the meteorological radar images received by the controllers revealed vast expanses of green. Subsequently, the colors deepened, and the most troublesome aspect was the scattered cumulonimbus clouds pressing down within the sector, complicating the controller's task of guiding aircraft in and out of the air routes. Jinsho 1845, Haching approach radar has you in sight, climb to a standard pressure of 2,700, turn right to heading 270 and maintain. Dongfang 2407, climb to 2100, ascend as quickly as possible, be cautious of the crossing altitude. Nanfang 6303, descend to 2400, maintain your current heading. At that moment, the radar indicated a new aircraft entering the airspace. Shenlu. Before the captain of Shenlu could finish his request, a foreign captain abruptly seized the frequency. Approach. Good evening DKH 1220, descend. Her expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of panic, as she issued a standby instruction, allowing Shenlu to continue speaking as per the original plan, directing it to descend. Seamlessly switching to English, DKH 1220 approach, radar contact, reduce speed to 200 knots. After issuing this command, she continued to guide 3 or 4 more aircraft when suddenly, a languid voice that stirred her heart appeared in her headset. Good evening, Hecheng, Zhongnan 9981, at altitude 2700, awaiting your instructions. Each time she heard Li Fuzheng greet her, it felt distinct. Especially after having commanded an uncountable number of aircraft, hearing his voice imparted a profound sense of her dreams materializing. She had once envisioned a day when he would return from an altitude of 30,000 feet, and she could guide him home. Now, she had achieved that, and yet it was more than she had imagined. Meng Liyue swiftly responded, Zhongnan 9981, Hecheng approach radar has you identified, reduce speed to 180. At this juncture, the weather conditions had noticeably deteriorated, with the cumulonimbus clouds within the sector accompanied by lightning, causing most aircraft to circle. Inside the cockpit of Zhongnan 9981, Li Fuzheng piloted the aircraft, glancing at the meteorological radar before promptly issuing his request to Meng Liyue. I will maintain heading for 10 nautical miles, then turn right to 210 and descend, Zhongnan 9981. Meng Liyue had sufficient trust in his judgment. A mere glance at the radar confirmed her decision, leaving no room for hesitation. Zhongnan 9981, approved. Li Fuzheng's voice carried a hint of amusement, thank you. Meng Liyue refrained from responding further, yet her prompt approval of his detour and route request evoked admiration from the co-pilot and observer in the cockpit. Today, this control lady seems to be in a splendid mood. Whatever heading is requested is granted. Li Fuzheng raised an eyebrow, are you sure? They suddenly recalled that on a previous flight, a similar request for a turn had resulted in the approach control first asking for patience, followed by confirming the weather and ensuring no conflicts before granting clearance. Oh, it seems Brother Zheng has some insider knowledge. Why not share it with us? Li Fuzheng's lips curled into a slight smile, let's just detour for now. At that moment, another flight request came through on their frequency. Hecheng approach, unable to maintain current heading, requesting right turn to 220, Huanan 6112. Huanan 6112, heading 220 poses a conflict. Li Fuzheng heard the same conversation on the frequency, and the co-pilot remarked, as expected, Brother Zheng has some clout. Not entirely, someone with a clear smile replied humbly, just lucky to have the heading clear up. But it's not just luck. The controller has to be willing to let you divert like this. The observer in the back chimed in with a playful tone, let us see how Huanan plans to fly this. Just as the words fell, the pilot of Huanan 6112 spoke with familiarity, what other headings are available? Fuel is running low, Huanan 6112. After a brief pause of about 2 seconds, a calm and sweet female voice issued a directive on the approach frequency, Huanan 6112, do you see the Zhongnan 9981 ahead of you? I see it, the one that's 300 meters below me. Huanan 6112. The vertical separation between the two civil aircraft was at least 300 meters. This time, the usually emotionless voice in the workplace carried a barely perceptible smile. Huanan 6112, correct, follow him, maintain current heading for 10 nautical miles, right turn to 210 and descend. Maintain current heading for 10 nautical miles, right turn to 210 and descend, follow the preceding aircraft, Huanan 6112. Huanan 6112, join with a 5 nautical mile offset. Within 5 nautical miles, you can manage your own course. Received, Huanan 6112. After issuing a series of commands, Huanan 6112 gently expressed gratitude over the frequency. Thank you for your hard work. Meng Liyue also did not respond. She switched places with the observer colleague, allowing the latter to take over the commands. In just a few seconds, she smiled, finding it rather amusing that Li Fujing had independently charted a route around the weather, alleviating her concerns and effectively guiding the subsequent aircraft. Furthermore, she had not anticipated that the flight following Li Fujing would be piloted by Liu Huai. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of Zhongnan 9981, the atmosphere had grown somewhat peculiar. The co-pilot remarked, "Brother Zheng, is the flight behind us going to follow us and let us guide them around?" Brother Zheng chose the route himself. He is quite fortunate, doesn't he have to exert any effort? Li Fujing did not mind leading the following aircraft around, such experiences were common. He was simply overly concerned about that phrase, "Thank you for your hard work." Others seemed oblivious, assuming the statement from the Huanan pilot was merely a casual expression of concern. However, Li Fujing keenly sensed that it was not so simple. Meng Liyue would not smile while directing unrelated individuals, indicating that she was acquainted with that person. Li Fujing immediately thought of that a YGGE, an overly intimate term that sounded rather nauseating. He let out a cold laugh, thinking that the skill level was merely mediocre. Chapter 37 seems quite familiar. After traversing 10 nautical miles, a right turn was executed to alter the course, descending altitude to intercept the airways in preparation for the approach procedure. At this juncture, the weather shifted once more. Under the command of Meng Liyue, Li Fujing piloted the shortest five-sided maneuver in history, with the sensation of lightning flickering across his face. China Southern 6112 remained in pursuit. The two aircraft operated at different altitude levels, landing 2 minutes apart, with Li Fujing executing a left turn to vacate the runway, heading towards the taxiway. However, China Southern 6112 veered right, diverging in direction, resulting in minimal contact post-landing. "You are fortunate, you landed quite swiftly." Upon disembarking, he encountered the Shenlu crew awaiting their ride. They still needed to land, albeit on a runway distant enough that it took them half an hour to reach the jet bridge. Li Fujing exchanged cordial handshakes and brief pleasantries with the Shenlu captain, as they all lamented the tribulations of the monsoon season. "You were lucky to have completed the circuit in just 10 nautical miles. You know, I arrived at Pudong yesterday and had to circle directly over the sea, covering 60 to 70 nautical miles." Li Fujing chuckled and then murmured, "By the way, that pilot from South China tonight, does he happen to know 119.7? He seemed quite familiar with it in his words. 119.7, the frequency of the approach sector where Meng Liyue found herself tonight. The smile that adorned his lips quickly vanished, disappearing at a visibly rapid pace. Clearly, he was not the only one who noticed. The brief radio exchange hinted at a profound connection. "Perhaps," he replied nonchalantly. Once the crew car arrived and the pleasantries concluded, Li Fujing headed to the company parking lot to retrieve his vehicle. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, he directed the car towards the control center. Meng Liyue still had some time before her shift ended. He parked the car, leaned back against the seat, and closed his eyes for a moment's respite. Outside, the rain continued to pour incessantly. It was not until a knock on the window stirred him that Li Fujing lazily opened his eyes. There stood Meng Liyue, shyly smiling at him. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" His gaze lingered on the curve of her lips for a moment before he looked away and nodded slightly. "Get in the car first." In that fleeting instant, he couldn't help but think of her demeanor at work, which must have contrasted sharply with her current state. Today, Meng Liyue left work earlier than her colleagues, as if she had an inkling that Li Fujing would come to pick her up. Even before she laid eyes on him, she secretly mocked herself for harboring such unrealistic expectations. The moment she spotted that familiar vehicle parked by the roadside and confirmed that it was indeed Li Fujing, all her daydreams transformed into a tangible joy. Once inside the car, fastening her seatbelt, Meng Liyue turned towards him. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not really." An hour. Li Fujing had never waited this long for anyone before, nor were there many who warranted such patience from him. The car stopped outside the control center, and without contemplating any should or shouldn't he proceeded naturally. This year, the rainfall has been heavier than previous years. You've returned just in time for the thunderstorm season. Meng Liyue endeavored to spark a conversation, sensing that Li Fujing was unusually silent this time. The abrupt stillness of the environment was unsettling for her, prompting her to desperately seek a topic. Li Fujing remained focused on the road, his gaze unwavering, and after a while, he spoke. There's a typhoon forecast for next month. Fortunately, Huqing doesn't have to worry about that. As an inland city, typhoons were rarely a concern, though the thunderstorm season was notorious for its inclement weather. Here, aside from adhering to the air traffic controller's directives for rerouting, you can also choose your own path and discuss it with us. I heard that the controllers in Guangzhou assign all the rerouting paths directly. Yes, we generally fly according to their instructions. They possess more extensive experience in managing thunderstorm conditions. You could go as well, Li Fujing remarked casually, yet the words sounded particularly enchanting to Meng Liyue's ears. She smiled modestly. It would require extensive training. Li Fujing seemed to smile, though he quickly reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor. Did you have any air traffic controllers abroad that left a lasting impression on you? This topic piqued his interest. He raised an eyebrow and pondered. Yes. Meng Liyue's curious gaze was fixed upon him. Li Fujing stole a glance and then withdrew, speaking slowly. A few years ago, I flew from Porto to La Rochelle. I encountered a massive strike in France, and upon reaching La Rochelle's airport, there was no response despite several calls over the radio. We circled numerous times before ultimately diverting to another city. Meng Liyue was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. That experience is certainly memorable. Li Fujing caught her incredulous expression in the rearview mirror, a smirk tugging at his lips. When I was training to fly single-engine planes, there was an instance when my headset malfunctioned, preventing communication with air traffic control, and the local airport refused to accept me. What did you do? He recounted matter-of-factly. I had to return. Thankfully I had enough fuel that day. The mere thought of facing such an unexpected situation sent chills down Meng Liyue's spine, yet Li Fujing remained calm as he piloted the aircraft back safely. He was born to soar among the skies. That's impressive. Meng Liyue expressed her genuine admiration. In reality, flying isn't that difficult. I have a fear of heights. Meng Liyue could barely suppress her acrophobia while seated in a commercial airliner, as long as she didn't sit by the window and avoided looking outside. However, the thought of piloting a plane sent shivers down her spine. It was only today that Li Fujing discovered that Meng Liyue, who commanded the aircraft, harbored a fear of heights. Upon arriving home, Meng Liyue headed for a shower while Li Fujing utilized the guest bathroom. Once he finished and entered the room, he happened upon her peeking out from the bathroom, attempting to be discreet. What are you doing? Meng Liyue's head emerged nervously, blinking her eyes. I forgot to grab my sleepwear. She had intended to check if he was in the room. Upon finding it empty, she dashed out to retrieve her sleepwear and returned to the bathroom. I'll help you, Li Fujing said lightly, as if it were a trivial task, knowing exactly which piece she had worn that morning. He picked up the satin sleepwear set, champagne-colored, and neatly folded at the bedside, and walked towards the bathroom to hand it to her. The slender, delicate arm that reached out to receive it glimmered softly. Thank you. Meng Liyue quickly accepted the sleepwear and retreated behind the door. Once she changed and emerged, clutching clothes destined for the washing machine, her steps abruptly halted. The tall figure of Li Fujing leaned casually against the wardrobe, effectively blocking her path. What's wrong? The moment she laid eyes on him, her heart raced. Li Fujing crossed his arms, his demeanor relaxed as he inquired, the person on the frequency today, was that your brother, Huaiji? The last few words lingered, sounding oddly unsettling in her ears. Chapter 38. And you are my husband. For a fleeting moment, Meng Liyue thought she had misheard when she bravely gazed into the depths of his dark, enigmatic eyes for confirmation. Li Fujing indeed posed that question. The tremor within her chest intensified, as if something was incessantly leaping inside her. She replied softly, yes, it's quite a coincidence that brother Huaiji happens to be behind you. I noticed his route closely resembles yours, so I let him follow. The man offered a nonchalant smile. They say I have good luck. I think he has even better luck. Huh. Seeing the bewilderment on Meng Liyue's face, an inexplicable irritation stirred within Li Fuzheng, and suddenly, without any forewarning, he leaned in closer to her. At that moment, she nearly believed he was going to kiss her, feeling their breaths intertwine, exuding a searing warmth. Meng Liyue could only hold her breath, for this was the only way to keep her emotions in check. The darkness in Li Fuzheng's gaze deepened, his words slowing to a deliberate cadence. I seem to be somewhat of a failure. What? Being with me puts you under a lot of pressure, doesn't it? If she could easily interact with other men but felt only tension, resistance, and a polite distance with him, perhaps the fault lay with him. Yet, Li Fuzheng rarely reflected on himself, particularly as he had little experience in handling relationships with the opposite sex, making it difficult for him to navigate such matters. He could only inquire of her. Meng Liyue hurriedly shook her head in immediate contradiction. No, it's not pressure, it's just because she liked him so much. Merely being around him made her innards scream with joy, causing countless uncontrollable physiological and psychological reactions to surge simultaneously. Li Fuzheng was oblivious to her happiness. While lost, he was also intensely eager to draw nearer to her. Just what? Li Fuzheng maintained his proximity to Meng Liyue, effortlessly perceiving the affection hidden within her eyes. She averted her gaze, inhaling deeply. With Brother Huaiji, I regard him merely as a friend or the elder brother of a neighbor, so there is no pressure, but you are different. You are my husband. The woman's earlobes flushed with a shy crimson, her face and neck tinted in a tender blush, resembling the most vibrant petals. It's different. Speaking those words had drained her of all strength. The darkness in Li Fuzheng's eyes deepened further, his breath momentarily stilled, lingering on her rosy lips for an extended moment before he subtly withdrew. His fingers, which hung by his side, slowly curled into a fist as he chuckled softly. Understood. Then could you please let me pass? I still need to do the laundry. Li Fuzheng noncommittally shifted aside, granting Meng Liyue the opportunity to escape, temporarily distancing herself from his omnipresent allure. He chuckled softly again, having to admit that men inherently possess a certain, damned possessiveness. And Meng Liyue, with her sincerity and openness, satisfied his desire for exclusivity. She lingered for quite some time before returning to the bedroom, where Li Fuzheng had decided to let her be, half reclining on the bed, waiting for her to arrive before turning off the lights to sleep. After 4 consecutive days of flying, he finally had 48 hours to rest. Tomorrow, both would have a day off. Meng Liyue breathed in the increasingly familiar scent that brought her a sense of security, her drowsiness intensifying, her thoughts scattering as she felt joy at the prospect of having more time with him. But upon waking, she discovered Li Fuzheng was no longer there. After searching around, she found no trace of him, and a sense of deflation washed over her. So early in the morning, where could he have gone? She must have slept too soundly, completely unaware of when he had left. Opening the refrigerator, she found sandwiches and milk. Taking them out, she contemplated whether to send him a message. Ultimately, she did, carefully choosing her words. Are you coming back for lunch? I will be back. Upon seeing those words, Meng Liyue's expression immediately brightened, and she had the leisure to tidy up the house. However, since Li Fuzheng had hired a cleaner to come once a week, and the rest of the time, a sweeping robot maintained basic cleanliness, she soon found herself at a loss for things to do, lying on the couch while her attention remained fixed on the doorway. As soon as she heard a noise, Meng Liyue sprang up, rushing to the bathroom to tidy her hair, then casually walked out, her smile composed. You're back. Li Fuzheng entered, one hand carrying grocery bags from the supermarket, placing them on the table, while the other extended a bag towards her. A new style. An engagement ring. Meng Liyue hadn't anticipated it would come so quickly. When she opened the box, she was momentarily dazzled. It was truly beautiful. He remarked, this time, you need not worry that Shumoti will buy the same one. As she slipped the ring onto her finger, the large diamond accentuated the slenderness of her hand, and she pretended to be nonchalant, stealing a glance. Li Fuzheng had already adorned his ring finger with a silver band. He had put it on long ago. This realization made her even happier. Li Fuzheng prepared lunch, specializing in Western cuisine, primarily due to the years spent abroad where his residents couldn't afford excessive smoke. Even when he wished to cook Chinese food, any attempt at frying or stir-frying would trigger the apartment's fire alarm, and before long, several fire trucks would arrive. "Do you need any help?" Meng Liyue called from the kitchen, admiring the adeptness with which he cooked. "Just wait." Seizing the opportunity while he wasn't paying attention, she discreetly snapped a photo and sent it to her mother. Meng Mama replied swiftly, "Your husband is quite good." Those words made her blush once more. Taking advantage of the moment, she changed Li Fuzheng's contact name. After lunch, Meng Liyue found a documentary about the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of humanity to watch on television. Li Fuzheng, having nothing to do, decided to sit beside her and watch together. Perhaps due to their recent shared nights, with him sitting next to her, Meng Liyue no longer felt excessively anxious. After a while, drowsiness overcame her. She tilted her head comfortably and ultimately fell asleep against Li Fuzheng's shoulder. In her daze, she felt her body lift, floating, with a pair of extraordinarily warm arms encircling her waist. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see Li Fuzheng's handsome face inches from her own, as he cradled her, ready to place her on the bed. The man remained expressionless as he set her down, his voice low. "Continue sleeping. I am going to work out." Meng Liyue finally understood how she had been transported from the sofa to the bed. She remained silent. Li Fuzheng assumed she had not fully awoken and prepared to withdraw his arm to leave. However, just as he was about to straighten up, the woman in his arms reached out, grasping his collar tightly, forcing him to tumble towards her. Even though he instinctively propped himself with his elbow beside her, his lips still brushed against the corner of her mouth. Chapter 39. Perhaps. As Li Fuzheng's lips grazed the woman's, his body involuntarily stiffened. An indescribable atmosphere enveloped them, as if something was breaking free from confinement, ready to surge forth. Meng Liyue found herself utterly immobilized, her eyes filled with confusion, helplessness, and tension, completely devoid of the ability to think, relinquishing all control to Li Fuzheng. In this position, her erratic breathing and the rise and fall of her chest only intensified the ambiguity between them, radiating an enticing allure that threatened to consume all rationality. Meng Liyue could not fathom how she appeared in Li Fuzheng's eyes. At that moment, she was more radiant than ever before. Even though she had witnessed firsthand how her non-aggressive exterior concealed a figure that was undeniably alluring to men, capable of easily dismantling any semblance of self-control. At this juncture, his breathing too showed subtle signs of disruption. If Meng Liyue were merely an unrelated individual, Li Fuzheng would not spare her a second glance, yet, she was not. Legally speaking, they shared an inseparable and profound bond, and beyond that, "Is there something you wish to say to me?" Ultimately, it was Li Fuzheng who broke the silence first, his tone laced with a barely detectable restraint. He sought to avoid startling her. He did not believe he had developed a tangible desire for Meng Liyue at that moment, but her bewildered gaze prompted him to bury all his emotions beneath a veneer of indifference. Meng Liyue swallowed nervously, uncertain if others could remain composed in front of their crush. In her case, she could not. Flustered, she began to babble incoherently, unaware of what she was saying. "I didn't mean to, I just wanted to ask you, The man's tone rose with a lazy inflection that was undeniably captivating. Meng Liyue struggled to regain a semblance of composure. "I was actually going to ask you about that time I fell asleep on the sofa. It was you, yes," Li Fuzheng admitted decisively. Thus, prior to her full awareness, they had already engaged in intimate contact. Acknowledging this fact, the heat on Meng Liyue's face became uncontrollable, making even her expression of gratitude seem feeble. Meanwhile, Li Fuzheng appeared unconcerned, responding in a languid tone, "A trifling matter. Oh, and also, you are lighter than I imagined." With her petite frame, it was effortless for him to lift her given his height. At that moment, Meng Liyue felt her cheeks and the very veins within her body boiling over, hastily urging him, "You still need to work out." He could leave. If this continued, her heart would race to an unbearable degree. Li Fuzheng was in no hurry, his gaze again falling upon the woman's rosy, supple lips, lightly imagining what it would feel like to kiss her. Something was drawing him closer, yet at the last moment, he regained his composure and distanced himself. "All right. By the way, Chi-Ji is treating us tonight. Shall we go?" "Me? He specifically invited you." "Are sure." Although Meng Liyue found it somewhat odd, she nodded, I'll wait for you at home. Once Li Fuzheng received her affirmation, he turned and left with a slightly brisk stride. Meng Liyue barely had time to discern his current state and failed to notice the subtle peculiarity in his demeanor. Li Fuzheng had arranged to play tennis with a coach. After 2 hours of grueling exertion, the coach, who had won numerous championships back home, gasped as he approached Li Fuzheng, "You were particularly ruthless today, are you trying to wear me out?" Rather than a coach, he felt more like a sparring partner, not there to teach Li Fuzheng anything. Was I? From his initial frown and agitated demeanor to his now habitual indifference, the 2 hours of physical release had surprisingly been effective. The coach raised his hands in exasperation. "I almost thought you had a grudge against me, that you were intentionally taking revenge. What is bothering you?" "Nothing." Li Fuzheng naturally wouldn't divulge the thoughts that had been occupying his mind. He felt no shame, but certain sentiments would likely frighten her, prompting her to maintain her distance. When approaching Meng Liyue, a certain desire surged within him, even more swiftly than he had anticipated, appearing without warning and with great intensity. Unlike any other woman before, he had never experienced such an instinct. Returning home from the court, when Li Fuzheng's gaze met Meng Liyue's, she felt a hint of awkwardness, though her expression remained remarkably calm. "Are we heading over?" Noting that she had already changed, Li Fuzheng quietly said, "Just a moment." Before turning away, vivid, heated images flashed through his mind. Forcing them away, he stowed his sports bag and changed into casual attire, emerging with a leisurely pace. "Let us go." On the way, Li Fuzheng focused on driving, while Meng Liyue desperately sought a topic to break the silence. "Gigi, why did he suddenly decide to treat us?" "He just passed his assessment," Li Fuzheng replied, sounding indifferent. "Now he can fly the J-20. While Meng Liyue felt happy for Gigi, a sense of regret suddenly welled up within her. She could surmise that Li Fuzheng would never want anyone to display pity towards him, even if he could not genuinely pursue his dream of flying. She believed that even if he had to settle for second best, with all the regrets in his heart, once he made that choice, he would only look forward. He would no longer dwell on a dream destined to remain unfulfilled. Simultaneously, Meng Liyue was certain that if Li Fuzheng had the opportunity, he would undoubtedly dedicate himself entirely to the aviation cause of his country. "You what?" Their eyes briefly met, and while Li Fuzheng maintained his usual calm demeanor, Meng Liyue suddenly understood why he had never been in a relationship over the years. For him, there had always been a more significant ambition to fulfill, a career ideal he steadfastly pursued, leaving no room to appreciate the scenery around him. Perhaps her appearance was merely timely. "What are you smiling about, looking so happy?" Noticing the curve of Meng Liyue's smile, vibrant and alive, he found it hard to ignore. "I was just thinking, if we had met a little earlier, I mean, if our blind date had happened sooner, you definitely wouldn't have chosen to marry me." Based on what Meng Liyue had learned about him and her objective analysis, that was indeed a likely conclusion. Meng Liyue did not see this as problematic, nor did she feel sad about it. She firmly believed that encounters between people and taking significant steps forward are predestined. She had already been fortunate. Li Fuzheng did not respond immediately. He seemed indifferent. However, after they had driven a short distance, Meng Liyue suddenly heard him say, "Perhaps." Chapter 40. Do you like him? Perhaps. An answer she had never contemplated. Meng Liyue turned her head in utter astonishment, struggling to believe the words she had just heard, her heart racing with an increasingly frantic rhythm. She had thought that marrying Li Fuzheng was merely a stroke of luck, a serendipitous reunion at an opportune moment, where he recognized her and there ensued an entanglement. Yet, she had overlooked a more significant possibility. Perhaps it was only after encountering her that Li Fuzheng felt it was time. "What are you looking at me for?" The man driving suddenly freed one hand to lightly tap her forehead, his gesture gentle. "Do you think I'm lying?" "Of course not," Meng Liyue immediately refuted. She struggled to suppress the tumult within her heart, her voice dropping to a whisper, barely audible to herself. "I feel the same." Even had she met him sooner, if he had proposed marriage, she would still have chosen to embrace the likely failure and take the risk. Li Fuzheng could not discern the impulses and reckless devotion in her heart, but that was inconsequential. The joy of possessing him at that moment was sufficient to sustain her through any forthcoming despair. The car halted at the dining venue, and Meng Liyue alighted first. As he reversed, she happened to catch sight of a jeep approaching, followed closely by a Ferrari. Fortunately, the establishment was a private restaurant, nestled in a less-traveled street, where foot traffic was minimal. Otherwise, this scene would have surely been captured and disseminated across social networks, igniting a flurry of discussions about flaunting wealth. 2 empty seats had already been reserved beside them, and Qiji and Ning Yishu disembarked almost simultaneously. Did you run into each other on the way? Li Fujing approached Meng Liyue, lightly supporting her waist, his gaze settling on them. I just returned to the courtyard, Qiji said, wearing a hat, his figure still robust. Ning Yishu, beside him, appeared excessively slender. He shrugged. I shouldn't have gone back, I was nagged for half the day. From now on, I ought to keep my distance from you two successful individuals. Incorrect, Li Fujing corrected mildly, there are 3. He pointedly indicated Ning Yishu, who unwillingly cast a sidelong glance at Meng Liyue but remained silent. Instead, he chuckled at the serious Qiji. If you keep pushing him, Li Fujing, he'll have nowhere left to go. I'm merely stating facts, his psyche is rather fragile. Meng Liyue stifled a laugh, though the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her, prompting young Master Ning to feel mocked, leading him to storm ahead in a huff without anyone to console him. Who else is here today? Just you two. There's no need for excessive ostentation. You haven't even said congratulations. Why the formality? Li Fujing continued speaking, yet did not forget to gently grasp Meng Liyue's arm as they ascended the steps, his tone softening, be careful. She smiled slightly, quietly following beside him, not attempting to assert her presence, moving silently, yet exuding a serene and gentle aura unique to her. Upon entering the private room, Ning Yishu was already in the process of ordering. Familiar with his childhood friend's tastes, he had selected the season's freshest ingredients but was still deliberating when Li Fujing decisively snatched the menu from his hands and placed it before Meng Liyue. What would you like to eat? Meng Liyue was not particular about food and made a casual selection. Nothing too spicy, please, Li Fujing instructed the waiter, deliberately emphasizing his request. He had recently come to understand Meng Liyue's true preferences. She could eat anything but had a penchant for sweet and sour flavors. In Hesity, her tastes were somewhat unique, and restaurants generally did not pay much heed to them. Having skillfully conveyed his instructions, he noticed Ning Yishu across the table staring wide-eyed, nearly doubting his own perception. When had they ever seen Li Fujing so considerate? Li Fujing was typically indifferent to those around him, rarely attuned to unusual emotions unless explicitly stated, and only significant events could elicit even a modicum of his attention. Yet, bringing Meng Liyue to their childhood gathering and prioritizing her needs with meticulous care was simply. Ning Yishu turned to glare at Qiji, his eyes conveying, look at him. Is this really Li Fujing? Qiji remained composed, lifting his teacup as a silent acknowledgement. He had witnessed it, this was indeed him, though somewhat incredulous. The transformation had occurred when no one was paying attention. Ning Yishu still found it hard to accept this sudden divergence from the deeply ingrained image of Li Fujing in his memory. Clenching his jaw, he deliberately poured a glass of water and pushed it toward Li Fujing. You still haven't mentioned how it all began. You were high school classmates, did you fancy each other back then? Li Fujing's gaze floated lightly over the glass, not in a hurry to lift it, his tone nonchalant. Are you genuinely curious about how we began? Of course. Ning Yishu turned to Meng Liyue, his tone laden with implication. You must know, throughout our lives, there have been countless girls chasing after Li Fujing. Meng Liyue nodded, I am aware. Although she had not encountered the earlier version of Li Fujing, she had witnessed many instances from high school, where girls would stealthily slip love letters into his desk drawer. However, few letters ever truly reached him. Shumoti and her entourage would routinely collect the love letters and gifts meant for him whenever he was absent from the classroom. Since you know, aren't you curious why he chose you? Just as Ning Yishu finished speaking, he was met with a chilling glare from Li Fujing, a warning in his eyes. Are you itching for a beating? I'm merely speaking the truth. You have countless options, yet you chose her, even though she isn't too shabby, right? Initially, when Ning Yishu first learned about Meng Liyue from Shumoti, he assumed she was merely a gold digger, leveraging some cunning tricks to gain Li Fuzheng's attention. However, upon discovering her professional accomplishments, his perception shifted, acknowledging her as a rather remarkable young woman. Yet, exceptional women were abundant, many boasting better looks and backgrounds. Ning Yishu's relentless questioning made Li Fuzheng furrow his brow. Just as he was about to respond, Meng Liyue chuckled and interjected, "Why should I be curious?" She stated candidly, "Regardless of the reason, we chose each other. That is an undeniable truth that no one can interfere with." Her remarkable composure caught Ning Yishu off guard, leaving him speechless. His prepared remarks evaporated as he sulkily fell silent. Li Fuzheng leaned back, his arm subtly resting on the back of Meng Liyue's chair, a smile playing on his lips. Clearly, she was not a fragile flower in need of constant protection, but rather a formidable tree capable of standing firm against any storm. "All right, I have one last question." Ning Yishu produced what he considered the ultimate trump card, directly asking, "Did you marry him because you love him?" Chapter 41. Are you taking a shower now? When did Meng Liyue first experience feelings for Li Fuzheng? It was long before she was bullied by Xu Moti. During those moments of confusion in the classroom, initially, it was more of a shy and repressed budding of youthful affection, confined to the pages of her diary that night, with nothing more to follow. Occasionally, when she brushed past the tall and aloof boy in class, her instinctive reaction was merely to lower her head and hide. Only after he had walked away would she glance back, feeling the flutter of her heart from their fleeting encounter. The secret crushes of most individuals are often no different. They dare not reveal even a hint of their feelings, overwhelmed by shame and unable to articulate their emotions, transforming them into an ultimate secret. Unless something unexpected occurs, the object of their affections will remain completely unaware of their existence until the day they choose a lifelong partner. The admirer merely performs a one-person show, quietly heartbroken. Yet, Li Fuzheng descended like a superhero in her moment of isolation and helplessness, rescuing her. "I disapprove of your behavior. Are you a police officer? Who are you to judge her? My words will hold true until graduation." Each word was etched into her soul. That feeling had almost become impossible to let go of. Perhaps for a lifetime, she would compare everyone she met to him, concluding that all others were but pale imitations. This was the narrative that was supposed to unfold. Yet, in a moment completely unprepared, Meng Liyue became the partner chosen by Li Fuzheng. If it weren't for her affection, how could she have made the irrevocable decision to marry him? A reckless courage surged within her. At the very least, these hidden feelings could no longer be concealed, nowhere left to hide. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Li Fuzheng's expression darkened, offering no further warning. Ning Yishu. In truth, Meng Liyue had rarely witnessed his genuine anger. Li Fuzheng needed not to do anything, his very presence instilled a sense of dread. At that moment, his eyes were filled with palpable hostility. "Are you here to investigate household registration or conduct a relationship survey? When did our matters become your concern?" "No, I didn't say anything out of line, did I? Why are you protecting her?" Ning Yishu's retort elicited a cold smile from Li Fuzheng. "My wife, if I do not protect her, will you allow her to be bullied?" "When have I ever bullied her? I will say this one last time. Liyue and I are already married. I have the responsibility to protect her." Li Fuzheng's tone was devoid of any courtesy. Precisely because they had been friends since childhood, Ning Yishu needed to understand that certain topics were no longer his to broach. Ning Yishu was not unaware of this reality. He simply had fallen under Xu Moti's spell, convinced that the goddess in his heart was more than sufficient for his friend, while other women remained unworthy. Even after Qiji had warned him last time, he still had not fully awakened. Today, Li Fuzheng left him no room for dignity, making it abundantly clear that no matter what led Li Fuzheng to choose Meng Liyue, their relationship would not change. At least not for now. "All right, my fault," as Li Fuzheng stated. Ning Yishu was somewhat foolish, holding no grudges, and did not feel embarrassed even when publicly rebutted. Acknowledging that his friend's choice would not be altered, he candidly expressed his apology, even if conflicting emotions lingered in his heart. He looked at Meng Liyue, sincerity in his gaze. "I'm sorry for what I just said. I promise not to meddle in your affairs anymore." Meng Liyue was not angry, she only felt a tinge of regret at that moment, as she had almost gathered the courage to speak. Now, she found herself hesitant to do so again. She replied calmly, "Let's put this topic to rest." Just then, the dishes were ready and served on the table, and they began to eat, allowing the previous conversation to fade away without further mention. After dinner, as they each returned home, Meng Liyue sat in Li Fuzheng's car, suddenly feeling a bit drowsy, drifting into a light slumber. She heard him ask, "Since that time, have they been bullying you again?" Meng Liyue had thought he had forgotten and would not dwell on it. Realizing that he still remembered, her thoughts were drawn back to that time of torment, yet filled with hope. After a long pause, she finally heard her own voice again. "No, Shumoti and the others are wary of you, afraid that you might truly stand up for me, so they changed their approach." For someone like Li Fuzheng, who was always surrounded by admirers, it was natural that he would be unaware of what Meng Liyue had endured. "During that time, no one spoke to me. They treated me as if I were a monster, avoiding me at all costs. Only a few would occasionally acknowledge my presence." In truth, upon reflection, there was still much resentment, yet no anger, only a sense of absurdity. As she spoke, the furrow in Li Fuzheng's brow deepened, his expression growing darker. She even found herself trying to lighten the mood. "That was the least harmful way to hurt me, allowing me to focus on my studies. Before that, they had done even worse, gluing my work, throwing my assignments, blocking my way. Thank goodness for you." A wave of suppressed anger began to burn within Li Fuzheng, gradually intensifying. His face darkened. Meng Liyue stole a glance at him, feigning nonchalance. "Given my history with Shumoti, we are destined to be lifelong enemies. I only wish I could have been stronger then. I share this not to elicit your sympathy, but to ensure you do not fall for her tricks again. She is the most cunning and malicious person I have ever encountered." Li Fuzheng tightened his grip on the steering wheel, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. "Such things will not happen again. I know. This is the happiest and most fulfilling time of my life, where I can resist and no longer fear." Upon finishing her statement, Li Fuzheng smiled silently. After their marriage, he had taken on an additional role, and he was more than willing to assist her. That night, Meng Liyue slept soundly, yet in her drowsy state, she felt as though she were lying in an extraordinarily warm place, an unprecedented sensation that she found intoxicating. However, when she awoke, everything was as usual. Perhaps it was merely a dream. As she pondered this, she saw Li Fuzheng emerge from the bathroom. The man was enveloped in a warm mist, his muscular arms clearly defined. Meng Liyue felt a twinge of confusion. "Are you taking a shower now? Hadn't he just washed up before going to bed last night?" As Li Fuzheng towel dried his hair, his body stiffened imperceptibly. He had gone to the bathroom so early, all thanks to her. Chapter 42. What does it have to do with him? In the middle of the night, as Meng Liyue was soundly asleep, she unknowingly rolled into Li Fuzheng's embrace. Sensing the warmth in her dream, she instinctively snuggled closer, finding a position of utmost comfort against him. Li Fuzheng, in turn, instinctively wrapped his arms around her, holding her securely against his chest while resting his chin atop her head, both drifting into slumber. Until he woke up earlier than usual, discovering their nearly inseparable embrace, his body responding intensely to the soft sensations. The sweet fragrance emanating from Meng Liyue was inescapable, lingering even after he quietly released her, got out of bed, and entered the bathroom, his fingertips still seemingly tingling from the delicate touch of her skin. He spent longer in the bathroom than ever before. "Let's eat." Li Fuzheng avoided the topic, his expression seemingly normal as he walked outside, not casting another glance at Meng Liyue. Although she found it strange, she chose not to dwell on it. After a quick wash-up, she joined him in the living room, where he said, "I have a shift later." This time, he did not have 2 full days off. The company's scheduling adhered strictly to civil aviation regulations, calculating his 48-hour rest period and assigning him a shift that fell on the 49th hour. They were determined to extract every ounce of energy from each captain in the company. Since the summer season began, this had been the case for nearly all airlines, with all civil aviation personnel, including aircraft, operating under high loads. Meng Liyue sighed briefly. After returning to the country, "You must have experienced this kind of suffering. No one can escape it. You'll gradually get used to it." Li Fuzheng raised an eyebrow. "Is that what Lu Huaiji told you? What does it have to do with him? I know more than just one pilot." Meng Liyue pondered briefly before asking, Where are you flying tonight? Hangzhou, if delayed, will divert to Pudong. Hangzhou Airport closes at 11 each night. Flights that miss this window must land at Pudong. Currently, domestic flights primarily utilize narrow-body aircraft, which are more numerous, while wide-body aircraft mainly operate popular routes. China's Southern Airlines A330 is frequently used for flights to major cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, and for certain international routes, which is why Li Fuzheng often flies to these destinations. He would be spending the night away. As he packed his suitcase before leaving, Meng Liyue waved goodbye. She assumed he would depart immediately, unaware of the reason behind his sudden turn. Li Fuzheng pivoted, his gaze lowering, his expression solemn. Is that all you're going to say? What else is there? The corners of Li Fuzheng's eyes lifted slightly. For instance, wishing me a safe takeoff and landing. I thought you would consider such sentiments meaningless. Compared to the well-wishes of others, Li Fuzheng likely placed greater trust in his flying skills and the cooperation among various roles within the industry, firmly holding safety in his hands. She understood him well. In the past, I would have, Li Fuzheng admitted, his gaze unwavering. So what's different now? Meng Liyue asked cautiously, uncertain of what answer she hoped to hear. A person who has no relevance to you and you, what difference does it make? He chuckled softly, the sharp curve of his lips softening. Amidst the roaring noise around them, Meng Liyue's heart raced, her cheeks flushed as she managed to utter, "Then I wish you a safe takeoff and landing, without delays." The last 4 words were what Li Fuzheng needed at that moment. He nodded seriously, saying, "I'll take your good wishes." Meng Liyue thought he was about to leave, but unexpectedly, just as he pulled out the suitcase and prepared to drag his flight bag outside, he stepped back in, taking a step forward. The pressure from his presence made her instinctively want to retreat, yet he pulled her closer by the waist. In her flustered state, her gaze fell on Li Fuzheng's shoulder, where his pilot epaulet exuded an unspoken seriousness and honor. "I almost forgot one thing." "What is it?" Li Fuzheng's voice was low and husky. "I'll send you a message before takeoff." With that notification, he finally departed, leaving Meng Liyue standing there, her cheeks flushed and warm, inevitably anticipating his message. What would he say? Meng Liyue was not particularly fond of using her phone, partly because she had undergone corrective eye surgery and feared it would affect her vision again. Additionally, she did not wish to be distracted by fragmented notifications that could disrupt her focus and memory, yet today was a rare exception. After Li Fuzheng left, she clutched her phone, knowing full well when his flight was scheduled to depart, but unable to resist glancing at it every few minutes. Finally, half an hour before the plane took off, she received a message. A photo, taken from the cockpit, it showed the brightly lit terminal with some silhouettes visible. Leaving. Concise and to the point, it was truly his signature style. She chuckled, suddenly reminded of her time as an intern at the control tower. In fact, being in the tower brought a greater sense of accomplishment in directing each aircraft's takeoff and landing. However, once she joined the approach control unit, she was confined to a closed hall, away from the airport control area, unable to see the runway or the planes, only able to communicate with pilots via radio. Even then, she remained relatively unknown, yet she had still fallen in love with this job. Each time she pressed the PTT button, the crisp sound signaled a clear directive, guiding the chaotic aircraft in the sky to their designated positions, a source of fulfillment that was equally hard to articulate. Safe takeoff and landing. She carefully sent the message, but there was no further response from Li Fuzheng. He must have been executing the pushback and takeoff commands. She waited, feeling drowsy, unsure when she had drifted off to sleep. When she awoke, he had successfully landed, arriving before Hangzhou Airport closed. Li Fuzheng sent another photo, this time showing a cheerful man flashing a peace sign on the tarmac. She could almost picture the slight smirk of pride on his lips. After all, not only had he avoided delays, but he had also arrived early due to favorable winds during the flight, even though takeoffs and landings required headwinds. Once at cruising altitude, tailwinds were beneficial. It was already late at night when she replied, "Good night," before setting her phone aside and continuing to sleep. The next day, Meng Liyue's rest period came to an end, and the arduous night shift loomed ahead. Tonight, Mu Cheng was also present, but he was primarily training newcomers. Upon seeing the young man standing beside him, she couldn't help but offer a silent prayer for him. She hoped he could withstand the tremendous pressure from Director Mu. Li Fuzheng had flown 3 flights, and luck was on his side. His last flight was to Hecheng. Just as they entered Hecheng's control zone, a familiar, clear voice echoed through the radio. Jinsi 3725, maintain altitude 5400, be cautious of high-altitude descent, maintain good spacing. Meng Liyue was responsible for the high sector from 4000 to 6000 meters tonight, initiating the approach procedures for all aircraft. Zheng Ji, I'll make contact. After returning from Shenzhen today, the co-pilot suggested to Li Fuzheng that he wanted to practice ground-to-air communication. He readily agreed, not hesitating to give the newcomer an opportunity. The usually aloof Captain Li, however, was quick to interject, his voice low and magnetic, laced with a hint of amusement. Hecheng approach, hello, China Southern 8861, altitude 5400, transponder 4937, ready for your instructions. The co-pilot turned in shock, ho. Before they could receive a response from the tower, the aircraft suddenly jolted violently, and screams erupted from the cabin. Chapter 43, Inciting Her Hatred. The aircraft shook violently within mere seconds, turbulence causing a pronounced sensation of free fall that left all passengers acutely aware of their weightlessness. Inside the cabin, the flight attendants worked diligently to soothe the passengers' anxieties, while the cockpit remained remarkably composed. The pilot's headset received a response from approach control, China Southern 8861, Hecheng approach radar identification, descend to standard pressure 5100, using runway 20R. The clear and swift command, delivered with a naturally soft timbre, was anything but cloying. Rather, it was a melody that could render one's ears delightfully enraptured. Li Fuzheng raised an eyebrow, echoing the same calmness, descend to standard pressure 5100, runway 20R, China Southern 8861. Following this, he reported, China Southern 8861, there is moderate turbulence near the approach point. Please alert other aircraft. China Southern 8861, received, thank you. You're welcome, China Southern 8861. The corners of Li Fuzheng's mouth curved into a more pronounced smile. The turbulence persisted, yet he remained fixated on the data displayed on the instruments, his demeanor unruffled. He cast a sidelong glance at the co-pilot. Since you have nothing to do, why not make an announcement to reassure the passengers? Me? Do you not wish to broadcast? Of course not. Xiao Luo, you hurry and make the announcement. Stop dawdling. Oh, fine. Once the announcement was made, the plane gradually distanced itself from the turbulent airspace. Xiao Luo could no longer restrain his curiosity. He turned to Yu Ji and asked, do you know something, care to share? What could I possibly know? Asked Zheng Ji. Zheng Ji is busy. Caiu cleared his throat. What do you wish to know? Young Cai was an old acquaintance, well aware that Li Fuzheng had purchased a ring intended for his wife, and he was also cognizant of the alluringly melodious voice of the approach control lady. Yet, he dared not gossip indiscriminately without Li Fuzheng's consent. Xiao Luo rubbed his hands together, listening to Zheng Ji's conversation with that control lady. They seem quite familiar, don't you think? Caiu's eyes glimmered with intrigue. What makes you say that? Just a hunch. Xiao Luo withheld a further thought. The true basis for his judgment stemmed from Li Fuzheng's markedly unusual demeanor since entering Hecheng airspace. In previous communications, he had not displayed such interest until he heard that voice, promptly seizing the initiative in the conversation with control. The stark contrast in his behavior was apparent to anyone observant enough. Well, your intuition is indeed rather, Xiao Cai, Li Fuzheng nonchalantly glanced back. You seem quite idle. Have the third officer provide you with the flight log. Once we land, you can fill it out at your leisure. Caiu immediately swallowed the words he had intended to say, replying obediently, Zheng Ji, I was mistaken. Li Fuzheng's fingers tapped rhythmically on his thigh. He was not averse to others knowing of his relationship with Meng Liyue, yet he understood the need for discretion in certain contexts. As the aircraft descended gradually, Meng Liyue's commands became increasingly rapid in his ears. China Southern 8861, descend to standard pressure 42. China Southern 8861, reduce speed to 220. China Southern 8861, descend to 3900 and maintain. Moments later, she inquired over the frequency. China Southern 8861, could you inform me of the current altitude's tailwind speed, 21 knots, China Southern 8861. China Southern 8861, received, thank you. This marked the second expression of gratitude for the day. Li Fuxian pressed the microphone, extending his response with a languid tone, no need for thanks, China Southern 8861. Unfortunately, her reply was a rather impersonal command, China Southern 8861, due to spacing, radar guidance, initiate a left turn to heading 140 and hold for approximately 2 minutes. Li Fuxian ground his teeth lightly, emitting a faint hum of displeasure, yet he had no choice but to acquiesce to the arrangement. Initiating a left turn to heading 140, China Southern 8861. After the designated time, he would continue the descent. Meng Liyue's voice was devoid of any emotion, as she stated, Central South 8861, contact Hucheng approach on 119. 425, goodbye. He leaned against his cheek, lowering his voice, contact 119. 425, thank you, China Southern 8861. Whenever he could encounter her on the frequency, his mood inevitably lifted. Meanwhile, Meng Liyue, seated at the high sector command post, maintained her unchanged expression as she issued commands to other aircraft, displaying not a hint of disarray, only she knew the extent of her emotional turmoil. She had been directing continuously for over an hour, swapping positions with her colleague to take on the role of a monitor. Each position was staffed by 2 people to ensure the accuracy of the instructions given. Beside the radar automation system, Mu Cheng, responsible for the landing sector, furrowed his brow, intently observing the nervous apprentice controller beside him. It was evident that the young controller was tense, his face serious. Even in the climate-controlled control hall, beads of sweat glistened on his brow. Every time he pressed the PTT to speak, he did so with particular caution, his speech noticeably slow. Chunqiu 8148. The Chengcheng approach radar has reported an altitude of 21. Jixuan 1038, turn right to heading 150. You may proceed to blind land on runway 02L, establish your course. Nanfang 3685, descend to 12, reduce speed to 180. Hainan 7443, radar service terminated, contact. Suddenly, Mu Cheng swiftly cut off his microphone. With an impassive expression, he spoke again, Hainan 7443, can you visually confirm the aircraft ahead? Affirmative, Hainan 7443. Hainan 7443, continue to maintain visual separation. Continuing to maintain visual separation, Hainan 7443. Mu Cheng then began to guide Nanfang 3685, instructing an increase in speed, while issuing further commands, Hainan 7443, expedite your speed, reduce to 180, the preceding aircraft's ground speed is somewhat slow. Received, reducing speed to 180, Hainan 7443. For a prolonged duration, the directives were predominantly issued by Mu Cheng, with Meng Liyue able to hear the rapid-fire, highly emphasized commands from him in her ear. A second-level controller typically requires over a decade of experience to reach this level, and Mu Cheng's capabilities were evident throughout the control unit. On several occasions, during night shifts with thunderstorms and a substantial volume of arriving and departing flights, it was he who presided over the situation. As long as he was present, there was a sense of security. After 2 hours of work, the relieved controllers left their posts. Mu Cheng tugged at his collar, his expression serious. Though his features were not harsh, he could be particularly intimidating when reprimanding. Do you realize how easily you could breach the safety separation with such a slow speed ahead of you? I've instructed you numerous times to always monitor the dynamics of the preceding aircraft. Aside from vertical separation, you must never drop below a 20-kilometer distance separation. This is the most fundamental point, and making mistakes here is the most foolish. Should an issue arise that meets the error standards, everyone from bottom to top will pay for your mistakes, except you. The young controller hung his head, unable to lift it. At that moment, Mu Cheng also noticed Meng Liyue, and in a tone tinged with disappointment, he remarked, your senior sister was only 23 when she started flying solo. If you don't put in more effort, you might as well transfer units. Meng Liyue thought. Was it truly wise to draw such resentment towards her? You're bullying my wife. Meng Liyue quietly interjected, Director Mu, he's just a young person, give him a bit more time. I've already given him plenty of time. These newcomers simply aren't putting in enough effort. Unlike you back then, Mu Cheng could enumerate many instances of Meng Liyue's hard work to become an excellent approach controller. The path she had taken to reach this point was paved with resilience and a genuine passion for the profession. Having worked in the control unit for over a decade, Mu Cheng had witnessed too many young individuals bursting with enthusiasm, only to falter midway and abandon their aspirations. Or seasoned controllers crushed by industry pressures, unable to endure any longer. He had begun teaching newcomers 5 years after going solo, and Meng Liyue was the most talented yet initially lacking in aptitude, yet she had shown the fastest progress and the most determination among his juniors. Mentioning her filled him with pride. Director Mu, please stop praising me so much. Meng Liyue touched her nose, feeling a tad shy. At that moment, the dazzling diamond ring on her right-hand ring finger caught his attention. His footsteps faltered. Master, why aren't you leaving? Just give me a bit more time, I promise I will work harder. The young man thought he was angry. Mu Cheng remained silent, waiting until they returned to the break room to find the opportunity to approach Meng Liyue and ask in a serious tone, have you already registered your marriage? Yes. Meng Liyue realized he had seen the ring, and she smiled shyly, her eyes reflecting uncontainable joy. It's been a while. Is it that pilot? Yes, it is. Seeing Meng Liyue nod, Mu Cheng's prior suspicions were confirmed, and he exhaled in relief. Congratulations on your marriage. Thank you, Director Mu. Meng Liyue had not anticipated that the first person to learn of her marriage among her colleagues would be Mu Cheng. However, it was a step forward. In the future, more and more people would witness the close and inseparable bond between her and Li Fuzheng. Just the thought of it stirred a subtle excitement within her. Meng Liyue realized she was not as indifferent as she had imagined, longing to leave her own distinct mark on Li Fuzheng. Mu Cheng quickly turned back to the young controller, imparting crucial experience. He was a strict teacher but never stingy with his guidance. Finally, Meng Liyue found the opportunity to take out her phone and check the messages from Li Fuzheng after his landing. Heading home. How enviable. She informed him, I won't finish work until tomorrow morning. Li Fuzheng replied promptly, seemingly too lazy to type, sending a voice message instead, focus on your work, see you tomorrow. His magnetic and languid voice made Meng Liyue replay it several times. She would always be enchanted by him. After the break ended, she returned to her post, and as the night drew to a close, in the final 10 minutes of her commanding duties, Meng Liyue instructed the China Southern 9722 heavy flight arriving from San Francisco to turn. She was met with a retort, is turning all you can do? Remaining calm, she repeated, China Southern 9722 heavy, there is control in the area, turn right to 210. The pilot, somewhat reluctant, casually reiterated, right turn to 210. Meng Liyue pressed the microphone again, her tone heavier and more assertive than before, China Southern 9722 heavy, confirm your response. She was reminding the other party to repeat the flight number. Otherwise, she could not ascertain that this flight had heard her instructions. China Southern 9722 heavy, right turn to 210. The exchange was less than pleasant, and upon finishing, her colleagues nearby were complaining, what's with that guy? We want them to land quickly, when there are restrictions, flying is impossible, what can we do? Nowadays, the communication between controllers and pilots was too sparse, lacking mutual understanding, leading to numerous similar conflicts. Before Meng Liyue could respond, Mu Cheng, slightly behind, overheard the conversation and frowned, asking, what's going on? Upon learning the details, he decisively stated, China Southern 9722, right, I'm going to file a complaint. Meng Liyue considered it for a moment and did not stop him. As the team leader, it was normal for him to stand up for his subordinates when they felt wronged. Just then, she received a call. Li Fuzheng was unexpectedly waiting for her at the entrance early in the morning. Quickening her pace, as she approached, Li Fuzheng lowered the car window, resting his elbow on the sill, his demeanor relaxed. Get in. She smiled, ready to open the car door, when footsteps approached from behind. Li Yue. That address. Li Fuzheng's previously casual expression turned sharp in an instant, his chin slightly raised, his angular features revealing a fierce edge. Meng Liyue turned in surprise. Director Mu, is there something else? Mu Cheng nodded, his gaze directly fixed on the man in the car, politely saying, hello, I'd like to inquire about the crew roster for the China Southern 9722 that landed at 7:55 this morning. Li Fuzheng narrowed his eyes. What's the matter? Mu Cheng briefly explained the situation, indicating that he intended to file a complaint. After all, that pilot happened to be from the same airline as Li Fuzheng. Initially, Meng Liyue was surprised that Director Mu knew which airline Li Fuzheng was with, then she wondered, would Li Fuzheng find it troublesome? As she pondered, she saw Li Fuzheng pull out his phone and quickly check the internal system, promptly relaying the detailed information to Mu Cheng. Furthermore, he placed his hand on her head, speaking to Mu Cheng in a stern tone, I'll speak to the head of the flight department. Merely filing a complaint with the control unit was insufficient. Li Fuzheng knew precisely what needed to be done. Mu Cheng glanced at the dynamic between them and withdrew his gaze, saying, all right, I'll take my leave. After seeing Mu Cheng off, Meng Liyue sat in the car, just fastening her seatbelt when she heard Li Fuzheng hum, you didn't plan to tell me about this, did you? She blinked slowly. How did you know? It was merely a small matter. Occasionally being challenged by pilots and having a few conflicts was normal. After all, in the end, she still had to command them. Right, however, Li Fuzheng's reaction was more intense than Meng Liyue had anticipated. His expression turned dark, his eyes frighteningly deep, and he began making phone calls before they had driven far. The person on the other end was a leader who had just been awakened. Fuzheng, what's so urgent this early in the morning? Is it early? Some early flights start arriving at 4:50, they are almost done flying. Is it really early? Li Fuzheng's words were laced with sarcasm, lacking any courtesy. Hearing this, Meng Liyue's heart raced, and she wanted to stop him. Speaking to a leader like that was a bit risky. Unexpectedly, the leader of the flight department was not angry but rather laughed, saying, yes, you all work hard, so what's the matter? Complaining about a captain who defied the controller's orders, affecting the airline's image and subsequent cooperation with the control unit. Li Fuzheng turned his gaze to Meng Liyue, who looked worried, adding, and he's bullying my wife. Can I kiss you again? The warmth on Meng Liyue's face became uncontrollable, not just hot but on the verge of igniting. That Li Fuzheng could casually introduce her to his friends had exceeded her expectations. Now he was revealing their relationship to his leaders in the most natural and composed tone. His regard for her was the real reason for her elation. She lowered her head, hiding the smile that threatened to break free, while Li Fuzheng was already strongly urging the flight department leader to address the issue. I will investigate. If the situation is true, we'll handle it accordingly. All right. Li Fuzheng's fingers drummed on the steering wheel, his tone steady. I'll await your news. After hanging up, Meng Liyue asked him, will this really be dealt with? There will be internal penalties. Reports must be written, and self-reflection submitted. We can't just do nothing. Besides, failing to adhere to the land-air communication standards was a matter of varying degrees. When it involved someone close to him, Li Fuzheng could not tolerate any slights. Meng Liyue's eyes remained bright. Thank you. Yet again, such polite words drew a wearied response from Li Fuzheng. The morning traffic was smooth, and within 10 minutes they had reached the parking garage. Slowing to a stop, his gaze lingered on Meng Liyue's flushed earlobes for a few seconds. Suddenly feeling a playful urge, he lightly rubbed her slightly warm earlobe, unable to resist pinching it. Could you perhaps say thank you a little less in the future? Huh. Meng Liyue froze, her heart racing uncontrollably, and her mind seemed to short-circuit, leaving her utterly speechless as Li Fuzheng breached her personal space, invading the realm that could influence her thoughts. Recently, the frequency with which they crossed clear boundaries had increased, making it increasingly difficult for Meng Liyue to maintain her composure. She was becoming more affected by him. Why so silent? Li Fuzheng released her, but within eyeshot, the girl's fair complexion had turned a vivid red. He smirked slightly, crossing his arms over his chest, waiting with a sense of leisure, yet Meng Liyue's response was to hastily unbuckle her seatbelt, push open the car door, and run away without looking back. Li Fuzheng, with his long legs, quickly caught up to her at the elevator entrance. "Meng Liyue, why are you running?" He called her name in that lazy, low voice, the intonation almost playful. I really need to use the restroom." After holding it for so long, she felt utterly ridiculous for using that excuse. He seemed to believe her. Once inside the elevator, as Meng Liyue entered behind him, he took a few steps before sidestepping to remind her, "Hurry up." She could only steel herself and head to the restroom. The brief separation offered her a sigh of relief. Li Fuzheng would never know how difficult it was to suppress her feelings for him, nor did she wish to endure it any longer. Before returning, she had already had breakfast, and after showering, she planned to catch up on sleep. Just as she was about to lie down, the man, now in his pajamas, leisurely strolled into the bedroom. "Are you going to sleep?" Li Fuzheng raised an eyebrow. "I'm flying in the afternoon, can't I take a nap?" "Of course you can." Meng Liyue scooted over to make space for him. The bed was indeed quite large, but with Li Fuzheng's height and build, there was hardly any room left between them. Just rolling over seemed like it would send her tumbling into his embrace. Fortunately, she believed her sleeping posture to be good enough to avoid such concerns, yet in reality, as Li Fuzheng lay beside her, she initially maintained a clear distance, but before long, feeling his warmth, she instinctively inched closer, snuggling against him, her breathing becoming steady and calm. Not particularly tired, Li Fuzheng opened his eyes, gazing deeply at her for a long while, ultimately overtaken by irrational thoughts, his firm arm casually draped over her, and Meng Liyue found herself nestled in his embrace. The softness of her body, the delicate texture of her skin, and the faint scent of shampoo and body wash enveloped him, making it easy for Li Fuzheng to drift into a good sleep. This was no first for him, but previously, Li Fuzheng had always woken up earlier than her, and Meng Liyue had never noticed. Only today, after drinking a large glass of milk before bed, she suddenly awoke, unprepared, to find the man so close. Li Fuzheng's jawline had a slight shadow, lending him a certain sexiness that made her gaze wander. The warmth of his chest, solid and muscular, felt comforting. Realizing she was being held tightly in his arms, the initial shock was swiftly replaced by a sense of delight. Meng Liyue bit her lip, raising her head to stealthily trace his features with her fingers. He truly was handsome, and his lips looked incredibly kissable. She wondered if they tasted sweet. Swallowing hard, a mischievous thought struck her. Since he was her husband now, a quick peck wouldn't be illegal, right? The little devil in her heart broke free, and gradually she leaned towards his lips, lightly brushing against them like a dragonfly skimming the water. That was as far as she dared to go, but that brief contact felt intoxicating, sending her into a state of tipsy exhilaration. Meng Liyue had never done such a thing and felt a rush of shame, ready to retreat and pretend nothing had happened. Yet it was too late. Just as she thought to pull away, the arm around her waist tightened, leaving no chance for escape. The next moment, she found herself pinned beneath the man. Li Fuzheng wasted no time, lowering his head to capture her lips, biting down hard. "Li Fuzheng," she complained, feeling the sting. "No blood drawn," he replied, his eyes dark and intense, his voice still hoarse from sleep. "If you steal a kiss, you must pay a price." He had found out. Embarrassment washed over Meng Liyue, making her wish for a hole to hide in, but there was nowhere to escape. She decided to play the turtle, remaining silent, until Li Fuzheng suddenly chuckled. "We're even." Meng Liyue shot him a glare. "What do you mean we're even? I hold you while sleeping, you steal a kiss. It's only fair." "You mean exactly," Li Fuzheng admitted. "I sleep better with you in my arms." Seeing her silent, he sobered, his tone serious. "Liyue, if you don't like it, I don't." Meng Liyue felt no displeasure, just frustration. Why had she only realized this now? They had never truly experienced it together. Her reaction was somewhat unexpected, but it was not a bad thing. Li Fuzheng's gaze lingered on her rosy lips, and he swallowed hard, his voice dropping lower. "Then, can I kiss you again? Are they a couple?" Meng Liyue acquiesced. But the kiss from Li Fuzheng was gentle, perhaps not even a proper kiss, yet just like that, her heart raced, nearly leaping out of her throat. He released her lips, yet still didn't he let go of his embrace, tightening his hold once more. Let us sleep a little longer. Could you let go of me first? Meng Liyue felt embarrassed, saying, I need to use the restroom. After she left, upon her return, she found herself pulled back into his arms. When she woke up, he was already gone. Meng Liyue slowly sat up, touching her lips, wondering if it had all been a dream, but why had he suddenly felt inclined to kiss her? Lacking experience in matters of the heart, she could only analyze it with her limited understanding. They were married, and to Li Fujing, she was his wife. He had mentioned going with the flow. Perhaps now he had developed a little affection for her. This speculation made Meng Liyue happy, but she reminded herself to remain rational, otherwise she risked getting hurt. Li Fujing was flying to Hangzhou in the afternoon. Summer travel was silently approaching. He glanced at the upcoming flight schedule, all packed with duties, with no room for any flexibility. The co-pilot and observer were both unfamiliar to him, flying together for the first time. Once autopilot was engaged, aside from occasional confirmations of instrument data, the majority of the time was relatively relaxed. He languidly sipped coffee while listening to their conversation. Somehow, the topic turned to people related to him. The co-pilot clicked his tongue. Yesterday's approach controller in the high sector had a particularly nice voice. She seems to have a complicated relationship with that China Airlines captain. What do you mean? That captain asked her for altitude, then casually mentioned something about taking care to rest. Who brings that up unless they are a couple? The observer, also the second co-pilot, exaggerated his expression. A couple, how lucky. I heard that the female controller is quite good-looking. What a blessing. Why can't this kind of fortune come my way? That Liu Huaiji probably landed right behind him last night, and he was completely unaware. Li Fujing stroked the ring on his left hand's ring finger, coldly scoffing. Who told you they are a couple? No way, Captain Li, do you have some inside information? He remained expressionless. I do. The co-pilot instantly perked up, turning around with an eager look as if ready to hear gossip. So they aren't a couple? Could it be they are already married? Our happiness is always for others. You guys have quite an imagination. Li Fujing's brow twitched as he pressed his tongue against his cheek, his tone laced with annoyance. They're just friends. The co-pilot slapped his thigh. I got it. He must still be pursuing her. He definitely has a crush on the controller. I have to ask around. I see you're not too interested in being a pilot. Why not switch careers to be a paparazzo? Li Fujing's icy gaze finally made the co-pilot sense something was off. He had only heard of Li Fujing's name and knew he would be flying with him today. He had asked in advance about this young captain's temperament and whether he was difficult to work with. The answers he received were all similar. While Li Fujing might seem slightly aloof, his temperament was generally good, and he wouldn't be like some captains who would explode in anger at the slightest provocation. So, after boarding the plane today, the co-pilot had felt relaxed and had not overly worried until now, when he began to think perhaps nobody had told him the truth, and Li Fujing was indeed a hard-to-please captain. Just as those thoughts plagued him, he saw Li Fujing pick up the coffee on the small table with his left hand, the wedding ring on his ring finger particularly eye-catching. Captain Li, you're already married. The observer, still oblivious to the unusual situation, leaned over to look. You're so young and already married. Your wife must be exceptionally beautiful. Li Fujing took a calm sip of coffee, his tone unhurried. Yes, quite beautiful. Before the two co-pilots could react, he casually dropped a bombshell, revealing, the controller you mentioned is my wife. Initially, he hadn't planned to publicly declare their relationship. Marriage status was a private matter, however, upon hearing them increasingly associate Meng Liyue with Liu Huaiji, and the more they talked, the more certain they became of their connection. An unprecedented annoyance welled up within him, an uncontrollable surge of emotion. Li Fujing had never felt such an overwhelming desire to assert his claim over Meng Liyue. After he spoke, the cockpit fell into a silence filled with normal ambient noise. The two co-pilots exchanged glances, unable to speak for a while, especially the young man in the right seat, wishing he could slap himself. He had inadvertently gossiped about the very subject in front of the person involved, and worse, he had linked his wife with another man. He dared say that Li Fujing was probably also contemplating a self-reprimand. He hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Captain Li, I had no idea, it's fine. Li Fuzheng's voice was flat. After that, they dared not say anything further. Once they landed, the co-pilot began messaging his familiar co-pilot to warn them in advance, ensuring they wouldn't make the same mistake again. Today, Li Fuzheng had not reprimanded him, and he felt fortunate. After all, in this industry, the hierarchical gap between captains and co-pilots was significant. Some captains would take advantage of their status and treat co-pilots poorly. The news quickly reached another acquaintance, who immediately called Shumotai. You're quite something. You've known they were married for a while, yet you wanted to introduce me to them. Thankfully, Captain Li didn't cause me trouble, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to continue. I told you before, I had no idea. Shumotai was excellent at spinning tales, adept at reversing right and wrong. She softened her tone, sounding particularly aggrieved. Actually, there's something I didn't tell you. Fuzheng's mother was very fond of us and had spoken to my family about the two families marrying in the future. But somehow, Fuzheng suddenly married Meng Liyue, and they weren't even familiar with each other. Shumotai's voice broke as she continued, do you know? Her mother was once my father's mistress, and she grew up to steal the man I liked. What, there's such a thing, they're too much. Shumotai sighed, yes, you have no idea how I feel. I am more upset than anyone else. Meng Liyue stole Fuzheng from me. I don't know what to do. The co-pilot, deceived by her, lost his mind in anger, saying, don't worry. I'll definitely spread the word about this and let everyone know the truth. A husband who was stolen. During this round of external assignments, Li Fuzheng had not been scheduled to return to Hecheng, as the nature of a pilot's work was such. Meng Liyue had originally thought he would be like before, spending nights away with no news, and she could only check his flight numbers to know his whereabouts. Unexpectedly, without needing to search, Li Fuzheng sent her all his upcoming flight schedules for the next few days. Moreover, before each takeoff and landing, he would send her a message. Perhaps, they were gradually growing accustomed to their married status, embracing the new dynamic in their relationship. This was a positive change, wasn't it? Meng Liyue had initially been quite pleased, but when she received notice of an internal training session, her smile faded. No one in the civil aviation industry enjoys attending training during their rest periods. Today, controllers with no shifts gathered at the unit, and Luoshi sighed beside her. I was hoping to hit the trails and camp with friends this weekend, but a single phone call landed me back here. Meng Liyue suddenly recalled a day when she and Li Fuzheng had dined together at home, and he casually mentioned, trying to comfort Luoshi, the captain who flew in the early morning will finish up, then wake up for afternoon simulator training and have a flight afterward. Thinking about it, aren't we the lucky ones? Luoshi widened her eyes. Which airline is that? Do they even treat people like people? Meng Liyue shook her head. The pressure in this industry had always been like this. Outsiders only see the glamorous side, unaware of the helplessness that those within the industry, even the pilots, face. After the morning training, they had lunch in the cafeteria. She had just finished getting her meal when she received a WeChat message. Her husband, delayed, still unsure when we can take off. She planned to find a spot to sit down before replying to Li Fuzheng but noticed some colleagues had empty seats, so she walked over. Just as she was about to place her tray down, one of them shifted to an empty spot and glanced at her, his tone somewhat strange. Someone's already sitting here. Oh, okay. Meng Liyue didn't think much of it. Coincidentally, the table beside them had finished eating and left, so she and Luoshi moved to sit there. After sitting down, she replied to Li Fuzheng, I'm eating in the cafeteria. How about you? I ate. It was quite lavish. The man sent a photo, and upon seeing it, Meng Liyue couldn't help but chuckle. He seemed to have packed lunch from the terminal restaurant. A bowl of noodles with 2 tiny pieces of beef. She asked him, aren't meals provided on this trip? The crew meal is terrible. Although Li Fuzheng's tone was calm, she could almost feel the complaint behind his words. Meng Liyue thought for a moment and promised, I'll cook for you when you return. Before she could see his reply, Luoshi called her, stop playing with your phone. If you don't eat soon, it'll get cold. All right. Meng Liyue set her phone down, and Luoshi, with sharp eyes, noticed the ring on her hand. When did you get a ring? A casual remark drew everyone's attention to her. The diamond ring on Meng Liyue's ring finger was sizable but not ostentatious. It suited her hand perfectly, sparkling beautifully. Luo Shi leaned in closer. Wow, that's stunning. Other colleagues at the table chimed in. Is that a wedding ring? Suddenly recalling what Li Fujing had said earlier, Meng Liyue nodded without hesitation. Yes, it's a wedding ring. The colleagues finally learned of her marriage, their reactions a mix of surprise. Meng Liyue had never revealed a hint of it before. Suddenly, seeing the ring led to her marital status being revealed, which was entirely understandable. Liyue, what does your husband do? Meng Liyue calmly replied, he is a pilot. She admitted that when telling others, a sweetness spread through her heart, and her lips curved into a slight smile. Not out of a desire to boast, but simply because she felt happy knowing that the person she married was someone she had liked for many years. Then, the news of her marriage spread quickly through the unit. The civil aviation circle isn't particularly large, and news tends to circulate rapidly. The colleagues who had previously been sarcastic toward Meng Liyue came to apologize, and she forgave them but made it clear that if anything similar occurred again, she would not hold back. Before long, it was time to return to work. Meng Liyue was on the day shift, having commanded a round, and after her break, she was about to return to her post when she received a WeChat message from Li Fujing. The takeoff went smoothly today. She replied seriously, I'll be waiting for your return. During the last 2 hours of the night shift, Meng Liyue was in the landing sector. The meteorological radar feedback was good, with only sporadic patches of minor weather, making it an easy task even if she had to reroute. A Cathay Pacific foreign captain was under her command, successfully landing after a brief detour. Just before handing over the frequency, the foreign captain asked with a smile, do you have a boyfriend? Meng Liyue remarked, Cathay 270, radar service terminated, please contact Hucheng Tower on 119. 175, goodbye. She had no intention of engaging in conversations unrelated to her work during her shift. Just moments before, she had bid farewell to the foreign captain of Cathay Pacific, and her sector had witnessed an influx of aircraft. Suddenly, a chilling, sonorous voice resonated through her headset, laced with an enigmatic smile. Approach, hello, Zhongnan 9113, at your command. In that fleeting moment, Meng Liyue inexplicably felt a wave of unease wash over her, despite the fact that she had done nothing amiss.